Hello friends. How are you all? I hope you're doing great. So we are back with an interesting series on what if Naruto was host of Zai the Spirit of Blood. Naruto is a waterbender and a bloodbender, not only that, but he's also possessed by Zai, the Spirit of Blood. But before we start, we always provide the best and interesting what if videos. So be sure to subscribe to our channel and also like this video. Also share this video with your friends. Now let's back to the video. Korra couldn't believe her eyes at what she and Mako had just seen happen. It shouldn't be possible, the ability to take away a person's bending was something only the Avatar was capable of, and only Aang has shown the ability to energy bend in who knows how long. Something that not even Korra has learned to do, yet. But they just saw it happen. Amon succeeded in doing the impossible, he took away lightning bolt Zolt's bending, permanently. If they hadn't seen Zolt's lightning dissipating into fire before the fire vanished entirely, they wouldn't have believed it. But Zolt's attempts to bend fire afterwards all ended in failure, he was a non-bender now. That shouldn't be possible. Korra muttered, worried and even fearful at what she had just seen. But it is, and Amon's about to do the same to Bolin. Said Mako, also worried and fearful like Korra, though not just for himself, but also for his brother, who was currently bound on the stage with the rest of the triple threat triads. All of whom were about to lose their bending as well. Though just before the second bender, one that Mako recognized as Shady Shin, could be pushed forward to lose his bending next. Something strange and surprising for everyone had happened next. Someone wearing a long black cloak walked up onto the stage, getting everyone's attention. You'll have to forgive me, but members of the audience are not permitted on stage. If you wish to ask something, you may wait until after I have cleansed these benders. Said Amon. And what if I'm just giving you one more bender to cleanse? Said the stranger, their voice revealing they were Guy. What? Thought Korra, and she was sure everyone else was thinking the same thing. This guy was a bender, and he was willingly exposing himself after what they all just saw, even more so that he's offering to have his bending taken away. If it wasn't for Mako, Korra would have rushed into stage to try and talk some sense into this guy, not knowing why he'd willingly allow his bending to be taken. Wait. You can't just charge up there and try fighting them all. You'll only be captured. Mako hissed, with Korra giving him an annoyed look. Well, if you have a plan, I'm all ears. Retorted Korra lowly, not wanting to see anyone else have their bending ripped away by Amon as some twisted form of equality. Let's see what happens. Said Mako, unable to deny the curiosity he felt as to why this person actually wants Amon to take his bending away. Meanwhile on the stage, the Kai blockers moved to subdue the bender, only to be stopped by Amon raising his hand. This is a surprise. You want me to take away your bending? Questioned Amon, not actually expecting any bender to willingly offer to have their bending taken away. The person nodded shakily, everyone now noticing their entire body is shaking uncontrollably. Yes, I want it gone. I can't control it. Anytime I even try to use it or learn to control it people get hurt when I try. I didn't want to, but it just happened. Even when I tried isolating myself away from people, they would still get hurt. So, I want it gone, forever, so I don't hurt anyone again. Said the stranger, looking at their shaking hands, with Amon narrowing his eyes at this, wondering how a person's bending could be that uncontrollable, or even what kind of bender he is. Though he also couldn't pass up the chance to further improve his image amongst his followers. Then you have made a correct choice in approaching me. Said Amon, walking up and placing a hand on the stranger's shoulder before addressing the crowd. Behold, proof that even benders, like this boy, know the truth of bending and seek to have themselves cleansed of its evil. These benders who willingly approach and desire to have their bending removed, they will be welcomed as equals. This is the next step in creating a world where everyone is equal. Amon declared as the crowd cheered for the equalist leader, seeing he was even willing to offer benders a chance to become equal to them, as Amon looked at the stranger who was shaking even harder now. This guy's insane. Mako said, repeating what he said earlier after Amon claimed he could take away a person's bending. What do you think is wrong with him? Said Korra, seeing that whoever this stranger was, the way he was shaking wasn't normal, the Avatar thinking it was almost like his body was fighting against him. Kneel, and when you rise, you will be amongst your new brothers and sisters. Amon said, motioning the stranger to kneel so he could remove his bending. The stranger nodding, before turning around in a slow jerky manner, before trying to drop to their knees. Only to look as if they were stuck or their body refused to obey their commands. Everyone watching the scene in confusion, not sure what was going on, with some in the crowd starting to mutter amongst themselves. Korra narrowed her eyes in confusion, wondering what was happening, only for her eyes to widen in shock when she caught sight of the stranger's hands and the way they were moving. Their fingers being bent and rigid, as if they were controlling a marionette. The Avatar remembering a lesson Katara had taught her about waterbenders who made such movements with their hands. Mako, that guy's a waterbender. Said Korra, making the firebender look at her in confusion. How can you tell he's a waterbender? Mako asked, only to stiffen when he heard several sickening pops echo around the room, looking back at the stage to see the stranger's legs unwillingly bending until they were on their knees. Because he somehow just bloodbent himself. Said Korra gravely, while wondering how this person could perform bloodbending without a full moon. Everyone who knew about bloodbending was also shocked at what they were seeing one right now, even more so that they were actually bloodbending themselves. None being more shocked than Amon, himself, at seeing another bloodbender who didn't require the full moon. Though everyone was pulled from their shock when the stranger gasped as if in pain before their hands fell onto the stage, their entire body shaking uncontrollable. No, it's coming. The stranger said, gritting their teeth. What is? Demanded Amon, looking around for whatever was coming, wondering if this was a trick. Why you all need to run. Said the stranger as they let out a loud ear-piercing scream at the end, making several people jump in shock. With everyone then being horrified when they saw blood being forced out of the person's body through their pores. No one being able to move or speak at the terrifying sight as more and more blood spilled out onto the stage. Yet somehow, the stranger was still alive and conscious. All the while they still screamed in pain at what was happening. Those spirits, Korra muttered, covering her mouth in shock at what she was seeing, while feeling something deep inside her practically screaming danger and that she should get away. Then to the crowd's and Equalist's further shock, the blood began rising off the stage and spreading over the person's body, covering them in a skin red and black suit. The sight only becoming more terrifying when the stranger's screams of pain began turning into maniacal laughter. No one could move as they were forced to watch the horrifying sight, even Amon found himself rooted in place, unable to react or move a muscle. It wasn't long until the person's body was completely covered in the blood-made suit, with a mask, having a mouth filled with sharp jagged teeth, while two large white flame-like eyes formed over their own normal ones. Just as the transformation ended, the person, or creature, went completely still and silent, which only unnerved everyone even more than the crazed laughter. Though soon a psychotic grin stretched across the creature's face before it suddenly spoke. Oh Naruto, did you really think that I would just let you get rid of your bending that easily? That you could get rid of me that easily? Said the creature, everyone remaining frozen in shock, along with confusion at who the creature was talking to. Is he talking to himself? Korra thought, realizing the creature wasn't talking to anyone, only to himself, or maybe it was talking to whoever that person it's now covering was. You truly are foolish if you thought you could escape me like that. Even if I let you lose your bending, I'd just jump into another host. And how unfortunate for you, you unknowingly hand-delivered one straight to me. Said the creature, standing up and faced Amon with a crazed grin on his face, while the Equalist leader finally came out of his shock. Who are you? Demanded Amon, the creature laughing wickedly as it held up a clawed hand. You claim the spirits have spoken with you, that they gave you your power, yet you don't recognize when a spirit is standing before you? I am the spirit of blood. But now, my host and I have a new name, we are Carnage. Carnage roared as tendrils shot out of his back, whipping around wildly, as everyone stepped back in fear as the sight and that a spirit was standing before them, one admitting to using that bender as a host, though also felt hope that Amon would defeat the evil spirit. Only for the crowd and Equalists to be shocked and horrified at what Carnage said next. And the fact these fools actually believe your lies just shows how pathetic these sacks of blood really are. You've never even met a spirit, let alone heard one speaking. That power to take away a person's bending is bending. You're a waterbender, a bloodbender to be more precise. Carnage revealed as everyone gasped in shock and horror that their leader was a bender himself. Amon's a bender? Mako said, shocked by this revelation. But how can he take a person's bending with bloodbending? Wondered Korra, having never heard of an ability like that before, with bloodbending. Lies. Do not believe this insane and evil spirit. One only needs to look at this being and know it is no friend of humanity, merely a monster seeking destruction. Said Amon, trying to save face in the revelation of his bloodbending being exposed, only for Carnage to laugh mockingly at his words. Are you really so desperate that you have to keep making up more lies? Even more pathetic, you think you can lie to me about bloodbending? I'm the spirit of blood, I create, I control, and I consume blood, and I recognize a child of blood when I see one. And just like my host, you don't need a full moon to bloodbend. But if you insist on lying, go ahead, I have better things to do. Carnage said, letting out a shriek as he suddenly lunged at the still-bound Triple Threat Triad members. Before to everyone's horror, the creature's hands morphed into blades that stabbed through the Earthbender and Firebender's chests. While Carnage opened his mouth before biting down right onto Shady Shin's throat. Everyone screamed in horror and shock at the sight, even more so when the Triple Threat Triad members' bodies began shriveling up as the creature drained them of their blood. A few Kai blockers were able to snap out of their shock and horror before charging the spirit to try and incapacitate it. Only for the tendrils on his back to impale them and began draining their blood as well. Once the creature had fully drained the bodies, it tossed them aside before roaring at the terrified crowd before its hands morphed into axes next. Ha 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 ha. Oh, it's been so long since we had so many humans to slaughter. Try to make this fun. Ha 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 ha. Laughed Carnage before leaping into the crowd and bringing its axe hands down on two unfortunate people, cutting them straight down the middle before proceeding to begin slicing and cutting apart anyone near him. This sending the crowd into a frenzy as everyone tried escaping the growing massacred, while Korra and Mako backed away, looking at the sight with wide eyes. "We need to grab Bolin and then get out of here," said Mako, knowing they didn't have the time for subtlety and simply needed to get far away from whatever this thing was. Nodding in agreement, Korra looked around before grimacing when she saw Carnage slam an unfortunate person's head into a machine repeatedly until it was nothing but paste. While seeing that it had also broken some pipes, releasing a large amount of steam. Taking the chance, Korra bent the steam to cover the entire area, providing them some cover from the creature's sight. "Let's go," said Korra as they discarded their disguises while returning Mako's scarf to him before the two ran towards the stage to grab Bolin. Meanwhile, Carnage paused in his massacre, holding his latest victim by their throat while looking around through the sudden steam before noticing Amon and his remaining guards trying to escape. "Did I say you could leave?" Carnage roared, tearing off his victim's head before jumping towards Amon, his tendrils shooting out and impaling his guards, with the lieutenant trying to strike him with his collie sticks. Only for Carnage to dodge the strike before stabbing his hand straight into the man's chest and ripping his heart out, which Carnage then proceeded to devour, much to everyone's growing horror. The spirit then looked at Amon with mad bloody smile before laughing wickedly. "Some leader you are, rather than stay to protect what followers I didn't slaughter, you choose to run to save your own skin. I'd call you a coward, but that's actually the smart thing to do right now. Too bad for you, I don't like weaklings having access to my powers," said Carnage before rushing towards Amon, with the Equalist leader being forced to backpedal away from the slashes from the spirit's claws. Amon tried using his Kai blocking to incapacitate Carnage, only for him to laugh off his strikes and backhand him, knocking the man across the room. "If you really aren't a bender, then how will you survive this?" Carnage said, rotating his arms as the surrounding steam was condensed into water, which Carnage then froze into razor-sharp icicles before launching all of them straight at Amon. Amon's eyes widened behind his mask at the danger he was in, knowing he wouldn't be able to dodge all of the icicles. And if even one hit him, he was as good as dead. Mentally cursing, knowing he didn't have a choice, Amon raised his hand stopping the icicles in their tracks. Much to the remaining Equalists and non-benders' shock and despair at seeing undeniable proof that their leader is a bender. And there it is. So much for that chosen by the spirits bullshit. Carnage taunted as Amon scowled behind his mask at seeing his entire plan falling apart before his eyes. "You'll pay for your interference," Amon shouted before launching the icicles right back at Carnage, only for the spirit to wave his arms sending the icicles shooting off to the sides, impaling anyone unfortunate enough to be in their paths. Roaring, Carnage then leapt at Amon who was beginning to feel fear creeping up within him at realizing he could really die. Fueled by desperation, Amon tried bloodbending Carnage, hoping he'd be able to at least incapacitate him for a while, long enough for him to escape and try to salvage his plans. Carnage felt Amon's attempt to bloodbend him and couldn't help but laugh that the fool really thought that would work. Deciding that death would be too merciful right now, Carnage instead grabbed Amon and threw him into the center of the room. Then to everyone's further shock, Carnage stomped on the ground as Amon's wrists and ankles were restrained in earth cuff before he was forced up onto his knees with his arms restrained behind him. "Boo boo boo but, you're the Avatar," Bolin shouted, looking between Korra and Mako, unable to comprehend what they just saw, that Carnage could earthbend and waterbend. How's that possible?" said Mako, looking at the restrained Amon with wide eyes. I don't know," Korra muttered, not sure how it's possible for Carnage or his host to be an earthbender and waterbender at the same time. Carnage then sped up to Amon and grabbed his head, knocking his mask off his face, revealing his scar. Only for Carnage to rake his claws across Amon's face, making him cry out and revealing the scar was only makeup. "Even the scar is fake, is there even anything real about you or are you really just one giant lie?" said Carnage, laughing at how pathetic Amon was with all his lies, while the still living followers were only further demoralized at seeing yet another lie from their leader. "Well go on, do it," Amon shouted, seeing he was beaten and going to die, but refused to let Carnage be satisfied at seeing how afraid he really was. Only to feel a shiver go down his spine when Carnage laughed and turned him around and forced his head backwards, the spirit looking down at him with a malevolent grin. Oh, I'm not going to kill you, not yet anyway. No, I want to enjoy your suffering as long as I can, and what better way than to watch your plans be swallowed by an ocean of blood. And look at it this way, since you've preached so much about equality, then let's put you on the same level as the sheep following you. Said Carnage, before to Amon's complete horror, he put his thumb on the equalist leader's forehead, with Amon feeling his connection to his bending being severed, feeling the same thing that he had done to so many benders before him. Once that was done, Carnage released Amon and tossed him aside before looking at the remaining people and raised his hand. Now, where were we? Carnage said as his claws extended before he resumed his massacre, with everyone once again trying to escape the murderous spirit. All while Korra, Mako, and Bolin were shocked at what they saw, not only at Carnage bending multiple elements, but him taking away Amon's bending as well. Though the three were able to snap out of their shock when Carnage began killing people again and quickly ran for the exit. The fire ferrets quickly ran outside and jumped down off the balcony, with Korra whistling and calling Naga to them. Naga, let's go. Korra said, as the three jumped onto the polar bear dog, which took off running away from the rally. Oh thank goodness, you guys showed up. First Amon almost taking my bending, then whatever that freaky red thing was. What even was that? How could it bend water and earth? Was it really a spirit? Asked Bolin, shivering at remembering how close that thing had been to him when it killed the Triple Threat Triad members. Whatever it is, let's just try to put as much distance between it and us as we can. We also need to tell somebody about what we just saw and of that thing being on the loose. Mako said, knowing that the city needed to know about Amon's now former ability to take away a person's bending and whatever that thing is, running around killing people. Korra nodded in agreement, knowing she had to tell Tenzin the moment she got back to Air Temple Island. Though she also couldn't help but wonder what Carnage really was and about the person in the suit. How he was practically begging Amon to take away his bending before he turned into a killing machine, draining bodies of their blood. Even removing Amon's bending as well, after exposing him, as if the entire thing was just a show it was putting on. Could that be all it was? A show to put on for everyone to see and know he's out there. But then who is that person from before? Carnage called him his host, is he being controlled? Korra wondered, feeling like there was more to it than what they saw. Unfortunately, Korra was pulled from her thoughts as the three stiffened when they heard a familiar shriek behind them. Guys. Bolin said nervously as he slowly turned his head, only to scream in fear at seeing Carnage running after them on all fours. Korra, can't she go any faster, shouted Mako, shocked that the creature was able to keep up with a polar bear dog and it seemed to be gaining on them. Naga. Get Mako and Bolin out of here. Korra said, making the brothers look at her with wide eyes. Us? What about you? Mako demanded. I'm going to stall him for as long as I can. Answered Korra, much to their shock and disbelief. Are you kidding? After we saw it'll tear you apart. Said Bolin, not wanting Korra to risk her life fighting that thing. It can try. Korra stated, then before either of them could argue against her plan, Korra leapt off Naga's back right towards the creature. Just as Carnage was about to swipe at her, Korra launched a fire blast right at his face, sending flying backwards crashing into a wall. The spirit looking at Korra with a mad grin before flipping onto the wall and sticking to it like a spider. Ahaha, it's been so long since someone actually hit me. It'll make killing you all the more fun, Avatar. Said Carnage before jumping at Korra with his claws turning into blades. Korra stomped on the ground raising an earth wall, blocking the creature, only to be surprised when he managed to slice clean through the stone. The Avatar only having a moment to jump back to avoid being cut into pieces by the spirit's claws. Only to gasp in surprise as his arm morphed into a tendril that shot forward and wrapped around her body before proceeding to spin her around, slamming the girl into several objects. Round and round they go, which way they stop, no one knows. Ahahahaha. Carnage laughed before releasing Korra, sending the Avatar crashing into a satomobile. Groaning, Korra stood up, knowing she'll definitely be feeling that in the morning, before quickly pushing the pain back to focus on the fight. Rotating her arms, Korra caused a geyser of water to shoot out from the sewer below Carnage, launching him into the air before proceeding to shoot several fireballs at the spirit. Only for the creature to bend the water around him and launch it at the fireballs, dousing them. Carnage then propelled himself towards the ground and slammed its fists down, causing an earth wave to rise up and rush towards Korra. Something that still surprised the Avatar, seeing the spirit able to bend two elements. She was only able to create another earth wall at the last second, saving herself, with the creature leaping over the wall, roaring loudly, and unleashing a blast of crimson flames at her. Acting quickly, Korra bent the water in front of her before freezing it, with the flames impacting the ice and creating a mist. With Korra stomping on the ground, causing it to open up and suck her in, hiding her from the creature so she can have some time to form a plan. Okay, somehow he's able to bend 3 elements, potentially 4, if he knows airbending as well. He's able to morph his body into weapons and is also really durable. Just what is this thing? Korra thought, not sure what she's facing and isn't even sure if she could beat it. When the ground suddenly opened up above her, Korra didn't hesitate to make an earth pillar and slamming it up into Carnage before kicking her leg up, unleashing an arc of flames at him. Figuring the only chance she had to beat Carnage was by hitting him hard and fast until he went down. With that in mind, Korra jumped out of the hole before proceeding to unleash a torrent of water at the spirit, freezing the water the moment it made contact with the creature. When she stopped, Carnage was now frozen in a large block of ice. Though the Avatar didn't stop there, stomping on the ground, she created 2 earth walls on either side of Carnage before having them move towards it, slamming together. This breaking the ice and leaving him crushed between them. Making an opening in the walls, Korra then proceeded to thrust her fists forward, releasing a large blast of fire into the opening and towards the creature. While she wasn't sure if it'd be enough to take it down, Korra hoped it was enough to at least slow the spirit down for a few moments. Finally, Korra cut off the flames and looked at the partially melted earth walls, panting at the energy she just used. Well, that wasn't so difficult. Korra stated, after searching for any movement, but was glad not to see any, showing the creature was taken care of, at least for the moment, since something was telling the Avatar that wasn't enough to kill it. Unfortunately, before Korra could leave to meet up with her teammates and Naga, she stopped as her eyes widened when she heard a familiar laughter. Looking, the girl couldn't believe her eyes as she saw red liquid leaking out of the walls before rising up and reforming into Carnage, who smiled wickedly at her. "That all you got, Avatar?" Carnage taunted as Korra unwillingly took a step back, not believing that he didn't have a scratch on him even after all that. What are you?" Korra asked before gasping in shock and pain when her body began twisting and turning against her will as she was put under the creature's bloodbending grip while the creature laughed wickedly as its claws grew very long, dragging the tips along the grounds, creating sparks. "We are Carnage." Carnage roared before charging at Korra to slice her into pieces, with the Avatar closing her eyes, ready for the pain. Only it never came. Instead, Korra suddenly found herself free of the bloodbending grip while hearing Carnage falling to the ground screaming. Looking, Korra was surprised when she saw Carnage rolling on the ground as if in pain or fighting something within him. No, I won't go back yet. I could have her power. No one could stop us, we would be invincible. You can't make me go back yet," screamed Carnage as Korra slowly circled it, ready to fight should it suddenly attack her again, though she was also confused by the way it sounded like he was talking to someone. Could that person be fighting Carnage for control? Korra thought, wondering if that's what they have to deal with, constantly fighting for control of their own body against Carnage. Before Korra could contemplate this further, Carnage suddenly went limp on the ground before the red and black suit seemed to recede back into the body of person inside it. With the person now no longer having their cloak anymore, allowing Korra to get a good look at them. Only for Korra to be shocked at seeing it wasn't a grown man, instead it was a 17-year-old teenager, the same age as her. He had unique bright spiky blonde hair with blood-red tips, pale skin, and 3 whisker marks on his cheeks, reminding Korra of a fox or cat. His attire consisted of black sandals, black pants with a red splatter pattern on them, and a crimson-red shirt. All of which were torn and damaged. He did say that he tried to go into self-exile. Is this a result of it? Korra thought as she took note of how pale he was and the state that his clothes were in. Though, she couldn't see what color his eyes were at the moment given he was currently unconscious. Korra observed the teen for a few moments, wondering what she should do. Part of her knew she should take him straight to the Metalbenders to be locked away for everything he did. But another part knew that what happened likely wasn't his fault and instead whatever that spirit inside him was. "I really hope I don't regret this," thought Korra, going over and picking the teen up, wrapping an arm around his waist and throwing his arm over her shoulder as the Avatar began the journey to find Naga and then get back to Air Temple Island. Later, Korra walked up to Tenzin, still carrying the teen with her, with the airbending master spotting his charge and quickly walked up to her. "Thank goodness. I was just about to send out a search party. Are you alright? And who is this?" Tenzin asked, putting a hand on Korra's shoulder while looking at the stranger curiously, with the Avatar shaking her head before setting the teen against the railing. "Korra, what happened? Did you find your friend?" questioned Tenzin, worried something might have happened. "Yes, but I was at an equalist rally. I saw him on." Korra revealed, much to Tenzin's shock. "What?" Tenzin said. "He could take people's bending away. For good," said Korra as the realization began sinking in that before his own bending was taken, Amon had the ability to take away a person's bending, he could have taken away her bending. That's impossible. Only the Avatar has ever possessed that ability. Tenzin said, knowing for a fact that only the Avatar had that kind of power, while missing the past tense that Korra used in his shock. But I saw him do it. Korra said, needing Tenzin to believe her to understand just how dangerous Amon had been. I believe you. I don't know how Amon has achieved this power, but this means the revolution is more dangerous than ever. No bender is safe. Tenzin said, gravely as he looked out at Republic City. I wouldn't worry about Amon anymore. He's taken care of. Said Korra, knowing without his bending, Amon wasn't a threat to anyone, especially with all his lies exposed. What are you talking about? Asked Tenzin, now confused by what she meant. That's not all, I saw something else. Something horrible. Said Korra, wrapping her arms around herself, remembering when Carnage first appeared and all the people he killed, with Tenzin looking at her in worry wondering what other problems they had to worry about. Korra, what did you see? Does it have to do with this boy? Tenzin asked, needing to know what they're dealing with, if not Amon then who, while glancing at the stranger, wondering if he might be involved in what Korra was talking about. Tenzin, what do you know about Zai, the spirit of blood? Said Korra, with Tenzin's eyes widening in shock and horror at her question, while turning deathly pale at how she knew that name. How do you know that name? Said Tenzin, with Korra looking at the unconscious teen, with dread starting to well up in the airbending master. Because I just fought him. Korra revealed, wanting to know who this was and what that thing inside of him was. She just hopes that she hasn't brought a monster into her home. Korra sighed as she sat within a guest room where the stranger from the Equalist rally was resting. Though the Avatar did remember that Carnage called him Naruto when he first appeared. I guess that's his name, Naruto. Korra thought as she looked at Naruto's unconscious form on the bed, before glancing at Tenzin, who stood by the door with a stoic expression. 3 days have passed since the disaster at the Equalist rally and Korra bringing Naruto to Air Temple Island, with the boy having not woken up since their fight. Korra figuring that Carnage taking control of him and then forcefully taking back control took a lot out of him. After bringing Naruto to the island and getting him settled in a room, Korra had been pulled into Tenzin's study where she had finally been able to get some answers. Flashback. Tenzin paced the length of his study as dozens of thoughts raced through his head. After getting over his initial shock and horror at hearing Korra ask him whose eye is, along with the knowledge that the boy she brought to his family's home may somehow be connected to him. The airbending master had been tempted to call in and have her lock the boy up, not wanting to risk such a threat being near his family. He had only relented at Korra's insistence that the boy himself wasn't a threat, but whatever inside him was. So, Tenzin had allowed Korra to place him in a guest room, along with posting White Lotus entries around the room in case he woke up and needed to be restrained. Before taking Korra to his study to get the full story of what happened. And safe to say, Tenzin was shocked and horrified by what he heard at the knowledge that the boy may possibly have formed a pact with Zai to become his host, the resulting massacre, and the fact that he could earthbend, waterbend, and firebend, possibly airbend as well. The only thing that seemed to remotely calm him down was learning that the boy seemed to want Amon to take away his bending. Along with the fact that before Carnage, as Korra called him, could kill her, he seemed to forcefully take back control. After she had finished telling him what happened, Tenzin had simply began pacing around the room to organize his now chaotic thoughts, while Korra sat on the floor. With the Avatar starting to get impatient and wanting to finally get some answers. Tenzin. Can you stop pacing and just tell me who is I? Korra said, after reaching her limit, while also pulling Tenzin from his thoughts, as the airbending master sighed before sitting down across from the Avatar. I'm sure you've heard the story about the moon spirit and the ocean spirit. Tenzin stated, with Korra raising a brow in confusion, but nodded in response. Yeah, Master Katara told me about it, along with when she, Aang, and Sokka traveled to the Northern Water Tribe. Replied Korra, having heard plenty of stories of Aang's adventures with his friends, including how they met the ocean spirit, La, and the moon spirit, Tui. Yes, I'm sure she's told you, but I just wanted to be sure. Said Tenzin, before standing up and going over to a bookshelf where he searched for a specific scroll, before finally finding it and pulled it out. Sitting back down, Tenzin unrolled the scroll in front of Korra, with the girl being surprised to see that it showed a series of drawings, as if telling a story. Dewey and La, the moon and the ocean, were among the first spirits to travel to the mortal world and assume physical forms. Together, they have been circling each other for eternity in an eternal dance, balancing each other. Good and evil, yin and yang, that is how it has always been. Tenzin said, pointing to the image of Tui and La in their physical forms of koi fish, circling each other, with Korra looking at the images as she felt entranced by it. As if they were actually moving, before Tenzin continued to speak. But that is known only after they had taken their physical forms. Before that, when they still remained in the spirit world, there is more to their story. Said Tenzin as he moved onto a new image, showing Korra who she guessed were Tui and La in their true spirit forms, but she also saw a third being. Thousands of years ago, the moon and ocean spirits were praised and revered by humanity, the ocean for providing food and nourishment, and the moon for the light it gives during their darkest times. But there was a third spirit, one who provided humanity the means to live. I, the blood spirit and brother of the ocean spirit. Tenzin said, with Korra's eyes widening at this knowledge. I and La are brothers. Questioned Korra, having never heard any mention of the ocean spirit having a brother. Yes. But while La was loved, Zai was regarded as evil and scorned, sparking hatred and jealous within Zai for being seen as evil, despite how his power and essence flowed through the veins of all living beings. But what truly drove Zai and La apart was the love they had for the moon spirit. Each brother vying for her affection, and when Tui chose La over him, Zai was enraged. Since then Zai had despised both his brother and his wife, seeking for the chance to take his revenge on them both. But the chance arriving when both spirits traveled to mortal world and taught the first waterbenders. It was then that Zai cursed La and Tui's disciples, making it so when the moon and ocean are truly united, they will be transformed into children of blood. Said Tenzin. The full moon. Korra said as she realized what that meant when the moon was full and waterbenders were at their strongest. Correct. When the moon is full, the waterbenders' power is at their strongest, strong enough to bend the water within another living creature, their very blood. During these nights, waterbenders become weak to Zai's influence and power, the spirit of blood whispering in their ears, tempting them with the power to control all those around them. Seeking those who have darkness within their hearts so they can experience the same pain and hatred as he has. It is these waterbenders that become known as children of blood, having accepted the powers Zai offers to become bloodbenders. With there being those who have enough power to not need a full moon to access this power. When Tui and La learned of what Zai had done, he was cursed by his brother and his wife, transforming him into a dark spirit. A being of pure malice and hatred, who only seeks destruction wherever he goes. All the while, whispering in the ears of the children of the moon and the ocean, seeking to corrupt them into his children of blood. Tenzin said as he finished the story, with Korra gulping as she saw a drawing of Zai that looked even more terrifying than carnage. But wait, I thought bloodbending was created during the 100-Year War by Hama. And how do you even know about all this, Tenzin? Korra asked, having not been sure if Tenzin even knew who Zai was or not. To answer your first question, I'll have to answer the second. It was years ago during my father's time when he helped police chief Toph Bifrong stop a crime lord named Yakin. The powerful waterbender and bloodbender who possessed the unique ability to bloodbend someone with his mind without the need of a full moon or any movements. It was after my father took away Yakin's bending that he sought to find out just how it was possible for someone to bloodbend. Having developed doubts that Hama was the first person capable of such a thing. It was after his time in the spirit world that he learned about Zai and wrote down what he learned. All while keeping it a secret from everyone except my mother, not wanting knowledge of Zai to become public. Tenzin explained. Katara knew? Asked Korra, surprised that her waterbending master knew about Zai. Yes, she did, though I'm sure she wishes she didn't. The idea of criminals having the power to bloodbend was bad enough, but that there was an actual spirit who could influence all waterbenders in such a way. It's why my mother hates bloodbending, for the corrupting power it gives to make good people do horrible things. Tenzin said, having learned about his mother's journey with Fire Lord Zuko to hunt down the man who killed her mother, where she had actually bloodbent someone in her anger, that being the second and only other time she did so. So it's possible for other bloodbenders to be out there. Korra said, now understanding just why Katara had gotten so angry with her when Korra once brought up bloodbending, having not fully understood why it was such a dark heart. Now seeing that it wouldn't just be taking control of another human being and treating them like a puppet, but she'd also be under Zai's influence as well. It's possible there are, and they simply are better at hiding such abilities. But it seems this boy isn't just a bloodbender, he is Zai's host as well. And can somehow earthbend and firebend by some unknown means. Said Tenzin, while frowning, as he was still wary of having the boy in his home, especially if he's the host of a truly evil spirit. Then how exactly did you find out about Zai? If Aang only told Katara, how did you find out? Korra asked with a frown, since she wondered how Tenzin knew, before seeing the airbender's shoulders slump, and he seemed to have aged a few years. It's due the reports we've been getting, all throughout the Earth Kingdom. Tenzin said, tiredly. Reports? Korra asked warily, not sure she wanted to know. Massacres, dozens of them, entire towns of people being ripped apart, something pulled from your darkest nightmares. And all of them having one thing in common, there wasn't a drop of blood anywhere in sight. Tenzin revealed, while Korra paled at hearing this. Korra said, with Tenzin nodding at her answer. Yes. Given he is the spirit of blood, he is taking back what he believes is rightfully his, along with empowering himself as the more blood he consumes, the stronger he becomes. At first, I simply believed it to be the work of dark spirits. but after some time, I learned about Psy. Or like my father, I kept this knowledge a secret, not wanting to cause panic at this knowledge getting out. Both against waterbenders as a whole and the spirits. Tenzin said, wondering if his father had felt this conflicted at knowing such a secret but knowing why it needed to remain as such. But now it seemed that secret would soon be exposed if anyone had survived Carnage's attack and spread word of his presence. Korra gulped at this knowledge, well thankful that whoever's IS host was, they managed to take back control before he could kill her or anyone else. And while part of Korra wanted to blame him for such horrific actions, she felt that he's just as much a victim as everyone else, being controlled and used by Psy. And she'll try to help him any way she could. Then flashback. Since then, Korra's been checking on Naruto in between her airbending training, waiting for him to wake up. With Tenzin joining her this time, as from what the sentries have reported, he's been stirring more often, showing he's likely to wake up soon. As if on K, Korra saw that Naruto's eyes fluttered open, revealing they were a bright blue color with flecks of red in them. With the teen glancing around the room, before looking at her and Tenzin for a moment, then up at the ceiling, while letting out a resigned-sounding sigh. How many? Naruto asked, with Korra wincing at the question, having a feeling she knew what it implied, given her knowledge of the massacres in the Earth Kingdom. How many bodies this time? Likely a couple dozen, maybe fewer, I think. Korra answered, having gotten a rough estimate of the amount of deaths after Tenzin informed the Metalbenders of the location of the rally and finding the aftermath of Carnage's attack. At least it wasn't too many, this time. Muttered Naruto, with Korra wincing once again, wondering just how many times this has happened, that he's relieved the number was only a few dozen. Well, I'm Korra, the Avatar. And that's Tenzin, my airbending teacher. Korra said as she waved awkwardly at Naruto, who glanced at them for a few moments. Naruto. Replied Naruto, before sitting up, raising brow when he saw he wasn't in chains or restrained in any way, before noticing some kind of tag attached to his chest, under his shirt. What is this thing? Naruto asked. The talisman created by me, and the White Lotus, used to suppress and trap dark spirits. We placed it on you to suppress I making it, so he can't control you. Hopefully, it will last long enough to find a way for us to separate him from you. Tenzin answered, with Naruto looking at him with a raised brow. Good luck with that. Said Naruto, doubting they'd find a way to remove Carnage. Even if they did, he'd just jump into another host, like he said he would. Something he admittedly hadn't considered when he tried getting Amon to take his bending. Only thinking of having it in Zygon so he wouldn't kill anyone else. But that plan obviously failed, and at this point, Naruto's resigning himself to being stuck with Zai for the rest of his very long life. Tenzin frowned at his words, sounding as if he didn't expect them to succeed in finding a way to remove Zai. Now, Naruto, if you don't mind answering a few questions for us. How exactly did you become Zai's host? Tenzin asked, with Korra looking at him, also curious about how he came into contact with Zai, as Naruto looked between the two, before sighing. I was a kid. I grew up in a small village, in the northwestern part of the Earth Kingdom with my mother, who was a waterbender, as well as the resident healer and hunter. It was nice, especially when I eventually showed to be a waterbender, as well. But then one day, we were attacked by dark spirits, they just attacked and started killing people, including my mother. I was angry, angrier than I've ever been. I would have died too, but then I heard a voice, it offered me the power to save myself and have my revenge. I didn't bother to think it over, so I immediately accepted the chance to have revenge and live. Said Naruto. It was I, wasn't it? Korra said, with Naruto nodding in confirmation. Yeah, I opened the door and Zai happily walked through, taking me as a host. That's when Carnage was born, we ripped apart the dark spirits and absorbed their power, but also everyone else that was still alive. When I finally regained control, I was surrounded by bodies, then I just ran. I was terrified at what I just did and the fact that Zai was still inside me. So I isolated myself, avoided settlements and people in general, only entering towns when I had no choice, and survived by hunting. But Zai isn't the type to just lie down and keep quiet. Naruto replied. The killings? Tenzin asked. Feedings? Zai sustains and empowers himself by devouring blood, the more he has, the stronger he gets. And the longer he goes without drinking any, the harder it is to control him until he finally breaks free. What you saw at the rally, that was 2 months of keeping him locked up. Naruto revealed, shocking them both. Spirits, how did you survive that long on your own? Asked Korra, shocked at what she was hearing. I'm able to satisfy him for some time with animal blood, but it's not the same. He says that human blood tastes better, especially when they're terrified. It keeps him down for a while, but he always comes back. So, my advice, when this tag starts failing, and it will, make sure you're far, far away. Because he'll eventually come out and he'll be hungry and angry. Naruto said, shivering slightly when he thought about the times I got angry. I didn't torture you, did he? Tenzin asked, frowning, with Korra looking at Naruto, hoping that wasn't the case, only for him to nod. Nothing too bad, since he wants to make sure I'm in top condition when he's in control. At most, he slows my blood to a near crawl, slowing my heartbeat down to the point one would think I was dead. Replied Naruto, while looking at his pale skin, a result of Zaya's punishments. Okay, well what about the fact you can firebend and earthbend? How can you do that? Korra asked, wanting to move on from the dark topic while wanting to finally get an answer of how he can bend three elements. It's one of the abilities I get as Zaya's vessel. I gain the abilities of anyone whose blood I drain, which in turn grants me the ability to earthbend and firebend. With my bending also growing stronger, the more benders I drain. Naruto answered, surprising the two, while Korra had a feeling of dread inside her. If you hadn't interfered, carnage would have drained my blood. Stated Korra, with Naruto nodding in confirmation, while Tenzin's eyes widened in horror at the realization of what would have happened. While Korra saw how dangerous Carnage was alone, she could just imagine how dangerous he'd be when empowered by the Avatar state and having all four elements at his control. She could only imagine him tearing his way through everyone and everything until the entire world was in ruins. All while he grows stronger and stronger with the more blood he devours. It definitely didn't paint a pretty picture, with Korra being terrified of such a thing happening. Like I said, make sure you're far away when Carnage comes back. Naruto said, knowing if Carnage absorbed the Avatar's blood, then no one would be safe. Any other questions? Naruto asked, while looking between the two, with them both shaking their heads. No, not at the moment. Answered Tenzin. And here's a radio you can listen to while you rest. Korra said, while motioning to the radio on the dresser before turning it on. Tensions continued to rise in the wake of the revelation with Amon being outed as a bloodbender. Bending gangs grow increasingly bold. Protesters outside of City Hall. Equalist remnants claiming spirits are demons. Bending seen as evil. You know what, who listens to the radio anymore? Korra said, sheepishly, while turning the radio off after seeing it was only talking about Amon, bending gangs, and remnants of the Equalists, along with basically how bad things were getting in the city right now after that disaster of a rally. With Korra unable to resist the urge to facepalm and groan, wondering how a simple mission to save a friend could turn out so badly. Sorry. If I hadn't been at the rally, none of this would be happening. Said Naruto, knowing he's partly responsible for what's happening, given if he hadn't come to Republic City, then Carnage wouldn't have come out and exposed Amon as a bloodbender. It doesn't matter. Even if you hadn't been at the rally, then Amon would still be in power and all benders would be in danger with his ability to take away a person's bending. Perhaps, at least this way, we can contain the oncoming chaos in Republic City rather than it being spread to the rest of the world. Said Tenzin. So, we were basically damned if we do and damned if we don't. Korra deadpanned, seeing that no matter what, they would have been screwed, with the only good thing being that benders were no longer in danger of having their bending taken unless Carnage kept doing what he did to Amon. Though the Avatar figured that Carnage cared more about killing than taking away bending. Now they could only hope that Tenzin was right and that they could contain the oncoming chaos before it grows into something worse. Korra laid in her bed, sleeping peacefully, only to shoot up awake and alarmed when a shadowy figure ran past the door, with the Avatar hearing their footsteps. Only to be shocked when an Equalist Kai blocker suddenly burst through her window, while two broke through the door. Jumping out of bed, Korra spun in the air and kicked her leg down, releasing an arc of flame at the Equalists, forcing them back. Before she unleashed another arc of flames, sending them further back, with the Kai blockers dodging the fire before rushing towards the Avatar. With Korra shooting out two jets of flames to keep them away from her, just as one jumped off the table and tried getting her with a spin kick. Only for Korra to block it with her arm before shooting more fire at them. But while she was focused on the first two, the Avatar didn't see the third one roll into a space just out of her sight before striking her repeatedly, with Korra suddenly losing her ability to bend and stand. As she shouted and fell to her knees helpless, only to be horrified when she looked up and saw Amon as he was before Carnage took his bending. After I take your bending away, you will be nothing. Amon said before reaching his hand to Korra's face, with the girl being terrified at what was about to happen. Only for things to get even worse when a tendril of blood impaled Amon through the chest before multiple tendrils stretched out stabbing the Kai blockers as well. With Korra's horror growing as she watched the blood be absorbed from their bodies before they were tossed aside. Then she heard laughter as Carnage jumped into the room and landed right on top of her, pinning the Avatar to the ground. All your power will now be mine. Carnage said with a demented grin before opening his mouth wide open and descended towards Korra. Korra shot up screaming in her bed, panting and sweating as she looked at herself for any injuries before she felt something familiar touch her hand. Looking, Korra gave a small thankful smile at seeing Naga licking her hand before the polar bear dog rested her head on Korra's lap. It's alright, Naga. I just had a bad dream," said Korra, petting her companion before hugging her, thankful for Naga's presence. Looking out her window, Korra found her attention drawn to the full moon before she caught sight of someone sitting outside. Is that, Korra thought, before narrowing her eyes at the figure and realizing it was Naruto, surprised to see him up and out of his room. Given how the whiskered blonde hadn't been out of his room after waking up 2 days ago, she didn't expect to see him out this soon. Curious to see what he's doing and doubting she'll be able to fall asleep again, Korra got up and exited her room. Leaving the dormitory, Korra walked up to see Naruto sitting on a cliff with one leg hanging off and the other pulled up to his chest. Well, his head was tilted up, looking at the moon. "Is there something I can help you with, Korra?" Naruto said without looking, surprising the avatar that he knew it was her. "Oh no, I just saw you out here and wanted to see how you were doing. Is it alright if I join you?" asked Korra, with Naruto shrugging and motioning her forward, with the girl going over and sitting beside him. "So nice night, huh?" Korra stated awkwardly, not sure how else to start a conversation, given her past attempts to speak with Naruto hadn't gone very well or were met with silence. "I guess," replied Naruto as his gaze never once left the full moon, with Korra's own eyes soon looking up at it as well, as the two fell silent for a few moments. "It's funny, I can't even remember the last time I saw the full moon with my own eyes," Naruto said softly, with the avatar looking at him in surprise. "What do you mean?" Korra asked, with Naruto raising a hand to his chest. "I always takes control on nights like these when the full moon is out. Since it's when his power is at its strongest, like all bloodbenders," answered Naruto. "He takes control every night of the full moon," said Korra, with the blonde nodding. "Yeah. Mostly he just shouts at Tui and Law, insulting them, cursing them, all the ways he'd kill them and devour their physical bodies," Naruto said, with Korra stiffening at that, realizing it was a very real possibility that Sai, or Carnage, could in fact kill Tui and Law. All he'd have to do is travel to the North Pole, kill anyone that gets in his way, and he'd be able to kill both spirits, since they're nothing but helpless koi fish. But Naruto finally looking at her, upon feeling her unease. If he wanted to, he would have killed them by now. Mostly, he just enjoys taunting them with the knowledge he could kill them, but he chooses not to. Seeing it as his own personal revenge, that he's free to kill people and corrupt waterbenders, all while they can't do anything to stop him. Naruto said, relieving the avatar slightly. "He can really hold a grudge, can't he?" muttered Korra, surprised at the extent Zai would go to spite his brother and sister-in-law. Actually, Zai doesn't care that they cursed him and turned him into a dark spirit. In fact, he's expressed his gratitude that he's no longer bound by morals, that he could fully embrace his true nature. No, he just despises them, all spirits really. Dark spirits or light spirits, they're all the same to him, pests to be wiped out. Most of them, anyway. Naruto added, as Korra looked at him with wide eyes. "How are you still sane?" Korra asked, wondering how anyone could still be sane after everything he's seen and experienced under Zai's control. "I'm just desensitized, the killing, the blood, the constant voice in my head telling me to just tear open someone's throat and drain them dry," said Naruto, shrugging, while Korra looked at him sadly as she wondered just how much he's been through. "No one should have to be like that," Korra said, wishing there was something she could do to help him, but she knew absolutely nothing about spirits and was about as spiritually connected as a rock. "It is what it is, I've accepted that Zai will likely always be part of my life and it's better me than someone else. Someone who'd happily let him run wild to unleash death and destruction," stated Naruto, knowing how bad it'd be if Zai had gotten a host that was more willingly to kill people. Enough depressing topics. "What about you?" Naruto asked, with looking at Korra, who tilted her head in confusion. "What about me?" asked Korra, as the corners of Naruto's mouth twitching up. "I mean, what are you like? Everyone looks at you and see the avatar, but what about Korra the person?" Naruto said, surprising Korra, since it was the first time anyone in Republic City has asked about her and not have it be related to her position as the avatar. "Oh well, that isn't really much to tell. I was born in the Southern Water Tribe and for the first 4 years, I was just a normal little girl. Then I learned that I wasn't just a waterbender, but also a firebender and earthbender. You couldn't imagine how excited I was to learn that I was the avatar. And you should have seen the faces of the White Lotus entries that had shown up for proof. And what I said was, I'm the avatar, you gotta deal with it," Korra said, while laughing as she remembered the looks on their faces when she launched a piece of stone past them, along with bending fire and water, while Naruto smirked. "I can imagine it'd be a shock," stated Naruto. "And then I began my training to master the elements, starting out with waterbending, obviously. I was trained by Master Katara, learning everything she had to teach me both about fighting and healing. It was actually during my training that I met my best friend Naga." said Korra while smiling at the memories. The polar bear dog. Naruto said, having seen it a few times, with Korra nodding. Yeah. It had been during one of my lessons with Katara when a snowstorm started and we heard a pack of polar bear dogs howling in the winds. I had been told to stay inside, but I never was one to do what I'm told, so I snuck out at night. Only to end up getting lost. That's when I met Naga, who had gotten separated from her pack. I built a makeshift igloo around us and tried making a fire, but I wasn't the best firebender back then. Since Katara wanted me to master waterbending before I started on the other elements. It was around then I started learning that being the avatar wasn't all fun and games like I thought it would be. But Naga was there to cheer me up and I was happy that I finally had a friend I could talk to. The next morning, my dad found us and brought us home and I was allowed to keep Naga. We've been together ever since. Said Korra, smiling, since she was always glad to have met Naga. What happened next? Naruto asked, with the avatar's smile fading as she sighed and frowned. It wasn't long until, for some reason, I was secluded in the White Lotus compound within the Southern Water Tribe. I never really liked it there since I was hardly ever allowed outside and always had to train in mastering my bending. It wasn't until I learned the Tenzin wouldn't be moving to the South Pole to teach me airbending that I finally left and came here. Both to learn airbending and finally make a choice of what I was going to do rather than let someone else make it for me. Said Korra. If there's one thing I've learned, Korra, it's to never let someone try and make decisions for you. The only person that knows what's best for you is you, don't ever let anyone tell you otherwise. If you think you're making the right choice, then to do it. But also be aware of the consequences of the choices you make. Said Naruto, with Korra looking at him and saw the sullen look on his face, realizing he was also talking about his own choices. Like when he gave himself to Zai. But she also nodded in agreement at his words, glad someone respected her desire to make her own decisions. The two then fell into silence again as they looked out over the bay. Before Korra decided to ask him something that she's been wanting to ask ever since he woke up. Hey Naruto, could I ask you something personal? Korra asked, with Naruto looking at her, while feeling a little wary of what she wanted to ask. What? Asked Naruto. What's it like being a bloodbender? Korra said, having only heard a little of it from Katara, mostly about how it was a dark art that only brought pain. But she couldn't deny her curiosity about wanting to hear what it was like from Naruto. Given how he's been bonded to the creator of bloodbending most of his life. She figured he, more than anyone, would know the most about the art. Oh, muttered Naruto, not expecting that question. It's fine if you don't want to talk about, Korra said quickly, thinking she might have overstepped her boundaries. No, it's fine, I just wasn't expecting that. Naruto said, before thinking over what to say. Bloodbending it's a dark art, as there's no way to justify controlling another person in such a way, even more so with the way Amon was using it to take people's bending. But that doesn't mean it doesn't have other uses. Said Naruto. Like what? Korra asked, with Naruto tapping one of his ears in response. I can hear a person's or animal's heartbeat, the blood being pumped through their bodies. I can hear the heartbeat of every living thing on this island, it's how I knew you were approaching earlier. Said Naruto, surprising Korra as she unconsciously placed a hand over her heart. You could tell it was me just from my heartbeat. Korra asked, amazed at such an ability, since it reminded her of the seismic sensing ability that was created and used by Toph Bifong. Yeah, you have a very unique heartbeat. Naruto said, knowing how that sounded. Do you listen to my heartbeat often? Questioned Korra, with Naruto nodding slowly. Yeah. It's calming, I guess. Normally I try to block out the sounds of people's heartbeats, since it's harder to keep carnage suppressed with the more heartbeats I hear, the more blood he can drain. But with you, I just feel a sense of peace when I hear it. Said Naruto, while looking anywhere but at Korra, who looked at him with wide eyes. Oh, Korra said, not sure what else to say. It's creepy, isn't it? Naruto stated, believing she'd be freaked out at him listening to her heartbeat. No. I mean maybe, but I'm glad that I'm able to help you in some way. If it helps you, then I have no problem with you listening. Said Korra, while smiling at Naruto, glad that she was able to help him in some way, even if it was indirectly. Naruto looked at Korra in surprise, not sure what to think, but was glad that she wasn't freaked out before he slowly returned the smile. Though the two looked down and were surprised when they saw Korra's hand on top of Naruto's before they quickly retracted them. So what else can bloodbending do? Korra asked while looking away with a light blush on her face. Well, I'm also able to tell if someone is lying just by listening to their heartbeat. I'm also able to sense anomalies in a person's blood, like if they have an illness or have poison or venom in them. And if it's the latter, you'd be able to isolate the poison or venom to a specific area and have it extracted. And probably one of the most useful abilities is that if you're strong enough, you can even resist another person's bloodbending grip. said Naruto, with Korra once again looking at him in amazement at everything he could do with bloodbending. But the Avatar seeing that while bloodbending was a dark art, it still had its own uses. With Korra knowing that after everything she learned about Zai bloodbending wasn't something she could ignore, especially on the chance she ever encountered other bloodbenders. Naruto, would you be able to? Korra said, only to be cut off. No. Said Naruto, already knowing what she was about to ask, and he sure as hell wasn't going to do that. You didn't even let me finish. Said Korra, annoyed at the interruption. I already know what you were going to say, you want me to teach you bloodbending, and my answer is no. Naruto said. But what about everything you just said? Everything it can do, and how useful it'd be if I can do all that. Korra argued, knowing while she'd never use bloodbending on another person, she can't deny how useful it'd be to learn it. I'm not teaching you bloodbending, Korra. Drop it. Said Naruto, while looking at her warningly, but Korra wasn't one to back down. Oh, but you're free to use it however you want. I'm the Avatar, I'm supposed to master all the elements. And last I checked, bloodbending is part of waterbending, so I do have to learn it. Korra retorted, standing up and glaring at him, with Naruto standing up and returning the glare. I don't have a choice in using it or not. Said Naruto. But you have a choice now. Either you can teach me, or I learn it on my own. Korra said, knowing if Naruto didn't teach her, she'll find some other way to learn bloodbending. She didn't know how, only that she'd do it without having to hurt anyone or anything. All while Naruto looked at her in disbelief that she'd go that far just to make him teach her bloodbending. Knowing if he didn't, and she still tried, someone would get hurt. You really don't get it, do you? If you learn bloodbending, whether you use it or not, you will become a child of blood. For the rest of your life, you'll be weak to Zai's influence. He will always have a hold on you and be there at any moment of weakness. If you give even an inch, he will not stop until you are under his complete control. Is that really worth the risk, Korra? Naruto demanded, with Korra's determination wavering slightly at this, only for it to solidify a moment later. Yes. Now, are you going to teach me or not? Korra said, refusing to give up no matter what the risks are, with Naruto looking at her for a moment, knowing he didn't have a choice. At least if he taught her, there would be less of a risk of her hurting herself or someone else. Along with there being a better chance of it being kept a secret so no one would find out that the Avatar was learning to bloodbend. Fine. But we do it my way, you'll do what I say when I say it. You won't ask questions, you won't hesitate, and you will not tell anyone what we're doing. Not Tenzin, not your parents, not your friends, no one finds out. Understood? Naruto said, with Korra nodding, knowing how bad it'd be if other people found out. Yes, and I'm sorry for basically forcing you to teach me. But thank you for agreeing. Said Korra, feeling a little guilty at making Naruto agree to teach her, but she knew how important it'd be to learn bloodbending, while Naruto sighed and nodded. It's fine. But you should go get some sleep, you'll have a lot of training in the morning. Said Naruto, with Korra nodding, since she now had not only airbending training, but bloodbending training as well. But the girl turned to return to her room, feeling like she could actually get some sleep after talking with Naruto. Before she stopped and looked back at the blonde. Hey Naruto, I just have one more question. Said Korra, since something else has been bugging her, with Naruto looking at her curiously. It's about Zai. Whenever he takes control, why does he refer to the both of you as Carnage? Why doesn't he use his actual name? Korra asked, having been confused as to why Zai chose to use the name Carnage rather than his actual name. It's funny. That was actually one of the first questions I asked him. Said Naruto. What was his answer? Asked Korra. Spirits can be forgotten, spirits can be killed. But a monster is never forgotten, a monster is immortal. A monster will always haunt the darkest corners of humanity's minds. We will be the monster they never forget, we are now and forevermore, Carnage. Naruto said, repeating the exact words I had told him, while Korra gulped at hearing. Well, I'm sure he succeeded there. Muttered Korra, with Naruto nodding in agreement. Korra then returned to her room, while Naruto sat back down and looked over the bay. Though unknown to the two, Tenzin had been eavesdropping on their conversation. The airbending master having had trouble sleeping and decided to go for a walk around the island, only to stumble onto Naruto and Korra talking. While he didn't hear everything that was said, Tenzin did hear their argument over teaching Korra bloodbending. He had been tempted to jump in and put a stop to it right then and there. But the more he thought about it, along with what other abilities one could gain from bloodbending, Tenzin thought that perhaps it would be a good thing for Korra to learn bloodbending should she ever encounter other bloodbenders. But the airbending master also make a note to help Korra more with her spiritual training and meditation to ensure she wouldn't be susceptible to Zai's influence. Along with silently agreeing to not tell anyone about Naruto training Korra, especially his mother. Knowing how she'd react to the knowledge of Korra learning bloodbending, even more so that she was being trained by Zai's own host. Knowing there wasn't anything else to do, Tenzin returned to his and Pima's room while mentally working out the details and changes to Korra's schedule to fit with her new training. Next morning. The next morning found Naruto going to the dining room for breakfast with Tenzin, his family, and Korra. Since he didn't really have the option to stay locked in his room anymore. Given how he would now be training Korra, the blonde figured he might as well start interacting with the other residents of the island. When he arrived, Naruto saw that Korra and the airbending family were already present before looking up in surprise at seeing him. "Naruto, I'm surprised to see you," Tenzin stated, not having expected to see Naruto. "I just figured I couldn't stay locked up in my room all day. I can leave if I'm disturbing you," said Naruto. "No, please join us. I'm Pima, Tenzin's wife, and these are Jinora, Ikki, and Milo," Pima said, while offering Naruto a kind smile, despite what Tenzin told her and the children about him. Given how he wanted his family to at least be aware of the danger that Naruto being here posed. Since even with the talisman, the airbender wanted to make sure his family was safe and careful. And to make sure that Ikki and Milo didn't do anything that could draw his ire in the chance that he returns. He also didn't tell them the more gruesome details, just that Naruto was the host of a very dangerous spirit and that they shouldn't do anything that might provoke it. Nodding, Naruto sat down beside Korra while seeing the airbending children all looked at him with varying expressions of awe, amazement, and intrigue. Not something Naruto was used to seeing on people's faces, so he wasn't sure how to respond to them. Naruto, would it be alright if I ask you something?" Jinora asked, unable to deny her curiosity and interest to learn more about what it was like being the host of a spirit. Looking at the girl, Naruto looked at Tenzin and Pima to see if they'd be alright with it. Upon seeing the two nod, Naruto looked at Jinora and nodded. "What's it like being the host of a spirit?" asked Jinora, with Naruto frowning in thought, wondering how he could respond without scarring them. "It's definitely a strange experience, sharing my body with another being. I can sense and feel the spirit within me while also being able to communicate with it. The more time passed, the more linked, I guess you could say, we became. I also became more spiritually connected, even being able to enter the spirit world if I want to," Naruto answered, much to the surprise of Jinora, Korra, and Tenzin. "You can enter the spirit world?" asked Tenzin, amazed to hear that he could enter the spirit world, with Naruto nodding. "Yes, I can enter it from anywhere if I want to. I can even physically enter the spirit world in areas that are spiritually connected with it," Naruto revealed, much to their amazement. "Would I be able to do that?" asked Korra, wondering if she'd be able to physically enter the spirit world in such locations, due to her being the avatar and all. "Maybe," Naruto replied, while shrugging. "What's it like in the spirit world?" Jinora asked, eager to hear this. "It's hard to describe, only that it's a good place to be, to get away from your worries and just exist," said Naruto, having enjoyed the few trips he made to the spirit world, since they were the few moments he was able to just forget about everything else. "It sounds wonderful," Jinora said, while smiling as she hoped to one day travel to the spirit world. With that, the airbending family and Korra continued eating breakfast, with Naruto getting a plate as well, but didn't eat much. Ever since he became Zaya's host, he didn't really need to eat normal food anymore, while being able to survive on blood alone. While he could still eat, it wasn't really a necessity. With it being something that set Naruto further apart from other people, something Zaya always enjoyed reminding him of. Once they finished, Tenzin had left to go to a council meeting, while having Naruto join him on the walk to the pier. "You needed me for something?" Naruto asked as they walked outside. "I just wanted to inform you that I was able to make an arrangement with the Republic City Blood Bank. They're willing to send over a steady supply of blood in order to keep you know who under control," Tenzin said, having been able to come up with a believable lie as to why he needed a supply of blood sent over, while Naruto looked at him in surprise that he did that. "Thanks," said Naruto after a few moments, knowing that would at least make it so I wasn't starving and hungry when he came out again. Though that didn't mean he wouldn't be incredibly pissed off when he did come out. "That's the least I can do. Hopefully, it will be enough to keep Zai sated and ensure that the seal will last as long as possible." "Oh no," Tenzin said when they reached the pier and saw Chief Lin Bifeng standing there. "I take it she knows," stated Naruto, with Tenzin nodding in resignation, having hoped to put off this meeting for as long as possible. "Yes, I had to tell her. Otherwise she would have called for a widespread manhunt after the scene from the rally," Tenzin replied as the two reached the dock. "Lin, you look as lovely as ever. What can I do for you?" asked Tenzin, with Lin narrowing her eyes at her ex before turning to Naruto and fixing a wary, suspicious glare on him. "We both know why I'm here, Tenzin. To make sure there isn't a lunatic killer running loose in Republic City," Lin said bluntly, while not wasting time with any pleasantries. "Well, aren't you just a ball of sunshine?" Naruto deadpanned, with Lin narrowing her eyes at the teen. "I don't care what I am." What I do care about is making sure the city and its citizens are safe from any and all threats. What you did a few days ago, whether you were in control or not, that qualifies as a threat. So let me make this perfectly clear, if you or that thing inside you do anything to endanger my city, my officers, I won't hesitate to put you down. Lin said, with Naruto not being the least bit fazed by the threat, since he knew they couldn't do anything to him, let alone actually have a chance of killing him. Invest in stronger armor, Carnage rips through metal like paper. Or get a different material since he can simply bend the metal and crush you in it. Said Naruto, knowing that's the main reason they wouldn't stand a chance, since Carnage would just metal bend their cables right back at them, or even turn their armor into Iron Maidens around them. Lin narrowed her eyes, before scoffing as she returned to the boat, but did mentally note down his words. With Tenzin sighing, while giving Naruto an apologetic look, which he waved off. Before going down to the boat as well, to head for City Hall. Later. After Korra had finished her airbending exercises for the day, she had gone to meet Naruto in the forest on the island, somewhere nice and secluded, to start her bloodbending training. And the Avatar couldn't deny, she actually felt a little excited to be learning such a thing. So, what are we going to be starting on first? Korra asked as she sat across from Naruto, wondering where they'll start. Normally, we'd be starting on a full moon, when waterbenders are at their strongest. But since the last full moon was last night, I don't think it'd be a good idea to wait an entire month to begin teaching you bloodbending. So instead, we'll focus on something simple, but still useful, that doesn't require the full moon. Listening for a person's heartbeat. Said Naruto, with Korra nodding, as she was eager to learn this, while being glad that it was something simple and not dangerous. I'm guessing that's why we're out here, alone. Korra said, with Naruto nodding at her words. Correct. It's easier to learn when you only focus on 1 or 2 heartbeats at a time, along with avoiding the chance of being overloaded by hearing too many at once. Now, close your eyes. Instructed Naruto, with Korra doing so, while Naruto followed not long after. Now focus. Block out the sounds around you, the wind, the ocean, the leaves, the animals, even your breathing. Block it all out and listen for the beat. Naruto said, with Korra giving a small nod as she began focusing, while working to block out the noise around her. It took a few moments, but soon every sound around her began fading away until Korra couldn't even hear her own breathing. With the only thing left was the darkness from her closed eyes. For a few moments, Korra didn't hear anything and began thinking that something was wrong until she finally heard it. Ba-dump. 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 Korra's eyes flew open with a gasp while seeing Naruto looking at her with a small smile. You heard it. Naruto stated, with the girl nodding in amazement and excitement. I did. I actually heard a heartbeat. Said Korra, while smiling at how she managed to actually hear it and so quickly at that. You did great, Korra, I'm actually surprised that you managed to get it down that quickly. But of course, that was the easy part. Now, we'll be working on you being able to hear it without focusing, before moving on to hearing it above other sounds. Once you're able to do all that, we'll start building you up to being able to listen to multiple heartbeats, then being able to tell what a person is feeling by the way their heart beats. Said Naruto, with Korra nodding, eager to continue on as they closed their eyes again, knowing that the rest of her training likely won't be as easy. Time skipped 2 days. 2 days have passed since Korra began her bloodbending training under Naruto, and so far, she's made good progress in listening to people's heartbeats. But not as much as she would have liked. She's managed to successfully hear a heartbeat above the sound of other noises. But unfortunately, that was about as much progress as she's made since she's been unable to begin learning to hear multiple heartbeats at once. Korra had been a little disappointed that she wasn't picking it up as quickly as when she first tried. Having expected it to be easy since she's the Avatar and originally a waterbender. With Naruto reminding her that while bloodbending originates from waterbending, it's still unlike any other form of bending. Something that Korra accepted and knew it'll take much longer for her to get it down. Especially since Naruto had the advantage in being Zaya's host. But that also being another problem, since they had to take things slow and carefully to make sure Zai didn't gain too much influence over her too quickly. Though not all things were good, with Councilman Terlock having suddenly shown up at dinner and asked Korra to join his task force. One he's assembling to hunt down the remaining Equalists and the monster that had attacked the rally. But the Avatar, being thankful that Naruto wasn't there to hear that, not liking how he was seen as a monster and killer when he wasn't in control of himself. Korra had rejected his offer since she wouldn't admit it, but she was still terrified of Carnage. Both at the thought of him killing her and taking her power for himself, along with the fact that he could also take away her bending, like he did to Amon. The latter of whom Korra was also still scared of. As even with him no longer being a threat, with his bending gone and exposure as a fraud, she was still scared of what he could have done had Carnage not shown up. Currently, Naruto and Korra were sitting outside the dormitories with Korra rubbing Naga's belly. Though she soon heard two sets of footsteps approaching and looked to see Bolin, Mako, and Pabu. "Hello, fellow teammate." Bolin greeted. "Hey Korra." Mako said with a wave before glancing at Naruto curiously. "Hey Bolin, Mako." Korra replied. "Missed you at practice this week," stated Bolin since they hadn't seen Korra at practice since the rally. "Yeah, sorry about that," said Korra, feeling bad about how she hasn't been showing up for practice recently due to her having a lot on her mind lately. "It's fine. It probably doesn't even matter since we don't have the money to add to the tournament pot," said Mako, disappointed that they won't be participating in the tournament. "Anyways, the reason I came by was to give you this." "Ta-da," Bolin said, while pulling out a cupcake and a rose, surprising Korra at the gift before she glanced at Naruto when she felt his heartbeat pick up slightly and saw a brief flash of annoyance on his face. "Wow, thanks. What's this for?" asked Korra, not sure what the gift was for. Oh, I can't remember now." "Oh yeah, now I remember. You saved me from Amon. Not to mention that crazy Carnage guy," answered Bolin, like it was obvious. "Hey, I was there too. Where's my cupcake?" Mako asked, while frowning. "There was only one cupcake." Bolin deadpanned, with Korra giggling before holding the cupcake out for Mako. "Here, tough guy," said Korra, only for Mako to wave it off since he was just messing with his brother. "And that? It was no big deal," Korra said to Bolin with a shrug. "No big deal, are you serious? I was totally freaking out when he was coming at me with his creepy mask all, 'I will take away your bending forever.' And then Carnage showing up and going all blood. More blood. I mean that is scary stuff, I still can't sleep well." Bolin said, while shivering, since he still had nightmares about what happened. "So, who's this?" asked Mako, wanting to steer the conversation away from the current topic, and he was curious of who Naruto was. "Oh right. Guys, this is Naruto, a friend staying on the island. Naruto, these are my teammates on the Fire Ferrets and friends, Mako and Bolin. He was at the rally but was able to get away." Korra said, knowing it wasn't her place to tell them who Naruto really is and wasn't sure how they would react. "Oh. Sorry if I," Bolin said, now feeling awkward at bringing up the rally to someone else who had been there. "It's fine, I'm just glad to have made it out alive," said Naruto. "You were at the rally?" Mako asked, while narrowing his eyes, given it had originally been an equalist rally. "Yes. And no, I'm not an equalist, nor do I support them. I'm not even a non-bender, I'm a waterbender. I only went to see if Amon actually wished to create equality between benders and non-benders, with the only thing that I saw being a madman and a liar," said Naruto, while bending some water to prove his point, making Mako relax and nod in agreement about Amon. Suddenly, everyone's attention turned to the council page showing up with a large basket of flowers and other gifts. Making Korra groan at the sight, since it wasn't the first gift that Terlok sent her to try and make her change her mind. "Delivery for Avatar Korra. Terlok sends his compliments and urges you to reconsider his offer," said the page. "Tell him, I haven't changed my mind," Korra replied, with the page bowing before walking off. "Terlok?" Mako asked. "Who's this Terlok guy? Is he bothering you?" "Cause I could have a word with him," said Bolin, while punching his fist into his hand. No, it's not like that. He's just some old guy who works with Tenzin on the council," Korra said, while amused at the idea of Bolin beating up Terlok. "Oh, good. Good, that sounds better. I like that better," said Bolin. "Well, I gotta get going, since I'm meeting someone soon. See ya," Mako said, before turning and leaving, while giving them a wave. Having come to check up on Korra but still needed to meet up with Asami to go meet her father. Later City Hall. The rest of the day, Korra had to deal with Terlok sending her more and more gifts, each more extravagant than the last, one of which even being a brand new Satomobile. With Korra only growing more and more annoyed with each gift and that Terlok wouldn't take no for an answer. With his most recent gift being the most extravagant, with it being a gala that he was throwing in her honor, which actually intrigued Korra. With the Avatar agreeing to go, if only out of curiosity to see it for herself and a chance to get some time off the island. Though she had also asked Naruto to go with her, not wanting him to be left alone on the island while they were gone. Naruto was reluctant to go but was more annoyed that he had to dress up in a suit for it. "I never thought I'd actually prefer my other suit," Naruto said as they entered City Hall. "Come on, it's just one night. Besides, I think you look good," said Korra as she smiled at Naruto while looking him up and down, seeing that he did look rather handsome in the gala clothes. "Thanks, you look really pretty," Naruto muttered, with Korra's smile widening at his compliment. Though her attention turned to the other guests when they started clapping at her entrance. "I can't believe this is all for me," said Korra, not believing this was all for her. Don't be fooled, Korra, this isn't just some party to celebrate. Naruto said, with Tenzin nodding in agreement. Naruto's right. I'm not sure what Terloc's plotting, but keep your guard up. It's not like him to throw a party just for the fun of it. Said Tenzin, knowing this was all another one of Terloc's schemes, he just wasn't sure how it all worked. I'm so glad you could make it, Avatar Korra. And guest. Terlock said, smiling as he walked up to them, before looking at Naruto and wondered who he was. This is my friend, Naruto, I invited him to come along with us. I hope that's not a problem. Said Korra. Certainly not, any friend of the Avatars is more than welcome. But if you'd excuse us, the city awaits its hero. Terlock said, wanting to get Korra away from Tenzin. Korra walking off with Terlock, though grabbed Naruto's hand to pull him along, with them soon walking up to an older-looking gentleman. Korra, it's my pleasure to introduce Republic City's most famous industrialist, Hiroshi Sato. Terlock introduced the man. Nice to meet you. Replied Korra as Hiroshi bowed. We're all expecting great things from you. Hiroshi said, making Korra look away, while Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly at the man. Right, greatness. Muttered Korra. Hey, Korra, Naruto. Said Mako, while walking up to them with Asami and Bolin. This is my daughter, Asami. Hiroshi said, as Asami smiled at Korra. It's lovely to meet you. Mako's told me so much about you. Said Asami. Really? Because he hasn't mentioned you at all. How did you two meet? Korra asked, confused as to when Mako could have met Asami, only to be surprised when Bolin reappeared beside her. Asami crashed into him on her moped. Answered Bolin. What? Are you okay? Asked Korra, worried about her teammate. I'm fine. More than fine. Mr. Sato agreed to sponsor our team, we're back in the tournament. Mako said, not believing how they could now participate in the tournament. Isn't that great? Said Bolin, just as excited. Yeah, terrific. Korra said, not sharing their excitement, since that's now another thing on her increasingly filled up plate. Though she smiled at Naruto when he gave her hand a gentle squeeze, glad he was here. Only for her smile to vanish when she saw the police chief and Terlock wave her over. Chief Beefrong, I believe you and Avatar Korra have already met. Terlock said, with Lin glaring at Korra and Naruto. Just because the city's throwing you this big to-do, don't think you're something special. You've done absolutely nothing to deserve this. Lin said harshly, as Korra gladly glared back at her. And just because her name's on it doesn't mean Korra planned it. You want to be angry at someone, be angry at the ponytail man. Said Naruto, while pointing his thumb at Terlock, whose eye twitched at the nickname. Lin glared at him for a moment before walking away, while Naruto looked at Korra and saw the saddened expression on her face. Don't let what she said get to you. Remember, your choices, your decisions, and damn what anyone else says. Naruto whispered in her ear, with Korra nodding in thanks. I'm really glad you came. Replied Korra, feeling grateful that she asked him to come with her, with Naruto nodding in response. After a while, Korra had been pulled away by Terlock, leaving Naruto behind, much to the blonde's annoyance. With him wanting nothing more than to punch the councilman in the face. Though he groaned when he heard a familiar dark chuckle in his mind. And here I was hoping I was done with you. Naruto thought, as Carnage laughed loudly in his mind. Oh, that is absolutely precious. You really think some fancy piece of paper will keep me down? I might not be able to take control, but I will always be here, Naruto, and nothing you or anyone does will ever change that. Carnage taunted. Maybe, but it keeps you locked away, like the rabid animal you are. Naruto mentally retorted. Careful what you say, Naruto. That seal won't last forever, and when it fails, I'm gonna have so much fun with these humans. I'll even get to complete our collection of elements, maybe by using one of those little brats, or even the one still in the woman's stomach. Then I'll move on to the Avatar and show her what bloodbending can really do. Growled Carnage, with Naruto clenching his fists in anger, but didn't react, knowing that's what he wanted. What do you want, Carnage? Naruto thought, knowing he wouldn't contact just to taunt him. I just thought I'd let you know that Terlock is another of mine. He's a child of blood, from a more powerful lineage at that. Just thought I'd warn you, since he seems obsessed with your little girlfriend. Said Carnage, before cutting the connection, as Naruto tensed, while his eyes widened at this, not even registering how Carnage called Korra his girlfriend. Only that Terlock was a bloodbender and currently with Korra. Looking around, Naruto soon spotted Korra and Terlock coming down some stairs, right into a crowd of reporters. Oh, you son of a bitch. Naruto thought, now seeing what Terlock's game is, and swore to rip his throat out. Avatar Korra, you witnessed the danger that this Carnage poses to the city, along with the remnants of the Equalists that have escaped custody. How serious a threat do they pose to the innocent citizens of Republic City? I think they present a real problem. Korra replied, though sounding unsure. Then why have you refused to join Terlock's task force? As the Avatar, shouldn't you be going after Carnage and the Equalists? Well, Why are you backing away from this fight? What? No. I've never backed away from anything in my life. Retorted Korra, now getting frustrated with the questions. You promised to serve the city, aren't you going back on that promise now? Do you think pro-bending is more important than fighting a serial killer spirit? How do you think Avatar Aang would have handled this? Korra was becoming more confused, annoyed, and intimidated by the constant bombarding questions. Her eyes darted around before they soon found Naruto in the crowd. Seeing him look at her in worry and concern helped ease her nerves and remember his words. My choices, my decisions, and damn what anyone else says. Korra thought. Are you afraid of carnage? One reporter asked, a question that normally would have made Korra snap and give in to join Terloc's task force. But she refused to bend to the whims of Terlock and these hounding reporters. I believe the Carnage and the remaining Equalists do pose a danger to Republic City, but I do not believe that forming a task force to hunt them down is the answer. By hunting down and arresting Equalists and non-benders, we'd only further be dividing the city more than it already is and proving the Equalists right. Now is the time for benders and non-benders to stand together rather than apart. As for Carnage, I can't make any promises, but to hopefully find him and stop him before anyone else can get hurt. That's all. Korra said, before pushing past the reporters, ignoring any further questions, while Terlock scowled at seeing his attempt to trick Korra into joining his task force has failed. Making her way to Naruto, Korra felt him wrap an arm around her before guiding her out of City Hall. Followed by Tenzin and his family, with the airbending master looking at his student in pride. You handle yourself well in there, Korra. I almost expected you to break and give in to Terlock's demands. But I'm proud you held yourself together. Tenzin said, while smiling at Korra, which she tentatively returned. I just remembered some advice I got from a friend. Said Korra, while glancing at Naruto, only to see the frown on his face. Naruto, is something wrong? Korra asked, with Naruto looking at them, before glancing at the children, with Tenzin getting the silent message. Pima, why don't you and the children go wait for us, we'll be along shortly. Tenzin said, with Pima nodding, figuring whatever they needed to talk about wasn't safe for children to hear. Terlock's a bloodbender. Revealed Naruto, once Pima and the children were out of earshot, as Korra and Tenzin looked at him with wide eyes, shocked at what he just said. Terlock, a bloodbender, are you sure? Tenzin asked urgently, since this was a very serious problem if Terlock was a bloodbender and none of them realized it. Yes, Carnage spoke to me, he can sense children of blood and Terlock's one of them. He also said that he comes from a powerful lineage as well. Replied Naruto, further shocking the Avatar and Airbender. All of them knowing just how much more complicated things have become with this knowledge. 2 weeks have passed since the gala, and Terlock's failed attempt to manipulate Korra into joining his task force, along with Naruto revealing the fact that Terlock is a bloodbender. With Tenzin having informed Lin of this the next day, but told her it'd be best not to make a move against Terlock until they had actual proof of him being a bloodbender. Something the police chief didn't like, not wanting another threat running around Republic City. Even more so, with Terlock's task force going around, arresting the remnants of the Equalists, or anyone suspected of supporting them. But Lin also understood the need for secrecy, given the fragile state that the city is in, at the moment. With not only the Equalists' remnants and the factions that were born from them, still running around. But the amount people that are fearful of Carnage, as well. Though she did assign some trusted officers to follow Terlock covertly and without his knowledge. But if they were discovered, then they had the cover story of acting as protection for the councilman against any Equalists that might try attacking him. Though there was another problem after the gala, with the city becoming divided on Korra's decision to not join the task force. With some supporting her decision to not drive a bigger wedge between benders and non-benders. And those that didn't support it, believing that the Avatar wasn't doing anything to help them. Well, Korra began realizing and accepting that not everyone would be happy with the choices she makes, but refused to let anyone change her mind. She's the Avatar, and she'll do what she believes is the right choice, no matter what anyone else thinks. Currently, Naruto and Korra were outside on Air Temple Island, continuing the latter's blood-bending training. With Korra having made good progress in listening to multiple heartbeats at once without being overwhelmed by them. Unfortunately, she's still having trouble with being able to tell what a person is feeling or if they're lying from the way their heart beats. You're getting frustrated. Naruto stated, without opening his eyes, while the Avatar opened hers and gave him an annoyed look. Of course I'm getting frustrated. Seriously, how hard can this be? I thought it'd be easy to be able to tell if a person is lying. Said Korra, having thought it'd be easy to tell if a person is lying from their heartbeat. There are different ways a person's heart can react to certain situations that'd make it seem like they're lying. An example could be when someone is being interrogated. They could be completely innocent of any crimes, but would still be nervous at being questioned in such a way. Or someone like Milo, who's always bouncing around. Their heartbeat would always be beating rapidly from all the movements. And then there are people who can remain completely calm under stress and their heartbeat wouldn't even so much as flutter. It's not just about listening to their heartbeat. You also need to observe the person themselves and search for signs or reactions that may give off. Along with being capable of catching them off guard as well. Naruto explained, with Korra calming down and listening to his words while nodding slowly in understanding. That makes sense, I guess. Hey, how'd you get so good at this anyway, if you usually avoid being around people? Asked Korra, wondering how Naruto got so good at listening to heartbeats if he isolated himself. Carnage likes to play with his food. And I can still hear what's happening while he's in control. Naruto said tersely, with the avatar gulping at that, since she had a feeling that she didn't want to know how Zai plays with his food, but she could guess. The full moon is in a couple days. Are you ready? Asked Naruto, pulling Korra from her thoughts while reminding her that the full moon would be coming soon. And with it, her first actual blood-bending lesson. Why yeah, as ready as I can be. Korra replied, willing to admit that the upcoming full moon was part of her frustration. While she knew it was her choice to learn bloodbending, it still made Korra nervous that soon she'd have the power to control another living being in such a way. Though she was relieved to learn that Naruto wasn't going to have her bloodbend anything alive. Instead, they would be using special mannequins filled with some of the blood from the shipments that Tenzin's been getting to keep Carnage sated. But knew that eventually she'll have to practice on living things as well. The avatar was pulled from her thoughts when she felt Naruto's hand on her shoulder. I know it won't be easy. But I promise, I won't have you do anything you're too uncomfortable with and we'll do it whenever you're ready. Said Naruto, not wanting to force Korra to do something she didn't want to do. While he was fully expecting her to bloodbend living creatures when she got to that point, Naruto also won't force Korra to do it too quickly. Knowing that it'd only make her more scared and more susceptible to Zai's influence. The more afraid she is of the power, the easier it'll be for the dark spirit to get inside her head. I know, and thank you. But this was my choice, and I'm sticking to it. Korra replied, smiling at the whiskered blonde, who nodded and smiled as well, before they resumed their positions and listened to the heartbeats around the island. Though partway through, Korra opened her eyes again, as something Naruto said reminded her of something she'd been meaning to ask. Hey, I also wanted to ask. What's with that blood suit that Zai put you in at the rally? Is that just to scare people? Korra asked, wondering if the suit was just a means to scare people, or if it served some other purpose. Partly. Yes, it is good for terrifying people, something Carnage enjoys, since it gives him entertainment in chasing people. Rather than if they fought back against who they thought was just a normal person. But it's also to hide my identity, as despite what he likes claiming, we're not invincible. Yet. So the suit is to hide my identity and make it impossible for me to be connected to any of his attacks. Allowing me to continue moving around without worry of being hunted down or labeled as a criminal. The suit also has other purposes, like making me stronger and faster than any normal bender. More than I usually am, given how I can gain more elements and strengthen my ability to bend them by drinking the blood of a bender. Along with being able to stick to walls. But its most dangerous ability is that because the suit is made entirely from my blood, it can be shaped and molded into any weapon Carnage can think of, turning my entire body into a weapon. And as you saw the night we fought, I'm practically indestructible like that, since I would just regenerate or reform from any damage that was dealt to me. Naruto explained, as Korra looked at him in surprise, not thinking the blood suit would come with that kind of power. It actually made her grateful that Carnage seemed to have been holding back against her, likely to taunt her that he didn't even need to try in order to beat her. Wow. You know, if it wasn't for the fact that it was made by Carnage, I'd really want a suit like that. Said Korra, admitting how awesome it'd be to have a suit that'd give her that kind of power, in addition to her bending. Plus, Korra would secretly admit, despite looking terrifying, it was also really badass. Yeah, it is useful. I've actually been considering recreating it. Naruto revealed, surprising Korra once again. You can still make the suit. But isn't Zai sealed away by that talisman? Said Korra, with Naruto nodding in confirmation. Yeah, he is. But I still have access to all the powers that being his host grants me, he just can't take control of my body. And I've been thinking of recreating the suit as a way to keep my identity hidden. Should I ever need to bend multiple elements or use some other abilities that aren't normal. But I haven't been able to think of how it should look since I don't want to just use Carnage's version of it. Naruto said, not wanting to look like Carnage when he does use the suit. Well if you want, I could help you think of some ideas for what the suit could look like. Offered Korra, figuring it could be fun, helping Naruto design his new suit. I'd appreciate the help. But don't think this'll get you out of your training. Naruto said, smirking, which Korra returned, while also being glad to see he was being more expressive as compared to his usual stoicism. Wouldn't dream of it. Replied Korra before the two resumed her training. Time skipped 3 days. Naruto sighed as he sat outside, looking over the drawings of the designs and ideas he and Korra had come up with a few days ago for his suit. While they were good, he still felt that something was missing from it. "What are you doing?" asked Jinora from behind Naruto, surprising the blonde that he didn't hear her footsteps or her heartbeat. "I was deeper in thought than originally I believed," Naruto thought as Jinora looked over his shoulder at the drawings. "Wow, those are really good, I didn't know you could draw Naruto. But what are they for?" Jinora asked, wondering what the designs were for. "It's actually a suit that Korra is helping me design. So I can hide my identity should I ever need to use the abilities that I can use due to the spirit inside of me. Or if it ever takes control and causes any problems, so no trouble is drawn to me, Korra, or your family for letting me stay here," answered Naruto, with Jinora looking at the designs with renewed interest. "Well, they definitely look pretty cool. Like from some of the books I read." "Oh. Like the books about Lord Zuko's time as the Blue Spirit when he saved Grandpa Ong when he was captured by the Fire Nation. Or when he and his uncle Iroh went into hiding," Inora said, always eager to talk about the books she's read, especially about the adventures that her grandparents and their friends went on during the 100-Year War. "Blue Spirit?" asked Naruto, raising a brow while Jinora nodded with a smile. "Yeah, it was the name Lord Zuko was given when he was disguised. He first created the guise after Grandpa Ong was captured by Admiral Zhao. As at the time, it was Zuko's mission to capture the Avatar and regain his lost honor so he can return home. But he couldn't directly free the Avatar or he would be branded a traitor. So, he created the persona of the Blue Spirit where he was dressed all in black and wielded a set of Dao blades so he wouldn't reveal his firebending. With him being named the Blue Spirit due to the blue mask he wore. He freed Ong and the two escaped, but Zuko was knocked out by an archer, with Ong learning who he was. But despite them being enemies and the times Zuko's tried capturing him, Ong still saved him. After that, Zuko only used the Blue Spirit disguise during the time he and his uncle Iroh were being chased by his sister, Azula, and stole in order for them to survive. But when they went to Ba Sing Se to start a new life and remain hidden, Zuko gave up the Blue Spirit identity after freeing Ong's Kai Bison, Appa. Jinora explained, having heard the story from her grandmother and even Zuko whenever he visited the island. While Naruto was surprised to hear this, having only ever heard the basic details of the adventures of Ong and his friends. Nothing about the details in between him mastering the elements and defeating the Fire Lord. So it was interesting to hear such a story about the former banished prince turned Fire Lord. "I guess you really like stories, huh?" Naruto stated in amusement while Jinora blushed in embarrassment, realizing she probably was rambling again, something she tended to do whenever talking about books and stories. "Yeah, sorry if I rambled or bothered you," said Jinora, only for Naruto to chuckle and wave it off. "It's fine. There's nothing wrong with enjoying books and stories, it's actually a good thing for you to do. As it helps you learn new things and grow from knowing about the experiences of others. Plus, you never know when something you read will come in handy." Naruto replied, making the young airbender smile and nod. "So, you got any ideas for the suit?" questioned Naruto, showing Jinora the design again, wondering if she might have some ideas. How about an emblem or something unique? Each of the 4 nations have their own emblem, with the city of Zaofu having created their own unique emblem from the Earth Kingdoms. You could add one to your suit to show that it's yours, something you created. Inora suggested, with Naruto looking at the design while humming in thought at the suggestion. "That could be a good idea. Thanks, Jinora," said Naruto while smiling at the girl, which she returned. "Glad I could help," Jinora stated. "You know, you're pretty smart and mature for a kid," Naruto said, smirking while the airbender looked offended. "Hey, I'm not a kid. I'm almost 11 and have learned everything my dad has to teach about airbending," stated Jinora while crossing her arms, not liking to be called a kid, especially since she's the most mature and intelligent out of her siblings, despite Ikki's claims of her being mean and bossy. Sure. Whatever you say, kid," said Naruto, with his smirk widening as Jinora blew a gust of wind at him in response. Though their attention then turned when they heard footsteps approaching and saw Tenzin walking towards them. "Jinora, there you are, I was looking for you," Tenzin said, with Jinora standing up and facing her father. "Did you need something, Dad?" asked Jinora, with the airbending master shaking his head. "No, I just wanted to tell you, your grandmother has arrived. And the others should already be meeting her at the docks," answered Tenzin, making his daughter smile brightly. Gran is here," Jinora said, before running off to go meet Katara, with Tenzin smiling at a retreating figure before sighing while Naruto stood up. "I'm guessing Katara knows about me," stated Naruto as he pocketed his drawings while Tenzin nodded. "Yes, I had tried keeping your presence here a secret. But after she learned about what was happening in the city, along with the appearance of carnage, my mother contacted me. And it was difficult keeping your presence here a secret, along with you being Zaya's host. Tenzin revealed, while being relieved that he was at least able to keep Korra's bloodbending training a secret, knowing exactly how his mother would react to such news. But, if there's one thing my mother kept in her age, it's her stubbornness and refusal to give up on finding out what's going on. Eventually, she learned about you being here, and combined with Carnage's appearance at the rally. It wasn't long before she pieced together what was happening and decided to come here, herself. Said Tenzin, with Naruto nodding, well knowing things will be tense with Katara being here and her stance on bloodbending. Oh, what a shame, she chose to reject my gift. She had such talent as a child of blood, such rage and hatred within her against the Fire Nation, and especially the man who killed her mother. She could have been powerful, but instead chose to reject my gift. I'll take a special enjoyment in killing her. Carnage said, despising any waterbenders that receive his gift and refuse to use it. Well, then it'd be best to get this over with. Said Naruto, ignoring Carnage's threats of what he'll do to Katara as he and Tenzin went down to the docks to greet Katara. When they arrived, they saw that Tenzin's family was already there, with his children crowding around Katara. Before she caught sight of her son, and smiled. Tenzin, it's so good to see you again. Katara said, while hugging her son. It's good to see you as well, mother, and you're just in time. Pima should be expecting any day now. Tenzin said, wrapping an arm around his wife, as Pima smiled and rubbed her stomach. I'm sure the newest addition will be eager to meet their grandmother, just like their siblings. Said Pima, with Katara smiling and nodding, glad for the chance to be here for the birth of her newest grandchild. Though her attention then turned to Naruto, who Katara regarded with a guarded and wary expression. Though despite knowing he's a bloodbender and the host of the spirit of blood, himself. Katara was at least willing to try and be formal with him. Though she will also be ready, should here's I try something. As well she is old, that didn't mean her skills have diminished. And you must be Naruto, it's nice to meet you as well. Tenzin's told me a lot about you. Katara said, with Naruto not needing to listen to her heart to tell she's lying. I'm sure he has. It's honor to meet a waterbending master of your renowned status. Said Naruto with a slight bow, knowing that while things were tense, there's no denying that Katara is one of the greatest waterbenders and healers in the world. Everyone's attention then turned to the dock as another boat arrived, with Korra and Naga getting off. The Avatar had just returned from the pro-bending arena after practicing with her teammates. Though when Korra saw Katara, she was momentarily surprised before smiling and went over to her. Katara. It's so great to see you again. Korra said, well bound to her waterbending master, with Katara smiling and hugging her student. You as well Korra, you as well. Replied Katara. Later. It must be great for you to be back here. Korra said as she and Katara walked around Air Temple Island. It is. I remember when Aang had finally finished building it all. He was so happy, and so was I at seeing the home where we get to raise our family together. Said Katara, smiling as she looked around, remembering all the time she spent here with her family. So I'm guessing you're here because of Naruto. Stated Korra, having seen the way her former master looked at Naruto, the same wary look she's seen everyone else that's in the know gave him. Yes. After learning what happened here and who he has within him, I felt it was necessary to come here myself. Now I know you are more than capable of taking care of yourself. But Korra, I think it might be best that you be careful around Naruto. Katara said, with the Avatar frowning in annoyance, feeling like she always hears the same thing when talking to someone about Naruto. Naruto isn't a threat, he wasn't in control of himself and only a puppet for Zai to use. And he has a talisman that keeps him from being controlled. Said Korra, with Katara nodding, having learned about the seal keeping Zai from controlling Naruto. Perhaps, but I still believe you should be careful and on guard should something ever happen to break that seal. I just don't wish to see you get hurt by letting your feelings cloud your judgment, Korra. Katara said. I'm not letting anything cloud my judgment. I know Naruto isn't some monster everyone's making him out to be. Retorted Korra while storming off before she said something she would regret, with the girl having enough of everyone telling her to be careful around Naruto or that he was dangerous. But Korra soon finding herself at the meditation pavilion as she sighed before sitting down in a meditative position, wanting to try and clear her mind and calm down. Seriously, why can't people see that Naruto isn't cruel or bloodthirsty, like Zai he doesn't want to hurt anyone and even tried to get rid of his bending to do so. But they just see him as dangerous or like he's going to start killing people. Well, I seem to be the only one really making an effort to get to know Naruto and help him. I just wish someone else would encourage me to help him rather than tell me to be careful. That I am doing the right thing. Korra thought, knowing that while she's becoming more assured of herself and her decisions, it still felt good to get some encouragement every now and then. You are doing the right thing, Korra. The sudden voice made Korra's eyes snap open before they widened in shock at who she saw sitting right in front of her. He looked older and had a beard along his jawline, but otherwise, he looked exactly same as his statue in the bay. Ong. Korra muttered in shock and awe while Ong smiled at his successor. You're finally in touch with your spiritual self. Stated Ong as Korra's shock soon turned into excitement. I can't believe it. You're here, you're actually here, I'm really talking to you and contacting you. Korra said, excited that she's actually managed to contact her past life, even if she didn't intend to, it still made her excited at finally making progress in her spiritual training. I am and you are. And you have your friend to thank for it, while he may not like it, he's very spiritually connected as well. Along with helping you become more confident in who you are, both as a person and as the avatar. Said Ong, with Korra's excitement calming slightly while thinking over his words, realizing he meant Naruto. Yeah, he's really helped me a lot. Korra said, while smiling slightly, knowing Naruto's been a great help to her since they met. Ong, do you really think I'm doing the right thing in helping Naruto? Even with everything Zai has forced him to do? Korra asked, with Ong nodding. I do. As despite what's happened, Naruto himself isn't a bad person, the only thing he's guilty of is being human. When he allowed Zai to enter his body, he did so at a time when he didn't care who it was. Only that they offered him the power he desired for revenge, while having no one there to help him. While she may not like it, Katara could have easily been in the same place as Naruto, if not for her family and friends being there for her. So never doubt what you're doing, Korra. As you may not know it, but you simply being there for Naruto is helping him, greatly. And never give up in pursuing him, no matter how much he pushes you away. Replied Ong, emphasizing with Korra in her pursuit of Naruto, like his own pursuit of Katara. Granted she wasn't possessed by a dark spirit, but he still never gave up and was happy when they could finally be together. And if he were still alive, he would no doubtfully do the same thing as Korra and try to help Naruto rather than condemn him or be cautious of him. Korra looked at Ong in surprise at his words, though looked away when he mentioned her pursuing Naruto, feeling there was another meaning behind his words. In fact, I'd say that Naruto and Zai are quite similar to yourself, Korra. Ong added, making the girl look at him in confusion. What do you mean? How are we similar? Korra asked, only to get a chuckle from her past life. You'll learn in time. Just believe in yourself and your decisions, Korra. The best thing any avatar can do is always remain true to themselves. Said Ong, making Korra smile and nod before bowing her head. Thank you for the advice, it really means a lot to me. Korra said, with Ong nodding, before he began vanishing. Of course. And don't forget, we'll always be here whenever you need help. Said Ong, before he fully vanished, leaving Korra alone to think over his words. Feeling better than she was before, Korra got up and went to find Naruto and talk with him. Only to find him walking around the training area. Hey, I was just looking for you. Korra said, glad that he was already nearby. Yeah, I was just taking a walk around the island. Figured it'd be better if I avoided being around Katara for a while. Said Naruto, with Korra wincing at his words, but understood his reasoning. Yeah, but don't worry, I'm sure things will get better in time. And no matter what, I'm here if you need anything or want to talk. Replied Korra as she smiled at him, while being glad when she saw him relax slightly and return the smile. Thank you, Korra. Naruto said, feeling better at hearing her words, having felt a little worried that with Katara being here, she'd try to make sure Korra didn't spend time around him. Not to mention, if she found out about him teaching her bloodbending. Don't mention it, we're friends. Also I've been meaning to say that if you want, I can help you improve your waterbending, earthbending and firebending. Since I doubt you have a lot of time to practice or learn actual bending techniques. And I figure it's only fair that if you're training me, that I can train you as well. Said Korra, with Naruto thinking it over and knew that, while he was a powerful bender, he also didn't really have any actual technique and mostly just did it on instinct rather than with any actual skill. Yeah, that'd be great. Naruto replied with a small smile, which Korra returned. Great. But fair warning, I've never been known to hold back. Said Korra, while flashing Naruto's smirk. I'd be insulted if you did. Naruto stated with a smirk of his own before the two got into their own stances, ready to start training right now. Time skip 3 days. Korra held a blob of water in her hands while looking at Mako and Bolin with a determined look. Quickly, she split the water blobs in two and rapidly launches each smaller water bullet at Mako and Bolin. Bolin raised his right arm in front of him, with an earth disc following the motion and hovering in front of his face. As the water blob Korra launched at him strikes the disc, he was shoved back a little by the impact. Meanwhile, Mako moved back and twisted around, vaporizing the incoming blob with an arc of fire, before immediately retaliating with 2 fire punches. Bolin's earth disc was destroyed by Mako's fire attack. Well, Korra aimed another water blast at Mako, with the firebender jumping over it. Well, Bolin launches an earth disc at Korra, forcing her to shield herself with water from a nearby tank. Mako then fired a blast at each of his teammates, which both of them block with their respective element. The second fire blast hit Bolin square in the stomach, throwing him back. But not want to go down easily, Bolin threw his fist, launching one last earth disc. Well, Korra launched a water blob straight at Mako, but was knocked back with a grunt as the earth disc slammed into her stomach. With Mako grunting, when Korra's water attack hits him straight in the face, flinging him to the ground several meters from where he was standing. They're pretty good. Naruto thought, having accompanied Korra to her practice to see how the three fought, having gotten a good feel for Korra's own abilities during their training. Now he wanted to see how she was when restricted by the rules of pro bending, along with wanting to see how good Mako and Bolin were, and he could see they were really great. Not a moment later, all three fire ferrets sat up laughing before getting to their feet. That was really great. Keep this up, and we'll have a spot in the tournament in no time, said Mako, taking off his helmet, glad for how great they've been doing in training. I feel like a winner already, Korra stated, while smirking. We've got this in the bag, said Bolin, eager for the chance to show off their skills in the tournament. Okay, come on, team huddle time. It's our first match of the tournament, tomorrow night. I know the three of us haven't been a team for very long, but even so, the fire ferrets have never been this good. Are we ready? Mako asked, with Korra and Bolin nodding in determination. We're ready, Korra and Bolin replied. Not quite, since you'll be needing these, said Asami as she entered the gym, carrying a bag, with Mako smiling at seeing her. Hey Asami, Mako greeted. Good morning, sweetie, replied Asami, smiling, while handing them the Future Industries uniforms. These new uniforms look great, Mako said as he looked over the uniforms, glad to see how they turned out. You look great, champ, stated Asami, before they did an Eskimo kiss. Do they do this all the time? Naruto asked, wondering if it was normal for couples to have such displays in front of others. Yes, stated Bolin with a deadpan expression. Ahoo. Korra replied, before glancing at Naruto, who looked at her as well, both of them silently contemplating their own feelings for each other. Oh, Naruto, I didn't see you there for a moment, said Asami, a little embarrassed at seeing Naruto was here and after the display of affection between her and Mako. Well, teammates and Naruto, I'll see you guys later. Asami and I have a lunch date, Mako said as Asami grabbed his arm before the couple left, with the three waving at them. Okay, we'll check you guys later. You know, we'll see you when we see ya, said Bolin, while Korra went over and grabbed her bag. See ya Bolin, Naruto and I gotta get back to the island so I can train with Tenzin, Korra said, while waving at the earthbender as she and Naruto left. Later. After training with Tenzin and Naruto, Korra had gone off with Ikki and Jinora to fill up the feeders for the lemurs. So, how's it going with you and Naruto? You've been spending a lot of time together, lately, Jinora said, having noticed how Naruto and Korra seemed to be spending more time together than usual. Oh, yeah. Tell us all about the magical romance, said Ikki, eager to hear the details, while Korra blushed brightly at their words. What are you two talking about? There's nothing going on between me and Naruto, Korra denied, only for the two to roll their eyes. But let's just pretend for a second I am interested in him. What would I do? Asked Korra, wondering if she could get some advice on how to approach Naruto with her feelings. Ooh. I just read a historical saga where the heroine fell in love with the enemy general's son, who's supposed to marry the princess. You should do what she did, Jinora said in excitement. Tell me, Korra said, eager to hear what she had to say. She rode a dragon into battle and burned down the entire country. Then she jumped into a volcano. It was so romantic, said Jinora, swooning at how romantic it was, while Korra's excitement began fading at the unrealistic idea, not to mention how counterproductive it'd be. Well, I'm sure Carnage would appreciate the first part. Naruto, not so much, Korra thought dryly. No. The best way to win a boy's heart is to brew a love potion of rainbows and sunsets that makes true lovers sprout wings and fly into a magical castle in the sky, where they get married and eat clouds with spoons and use stars as ice cubes in their moonlight punch. Forever and ever and ever, Ikki said before airbending herself into the air. The volcano is starting to make more sense to me now, muttered Korra, starting to wonder what else she should have expected from the two little girls before they heard laughing and saw Pima and Katara walking towards them. Oh, hey Pima, Katara. How long were you standing there? Korra asked as the two women smiled. Long enough. But trust me, I know what you're going through, said Pima, with Katara nodding in agreement. Indeed. I had the same problem with Aang, we both cared greatly for each other. But he was the Avatar and the war was still going on. He had to master the elements and defeat Ozai, and I didn't wish to distract him, along with needing to sort out my own feelings. Katara said, understanding what Korra was going through. Though well she didn't like the idea of Korra pursuing a relationship with Naruto, Katara also wasn't going to stop her from being with the one she wants. So what did you both do? Korra asked. Well, for the longest time, I did nothing. I was so shy and was scared of rejection, but eventually it became too painful to do nothing. So I hung my chin out there and I confessed my love to Tenzin. And the rest is history. Ima answered, glad she had taken a chance and had been able to get the one she loved and now had an amazing family. Wow. The three said, amazed at the touching story, before Katara walked up to Korra. Korra, if there's one thing I've learned in my life, it's that sometimes you have to take a leap of faith, said Katara, with Korra looking off to the side, before smiling. The leap of faith. Korra muttered. But Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto sat on the cliffside, looking up at the sky as snow descended around him, contemplating his own feelings for Korra. He knew he liked her, really liked her, but Naruto wasn't sure if he should take a chance and pursue her. Knowing anyone around him was bound to get hurt and the last thing he wanted to do was hurt Korra. The whiskered blonde was then pulled from his thoughts when he heard an approaching heartbeat before looking to see Tenzin. You seem to come out here a lot, usually whenever you seem deep in thought. Tenzin stated, having noticed how Naruto came here whenever he was in thought. Yes, I'm getting predictable. I'll be sure to change it up, said Naruto, making the airbender master chuckle. I'm guessing it's about Korra. Tenzin said knowingly. Yeah. I know what I feel for her, which I probably shouldn't, given my situation. But I've never met anyone like her, said Naruto, knowing that Korra is special, and not just because she's the Avatar, with Tenzin nodding in agreement. Yes, she's certainly a remarkable young woman. Tenzin said, having seen her grow from a child, always shouting that she's the Avatar, into someone that he's sure his father would be proud to call his successor. Naruto, let me give you some advice from someone who was once where you are. Don't worry about what ifs or about your situation. Sometimes, you simply need to take a chance to see where things will take you, rather than wonder what could have been, said Tenzin, given his past relationship with Lin, before realizing Pima was the one for him. Naruto looked at Tenzin, before looking out over the bay and thinking over his words for a few moments, until finally he nodded. Yeah, you're right. Naruto said smiling, not wanting to lose a chance to be with Korra while planning to ask her out after her pro bending match. Later. At the pro bending arena, the crowd was getting excited for the start of the match. While the announcer, Shiro Shinobi, began commentating. Folks, after a year of waiting, the pro bending championship is finally here. Tonight is the first set of matches in our single elimination 16-team bracket. And I gotta tell ya, these are the most tenacious and talented bending trios this arena has ever seen, said Shiro as the crowd cheered. Introducing our first team, the Future Industries Fire Ferrets. And their opponents, the Red Sands Rabaroos. The ring announcer said as both teams stood on the extending bridges soon before stepping onto the arena. The two teams stood across from each other before they each launched attacks that collided against each other the moment the bell rang. With the collisions cancelling out the attacks while forcing the teams to step away to avoid being thrown back. With all three Rabaroos launching a barrage of attacks at Korra, with the Avatar flipping out of the way, with Mako blasting an earth disc that was launched at Korra. Before she and Bolin launched attacks at the firebending Rabaroo, sending them back to the second zone. Followed by managing to launch the other two back as well. With it not being long before all three of them were down, winning them the first round. When the second round started, Bolin was put on the defensive until Korra came to his defense as they launched one of the Rabaroos back to zone 2. Eventually ending in all three of them being taken down again, winning them the second round as well. Before the Fire Ferret soon took the third round as well, after pushing all the Rabaroos back to the third zone, winning the round and the match. All three rounds go to the Future Industries Fire Ferrets, winning them the opening match of the tournament, declared the announcer. That's what I'm talking about. Bolin cheered before addressing their fans, while Korra and Mako returned. Wow, we were really connecting out there in that ring. Mako said, amazed at how well they worked together. Yeah. There's no way we can lose, said Korra, feeling pumped up from not just the tournament but also telling Naruto how she feels. Well, you seem pumped up. Did something interesting happen? Mako asked, making Korra blush. Oh well, nothing happened, yet, said Korra, while muttering the last part to herself. What was tha, said Mako, only to be interrupted when the changing area door opened, revealing Naruto and Asami with Pabu on her shoulder. Congratulations, guys. You were so amazing out there, Asami said, while smiling and kissing Mako's cheek. You were really great out there, Korra, said Naruto, while smiling at the Avatar, which she returned. Yeah, I just got some good advice that really helped me with some stuff I was thinking about. Korra replied. The same for me. And listen, I was wondering if maybe you wanted to go out tonight. Naruto asked nervously, with Korra looking at him in surprise, not expecting him to actually ask her out. Oh why yeah, yes. I'd love to. Just let me get changed. Korra said, smiling in excitement, with Naruto smiling as well, along with being relieved that she said yes. Gee great. Then let's go. Said Naruto as the two exited the room with neither of them noticing Bolin frozen in place, before he lowered his head and sat down on the bench, saddened at losing his chance to ask Korra out, himself. With Mako looking at his brother with a frown, before going over and putting a hand on his shoulder. Don't worry bro, there are plenty of girls out there. Mako said, with Bolin sighing and nodding. Yeah, but I was really looking forward to seeing if Korra and I could work. Said Bolin, having felt that something was going on between Naruto and Korra, but had hoped that he'd have a chance to try first. You gonna be alright? Asked Mako, with Bolin nodding once again. Yeah, I will be. I just need some time right now. Bolin replied, before exiting the room. Later with Naruto and Korra. After Korra got changed, she and Naruto had headed out to a restaurant that Naruto had found, called Naruk's Seaweed Noodlery. With the two having gone inside, while Naga rested outside. So, how do you like it? Naruto asked as they ate their noodles. It's delicious and totally authentic. I didn't realize how much I missed Water Tribe grub. Replied Korra, surprised at how authentic the food was to Water Tribe food back home. Great, I'm glad you like it. I asked around for any places that served Water Tribe food and was pointed here. And it's really great. Naruto said, with Korra nodding in agreement. They are good noodles. Said Korra, with her mouth full, before swallowing and taking notice of someone looking at them. Hey, who's that creepy guy over there who keeps glaring at us? Korra asked, confused at who the stranger that was glaring at them is, with Naruto looking and frowning when he saw who it was. Oh, ignore them. From what I've heard, the guy with the hair is Tano and the White Falls Wolfpits. A pro-bending team that's won the tournament 3 years in a row. Naruto said, not seeing what the big deal with them was, with Korra narrowing her eyes at them, leading to Tano standing up and walking over to them with his entourage. Well, if it isn't the avatar of the Fire Ferrets. Pro-bending saddest excuse for a team. Along with some nobody. Or is he another one of those loser ferrets? Tell me, how did a couple of amateurs like you luck your way into the tournament? Especially you, Avatar. You know, if you'd like to learn how a real pro bends, I could give you some private lessons. Tano said, while leaning in closely to Korra, much to her annoyance as Naruto's eyes briefly flashed red. You wanna go toe-to-toe with me, pretty boy? Demanded Korra, standing up and glaring at Tano, who smirked. Go for it. I'll give you the first shot. Tano taunted, knowing if she hit him, they're out of the tournament. Wow, you must be a terrible bender. Stated Naruto, making everyone look at him, with Tano glaring at him. What did you say, Blondie? Demanded Tano, with Naruto smirking at him. But you must be a terrible bender. After all, if you have to resort to getting your opponents disqualified. Then I think that says a lot about your own skills, or lack thereof. Naruto said, angering the waterbender. Or maybe you just enjoy making fun of people to stroke your pea-sized ego. Because you're really nothing but a third-rate bender that couldn't hope to bend even a puddle. Added Naruto, with Korra suppressing her laughter as Tano's face turned an interesting shade of red. To think of it, what even are you? I honestly can't tell if you're a guy or a girl, since it really doesn't look like you have anything between your legs. Or are you just so small that it's practically non-existent? Naruto taunted. Now officially having enough, Tano shouted in anger before bending a blast of water straight at Naruto. Much to his and Korra's horror when they saw the blast was heading straight for the talisman. Thankfully, they managed to redirect the blast in time before it could hit Naruto. With Korra then whistling, making Naga's head burst through the window, with the polar bear dog roaring in Tano's face. Making him stumble back, with a scream. Though he managed to regain his composure, acting like nothing happened, before walking away. Well, that's truly a shame. Here I am, so close to getting free, and you just have to ruin it. Admit it, you wanted me to come out and rip that sorry excuse for a waterbender apart. Said Zai, with Naruto grunting and ignoring the spirit. You okay? Korra asked, with Naruto nodding in response. Yeah, just Zai being an asshole, nothing new. Let's just have fun. Said Naruto, not wanting the night to be ruined, with Korra nodding in agreement. After they finished their food, the two had gone for a walk around the city. Going through the park and seeing the fireflies, along with the moon shining on the lake. Before they eventually went to the top of Harmony Tower, getting a view of the entire city. Wow, the view up here is amazing. Korra said, having not seen the city from this high up, with it being better with all the lights. Yeah, though I actually have another reason for bringing us up here. said Naruto before looking around, glad to see no one else up here with them. What do you mean? Korra asked as Naruto stepped back. Just watch, replied Naruto before he began focusing, before grunting as blood began emerging from his arms and legs. Then to Korra's amazement, it began covering his body and taking shape into a suit one similar to Carnage's, but less monstrous and more smooth. Being a red bodysuit with black kneepads, a black chest that went down the center of his stomach and stretched down over his outer arms to his fingers, leaving the rest a crimson red color. Along with a red mask covering his head with smooth wide eyes and a black hood with a red interior. While on his chest was a large spider emblem in red with a matching black emblem on his back. What do you think? Naruto said as Korra looked at him in amazement. That is so awesome. Korra said, grinning in excitement at seeing Naruto's suit. You think so? Asked Naruto, smiling under his mask as Korra nodded. Definitely. It looks even better than seeing it as just a drawing. Korra said while looking Naruto over, admiring the suit and how it clung to him. Well, that's not even the best part yet. Naruto said. There's more? Korra asked, excited at the chance to see more. Yeah. But first, I need to ask, do you trust me? Naruto questioned, confusing Korra at the question. Of course I trust you, replied Korra, only to yelp in surprise when Naruto wrapped an arm around her waist and pulled her close. Then hold on tight and don't freak out, Naruto said. Then without warning, Naruto jumped right off the ledge of the tower, with Korra screaming in shock before forcing herself to calm down and wrap her arms around his neck. With Naruto holding out his arm and firing a web-like extension from the back of his hand that attached to a building before they began swinging through the air. Looking around, Korra watched in amazement as they swung throughout the entire city. I don't even know what to say, said Korra, smiling in awe as she looked around, watching everything fly past them, feeling like they were flying through the air. Yeah, it's a feeling you never forget, Naruto said, knowing if there's one good thing about being Zaya's host, it's being able to swing through the air like this. Naruto swung them through the entire city before eventually making his way to Air Temple Island, where he launched them high into the air towards the island while managing to land on it. Though they stumbled slightly when they touched the ground while Naruto's suit receded back inside him. Thank you for that, Naruto, it was amazing, Korra said, smiling at him, which Naruto returned. I'm glad you had fun, Korra, and that you said yes, said Naruto, glad he took a chance and asked her out. Well, since you showed me your suit and let me experience swinging through the air, it's only fair that I give you something, said Korra, knowing exactly what to give him. Korra, you don't have to give me anything, as long as you're happy, that's all Naruto said, only to be cut off and surprised when Korra pressed her lips against his. All surprised at the kiss, Naruto soon returned it, much to Korra's happiness. Before they soon separated and smiled at each other. I think I can accept that, said Naruto, making Korra giggle. Good night, Naruto, Korra said, before heading back to her room. Good night, Korra, replied Naruto, while feeling a sense of peace he hasn't felt before. Next day. The next day, the fire ferrets went against the porcupines. Though not without having some difficulty, as Bolin was still feeling off about losing his chance with Korra. But the three eventually managed to pull out the win in the end, earning them a place in the semifinals. With Naruto and Asami congratulating their respective partners, though Naruto and Korra weren't as affectionate as Mako and Asami. Given they only just entered in a relationship and wanted to try and take things slow. Hey, Naruto, could I talk to you for a minute? Bolin asked, with Naruto looking at the earthbender and nodded before they went over to a corner of the changing room. What did you want to talk about? Said Naruto, with Bolin sighing and rubbing the back of his head. Look, I don't want to cause any problems, but I really like Korra. I think she's a really great person and a better friend. But I guess I wasn't fast enough, so all I'm asking is, take care of her. She's someone special, and not just from being the avatar. Bolin said, with Naruto looking at him for a moment before nodding as he looked at Korra. Yeah, she really is. And you have nothing to worry about, Bolin, I'll always be there for Korra, no matter what, and will do everything I can to keep her safe. And I'm sure that somewhere out there's a girl perfect for you. Said Naruto, while patting him on the back, with Bolin nodding and smiling. Yeah, you're probably right. Bolin said, knowing that while he lost his chance with Korra, like Mako said, there are other girls and maybe he'll find the one meant for him. Next day. The following day the fire ferrets went against the buzzard wasps, with all three of them having much better teamwork again, and defeated the buzzard wasps, earning them a place in the finals. And the fire ferrets take the win and are heading for the finals. Shiro declared as the crowd cheered loudly. Alright, we did it, said Bolin, while throwing his fist in the air. Yeah, we did. We'll be ready for anything the other finalists throw at us. Mako said, feeling pumped and ready to face off against their opponents in the finals. Korra didn't say anything as she was focused on only Naruto when he and Asami entered the changing room. With the Avatar's excitement at winning the match and getting into the finals, combined with the happiness she felt at being with Naruto getting the better of her, leading to her running across the bridge with Naruto being forced to catch and when she jumped towards him. And before he could say anything, Korra pulled him into a makeout session, seeing it as the only way to convey her current feelings. With Naruto being surprised at the suddenness of it before he happily began kissing her back. Though when they heard the cheering crowd, the two remembered exactly where they were, making them quickly pull away while blushing in embarrassment at having just made out in front of a crowd. Even more so when Asami smiled brightly at them. "Oh, congratulations, you two. I thought you both seemed more affectionate yesterday, but I wasn't too sure. But I'm really happy to see you two together since I did feel like there was something going on between you both," Asami said teasingly, making their blushes intensify. "Hey, we could even go on a double date sometime, now. The two of you, with me and Meiko," suggested Asami, like the idea of the four of them going out together, embarrassing them even more, along with Meiko. Asami, maybe we should hold off on a double date since we're all still new to being in relationships," Meiko said, with the Era simply smirking and grabbing his arm. "Your winners, the Wolfbits." Hearing the sudden announcement made everyone's eyes widen as they could have sworn the match started not even 2 minutes ago. But when they looked, they were further shocked to see the Wolfbits' opponents being carried away by paramedics. The Fire Ferrets trading uneasy looks, now realizing that they were in for the fight of their lives when the finals roll around. After the Equalist rally several weeks ago, things had begun changing within Republic City. As even without a leader, the Equalists were still at large and fighting against the Benders. Though now, they had begun calling themselves the Neo-Equalists as a means to separate themselves from the original group and the lies told to them by Amon. But the Neo-Equalists also being more open about their distaste for Benders, now even openly attacking them in the streets rather than from the shadows. But this having led to many fights breaking out, with Benders fighting back against their attackers, which only encouraged non-Benders to join in and fight against their bending oppressors. But the fights only ending when the Metalbending police arrived and broke them up, along with having to chase down the Neo-Equalists throughout the city. Currently, one such chase was happening right now, as several Metalbenders swung across the buildings with their cables or ran through the streets, chasing after several Neo-Equalists. Though this was different, was rather than showing up to break up a fight in the streets, they arrived at the site of them kidnapping Benders. Thankfully, they arrived before anyone could be captured, with the Neo-Equalists making a run for it, leading to the current chase. Though suddenly, several rock barricades rose up around the Neo-Equalists, boxing them in. Before water was launched into the encased area, that quickly was frozen, leaving them being trapped in ice. But the Metalbenders stopping their pursuit and frowned when they saw Terloc's task force coming out and revealing themselves, along with the councilman himself. With Terlock smirking as his team apprehended the Neo-Equalists before approaching the Metalbenders. "Thank you for the assistance, officers. We've been tracking this particular group of Equalists for a few days now, but they've always managed to slip away. You all can go now. My team can take it from here. Also, give Chief Bifrong my regards and thanks for her help in sending you all," Terlock said. "Of course, Councilman Terlock, we'll let the chief know," said the leading officer, annoyed at the task force interfering with their jobs, but knew they couldn't do anything against Terlock. Knowing there was nothing they could do, the Metalbenders left to return to the station and inform Chief Bifrong of what happened. While one of Terlock's task force members walked up to the councilman, saluting and handing him something. "Sir, we found this on one of the Equalists," the task force member said, with Terlock nodding as he took the item and saw it was a rolled up piece of paper. Unrolling it, Terlock narrowed his eyes when he saw that it looked to be blueprints or plans of a building, one he recognized as the Pro-Bending Arena. "Well, it looks we know what the Equalists' next move is," stated Terlock, smirking as he realized that the Neo-Equalists likely were planning an attack on the Pro-Bending tournament finals, giving him the perfect chance to take them down for good and be recognized as the savior of the city for putting a stop to the Equalist threat. And once they're out of the way, carnage is next, Terlock thought while pocketing the plans before helping his team subdue the Neo-Equalists. But the crew. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Naruto, Korra, Meiko, Bolin, and Asami were hanging out together, with Naruto wanting to get to know his girlfriend's friends better. With the group now being at a nicer restaurant after taking a walk around the city. "So, Naruto, what made you come to Republic City?" Asami asked, curious of why Naruto came to Republic City. "Nothing really. I mostly just travel around, going wherever the road took me, until I ended up in Republic City. Where I heard about the Equalists and how their leader, Amon, wanted equality between Benders and non-Benders. I was curious enough about it to see how they'd go about creating equality and attended the rally, with it being the worst decision I ever made. But it did lead me to meet Korra," said Naruto, smiling at the avatar. "Well, I'm glad that you all made it out of there safely and that you were able to get something good out of it," Asami said as she always tried to see the good in situations. "What about your family? Are they okay with you traveling around the Earth Kingdom? Along with what happened at the rally?" questioned Mako, doubting any parent would want their child in Republic City after experiencing something like that. Only to get his answer when he saw a familiar look in Naruto's eyes. "I never knew my father and my mother, she died a long time ago after bandits attacked our village. I've been on my own ever since, doing what I can to survive," Naruto revealed while hiding the fact it was actually dark spirits that attacked his village and killed his mother since he didn't want to risk any connection being made between him and Zai. Korra put a hand over Naruto's, only really knowing the basics of what happened but could see he didn't like talking about it. Well, Mako, Bolin, and Asami all flinched given how they lost their own parents as well, or her own mother in Asami's case. "I'm sorry for bringing it up," said Mako, knowing the pain of losing his parents while doing what he has to survive and protecting his brother. "Our parents, they were mugged by a firebender, Mako was 8 and he saw the whole thing happen. We've been on our own ever since," Bolin said as he and Mako looked down, with the latter grabbing his scarf, the last thing he had from his father, as Asami put a hand on her boyfriend's shoulder. "I lost my own mother when I was 6. The Anaikai triad broke into our home and she was killed during the robbery, leaving just me and my father," said Asami as she revealed her own backstory. Hearing this, Naruto couldn't help but feel the corners of his mouth twitch up. Seeing how they all seemed to have had terrible hands dealt to them in regards to losing their parents. Before picking up his drink and holding it out. "To our parents, we may have lost them too young, but we'll never forget them," said Naruto, with the three nodding in agreement before clinking their glasses together, knowing they won't ever forget their deceased parents. It wasn't long until their food arrived, with them beginning to eat with Naruto getting to know Mako, Bolin, and Asami better. With Korra also talking to Asami, since they're the only two girls in the group and still didn't know each other very well. Later. After the group had finished eating, they had all gone their separate ways. With Korra going with Mako and Bolin to the arena for some practice, since all of them wanted to be at their best against the Wolfbits. With Naruto and Asami returning to their respective homes. With Naruto now back on the island and heading towards the training area to work on the stances Korra has been showing him to improve his bending. Though when he arrived, he stopped when he saw the airbending kids were there as well, working on their own bending forms. Along with using the spinning gates, he's sometimes seen Korra practicing with as well. With the whiskered blonde walking up to them just as Ikki made it through the gates without getting hit once. "That was pretty good," Naruto said, getting the three's attention, with Yonora smiling at him while Ikki and Milo looked at him in curiosity and amazement, wanting to ask him about being the host of a spirit but remembered their father's words. "Naruto, what are you doing here? Weren't you out with Korra?" Yonora asked, with Naruto nodding. "I just got back, she's off at practice with Mako and Bolin. I came here to work on some waterbending forms she's been showing me. But then I saw you guys going through those gates and after seeing them, I would like to give it a try," Naruto said, intrigued at the idea of also learning some airbending forms. As well he doubts he'll ever become an airbender. Naruto could see that learning the forms and movements could be useful since they could be implemented into his waterbending, earthbending and firebending. "Only if you can become a leaf," Milo shouted with his hands on his waist, with Naruto raising a brow at the sudden and odd statement. What Milo means is that you have to get through the gates by using spinning and spiraling motions, like a leaf in the wind, said Jinora, with Naruto nodding in understanding. "Seems easy enough," Naruto stated, making Ikki giggle excitedly. "Jinora forgot to mention that you have to do it while the gates are spinning," said Ikki, with Jinora releasing a blast of air, making all the gates start spinning, with Naruto not batting an eye. "In a minute," said Naruto, while getting ready to go through the gates before running towards them. Maybe you shouldn't just," Jinora said, remembering how Korra did the same thing when she first tried the gates, knowing that just running at them won't work. Only to be surprised when Naruto leapt through the gates, rolling on the ground through more before standing up and rotating around one. With the three children being amazed as Naruto made his way through the gates without getting hit once before soon coming out on the other side. "Now that was a leaf," Milo stated. "Wow. That was so cool. You didn't get hit once while doing way better than Korra did," said Ikki, amazed at seeing Naruto get through the gate so easily. "How'd you do that?" Jinora questioned, not expecting Naruto to get through the gates with such ease without being an airbender, almost like he could predict when and where the gates would have struck him. "I have enhanced reflexes to the point where I can sense danger to me from every direction. Which helps me to avoid it no matter how quickly it comes," answered Naruto before Ikki suddenly appeared in front of him. "Is that a power you get from the spirit in you? What other powers do you have?" Can you fly? What about turn into an animal? What's the spirit like anyway? Is it like the ones Grandpa Zong met on his journeys? How did you meet the spirit? Ikki asked rapidly, being unable to resist the urge to question Naruto about the spirit in him without her parents around. Show me your power spirit, demanded Milo while moving around Naruto as if trying to find the spirit. Ikki, Milo. Come on, don't crowd him like that, remember what Dad said. Jinora said while pulling her siblings back with Naruto waving it off. It's fine, really. And yes, it is a power the spirit has given me, along with making me stronger and faster than normal people, along with enhancing my bending as well. Though no, I can't fly or turn into an animal. Replied Naruto, figuring it wouldn't hurt to give them a few details, nothing dangerous, just some basic details to satisfy their curiosity. And tell you what, if you both promise to behave for the next couple of days, after the pro bending finals, I'll show you both something really cool, alright? Naruto said, after seeing they were about to ask more questions, seeing a way to make them behave for a while, along with giving Tenzin and Pima some time to relax without worrying about them acting up. Okay. Replied Ikki, her excitement at seeing something cool overpowering her curiosity to know about the spirit. Alright. But it better be something amazing, buddy, or you'll have to deal with Milo. Said Milo, warningly, before the two children took off to play as their training was done for the day. What exactly are you going to show them? Jinora asked, wondering what it was that Naruto would show her siblings. Well, why don't I show you first? After all, you did help me with finishing the design. Replied Naruto, before his suit formed around him, making Jinora gasp in amazement with her eyes widening at the sight. Wow, that's how did you do that? Is this another of the powers the spirit gives you? Jinora asked, looking the suit over and seeing it looked exactly the same as the drawing, with a new addition of the spider emblem on the front and back. Yeah, it's another power the spirit gives me. And that's not all, climb on. Naruto said, while kneeling down to let Jinora climb on his back, with the young airbender being confused and intrigued at what he was doing, but did so anyways, wanting to see what he'll do. Once Naruto was sure Jinora had a tight grip and wouldn't fall off, he placed a hand on the ground and tensed up. Then to Jinora's shock and amazement, Naruto jumped high up into the air before shooting a web out that connected to the temple's tower as they began swinging through the air around the island. Wow. Jinora said, smiling in awe as they swung through air all across the island and down by the Sky Bison caves. While she could fly through the air with her glider, this felt so much better and much more free since she didn't have to worry about falling from a glider. Like she was really weightless, with nothing holding her down anymore. After a while Naruto soon stopped and swung up to the top of the tower, with Jinora climbing off his back and looking down at her home. That was amazing. I never felt so free like that, like I was really flying without my glider. Jinora said, while smiling at Naruto. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Consider it a thank you for your help in completing the suit. Your idea for including an emblem really helped. Said Naruto, while tapping the spider emblem, not sure why he chose a spider specifically, but it just felt right. Plus with his web swinging and wall crawling, he was like a spider, so he guessed it was rather fitting. I'm glad that I was able to help and it looks really great. But do you think we'd be able to do this again, sometime? Jinora asked hopefully, wondering if they'd be able to swing around the city, since it looked like he was limited in where he could shoot webs around the island. Sure, whenever you want to, Jinora. Now we should probably get down before someone comes looking for you. Naruto replied, with Jinora nodding, before wrapping her arms around his waist, surprising him slightly before he placed an arm around her. Just in case she lost her grip. Looking at the ground, Naruto saw no one was around, much to his relief, before he attached a web to the tower roof and began lowering them to the ground. But Jinora looking up at him for a moment before gaining a light blush as she began thinking of what they did and compared it to some of the books she's read. Of the hero taking his love interest on a magical and unique trip, showing them something incredible and unexpected. Like what Naruto just did for her. Wow, Jinora thought when they touched the ground and Naruto's suit receded, with the girl now being unable to help but look at his features. Well, I still want to get some training done today. See you, Jinora. Said Naruto, while waving at the girl as he headed back to the training area. Bye in Naruto. Jinora said with a slight stutter and a small smile on her face. Later. Naruto had continued practicing the waterbending forms Korra had shown him well into the night and was still practicing them even now. Having been greeted by Korra when she got back from practice and allowed her to take a break from her bloodbending training when he saw how tired she was. Along with how they needed to be more careful with Katara being here since neither of them wanted the waterbending master to find out that Korra is learning bloodbending from Zaya's own host. I see Korra has been training you. Said Katara, pulling Naruto from his thoughts as he saw the elder standing on the stairs, silently wondering how long she's been there. Yeah, she has. She offered to train me, since I don't really have a style to my bending and mostly just act. Naruto replied, with Katara nodding slowly. Understandable. Since with your lifestyle, I doubt you have much of a chance to get a proper master. Katara stated, with Naruto not reacting to her words, besides his eye twitching slightly. Why exactly do you hate bloodbending? I only know that you were the one who made sure bloodbending was made illegal. But why do you personally hate it? Questioned Naruto, not knowing the reason behind Katara's hatred of bloodbending, only that she's the one who made sure it was outlawed in the United Republic. With Katara frowning at the question as she walked down the stairs, hating to think of the time she learned about bloodbending and when she used it. It was during the end of the 100-Year War, not long before the Day of Black Sun. Me, my brother Sokka, our friend Toph, and Ong were camped out near a Fire Nation village while we were in hiding after the coup in Ba Sing Se. We had been telling each other ghost stories when we were found by an old woman named Hama who offered us shelter at her inn. At the time, I thought Hama was just a kind old woman, but the others were suspicious of her. Leading us to discovering that she was a waterbender from the Southern Water Tribe, the last one, besides myself. I was ecstatic at the chance to meet a fellow Southern waterbender and learn from her the ways of our tribe's waterbending. But while I was being trained by Hama, my friends had learned that people had been vanishing from town during the full moon, believing it was an angry spirit. They went to investigate. While I learned the truth, Hama was the one kidnapping people, using the darkest form of bending, and one that I, at the time, believed she created, bloodbending. Katara said, while frowning as she recalled those events. I was horrified at the idea of controlling someone in such a way to turn their very blood against them. While refusing to learn such a thing after realizing what Hama's done. But then she bloodbent Sokka and Ong, forcing them to attack me, before then forcing them to attack each other. I saved them by bloodbending Hama, doing exactly what she wanted and inheriting that dark heart. I had only bloodbent one other time, when Zuko and I hunted down the man who killed my mother. I bloodbent who I thought was the man that killed her, in my anger, only caring about my revenge, only to see it wasn't him. That is why I hate bloodbending, the power it has over people, to turn them into something dark and evil, which was only further proven when Ong told me about Zai. Said Katara. And here I am, Zai's host. Naruto stated, with Katara nodding. And here you are. Said Katara. What happened to Hama? I assume she was imprisoned again. Said Naruto, with the elder nodding once again. Yes, she was. But after the war ended, I heard that she had somehow escaped as well. Likely during the eclipse, when firebenders were powerless. But I never gave it much thought, knowing that by now, she is likely already long dead, given how old she was. And we never did get any reports of people disappearing during the full moon either. Katara said, unable to deny the relief she felt at knowing Hama was long since dead. Was a body ever found? Naruto asked, raising a brow, while Katara frowned. Of course not. She was over 80 years old, even if by some miracle, she managed to survive her escape and get somewhere, she wouldn't be recognized. She would have died decades ago. Said Katara, with Naruto not looking convinced by her words, before shrugging, figuring she was right and he's just overthinking things. Now I've told you my story, how about you tell me yours? Why did you allow yourself to become Zai's host? Katara questioned, wondering why anyone would allow such a spirit to inhabit their body. I let Zai take me as a host, so I could get revenge. I was 10 years old when I watched my mother die as she was ripped apart by dark spirits. Well, I could do nothing but sit there and watch. After that, all I cared about was doing the same to them. That's when Zai spoke to me, he offered me the power I needed to get my revenge, and I took it. He kept his word, I got all the power I needed and gladly ripped those spirits apart and took their power. But also everyone else, when Zai wanted their blood. Since then, I've been running and avoiding people because I don't want to hurt anyone. But he always found a way to come out and kill people. Naruto replied, surprising Katara, as she originally believed he let himself become Zai's host for power. Now she's learning he became Zai's host for the same reason, she bloodbent that southern raider, revenge for his mother. Her mind being unable to help but wonder, what if she had killed Yanra that day, when she had him at her mercy? It would have been so easy for her to kill him in any number of ways. But after seeing him groveling and pleading on the ground, she couldn't bring herself to kill someone so pathetic in revenge. But Katara couldn't deny that throughout her life, she would sometimes think of that day and what would have happened if she didn't hesitate. What would have changed? Would her friends have been disappointed in her? Would she have grown apart from them? Would she have become controlled by her hatred? Would she have become exactly what Hama wanted her to become? I could have easily been his host. Katara thought, realizing how easily she could have been in Naruto's position. If she chose revenge over mercy, she could have easily opened her mind to Zai and let him take her as a host. You can condemn me if you want, call me weak for letting myself choose revenge so easily. But despite everything that Carnage has done, I never regret getting the power to rip those spirits apart," said Naruto, knowing he's done a lot of terrible things when Carnage was in control and killed who knows how many people. But he didn't regret taking his offer since it gave him the power to destroy those dark spirits. Katara looked at him for a moment before walking towards Naruto and moved his feet a little. "You need to adjust your footing a little for a more solid stance while still being able to move at a moment's notice. And loosen up, water is the element of change, so you need to be able to relax and let your body flow like the tides." Katara instructed, with Naruto looking at her in surprise for a moment before nodding and began doing as she said, relaxing his body as she began demonstrating the movements. While Katara didn't exactly trust Naruto, she was also willing to give him a chance to prove himself rather than condemn or see him as a monster. Not when she saw how easily their positions could have been switched if things were just a little different. Republic City Prison. Meanwhile, within the city's prison, Terlock walked through the hallways before soon arriving at a cell separated from the rest. One that held a single prisoner that despite not being able to escape was still considered dangerous and kept away from the others. "No tack," Terlock said as Amon looked up from his place against the far wall before standing up and approaching the bars when he saw who it was. "Hello, brother," replied Amon as the two brothers looked at each other in happiness and sadness that they were reunited once again but also seeing just where they were both standing after so many years. "Why are you here, Terlock? I doubt it's just to visit your big brother." "So why?" Amon asked after a few moments of silence. "I came here to ask you how it feels to be exactly the same as our father. You're now a criminal no-tack and have lost your bending. You always preached about how you wanted everyone to be treated fairly and equally, but look at what you've done to the city. Because of your deception, it's now more divided than ever. So, congratulations brother, you became exactly what father wanted, a tool for revenge." Terlock said, with Amon silently admitting that it was true, despite escaping Yakin, his shadow still hung over him. "And what about you brother? You can proclaim your desire to save the city and that you'll be its savior. But we both know it's all just a facade. You only care about controlling the city, just like our father did. The only difference is he didn't try and hide behind a mask. He was a criminal and a monster, but at least he was an honest one." Amon retorted, having kept tabs on his brother during his time in Republic City and knew he was no different from him or their father. "Then I guess we're both truly nothing but his tools. Even when he's dead, his shadow still has us trapped. But the difference is, I'm still out here and free. And once I've dealt with the rest of your little band of equalists, or whatever they're calling themselves now, I'll deal with Carnage next," stated Terlock before turning to leave. "Don't be a fool, Terlock. You can't fight Carnage, you can't bloodbend him, and he can sense bloodbenders. It's how he knew about my own. He'll sense you coming before you can even get close, and then you'll end up here with me." Amon warned, knowing his brother had no chance of facing Carnage. "That's another difference no-tack, everyone already knows I'm a bender. But no one knows I can bloodbend, and who would ever suspect me when I'm helping the city or believe anything from the spirit," replied Terlock, confident that he has nothing to worry about from Carnage or being exposed. Unknown location. Meanwhile, in a hidden location, Hiroshi Sato sat behind his desk, fidgeting nervously with his clasped hands. "Are you sure we still have enough men for the attack on the finals? Terlock and his task force have been doubling down on any equalist sightings," Hiroshi asked while looking at the person standing in the shadows of the room. "You worry too much, Hiroshi. We have more than enough men for the attack. And with your technology, we'll show the benders of Republic City that they're not untouchable and will soon be rendered obsolete," said the person while stepping into the light. Revealing a teenage boy wearing a customized neo-equalist uniform minus the mask, showing long dark brown hair tied into a loose ponytail, fair skin, and brown eyes. This was Niji, a former high-ranking member of the Equalists and now one of the leaders of the neo-equalists. Along with being a powerful and skilled Kai blocker. Having learned and mastered the art from his father, Hisashi, and his grandmother Tai Li. Niji had grown up listening to his grandmother's stories of her adventures during the 100-Year War, with the boy having been amazed at hearing how easily she was able to defeat even adult benders with Kai blocking. Resulting in Niji soon developing the mindset that non-benders were superior to benders if they could be rendered helpless so quickly and easily. Along with desiring to become the strongest Kai blocker in the world, with Tai Li gladly training him, along with her son-in-law, Hisashi. But Niji proving to be a prodigy in the art, soon mastering it by the time he was 11, with the same skill that Tai Li once had in her prime. Though it wasn't long until tragedy struck when Hisashi was put into a coma during an attack by some benders. Something that enraged Niji and turned his belief that benders were inferior into hatred for benders as a whole. leading to him to travel to Republic City and join the Equalists, desiring to live in a world where bending was completely erased, doing so against his grandmother's wishes. With his hatred only growing at learning Amon was a bender himself, along with the appearance of carnage. Leading to Neji rallying the remaining Equalists under him, with Hiroshi backing him and supplying them with advanced weaponry. Now they were ready to make their move and show all the benders in Republic City, along with the rest of the nations, that the Neo-Equalists were stronger than ever and that no bender was safe from them. Don't worry Hiroshi, nothing will happen. Soon the benders will realize they have become irrelevant and no longer needed in the world. Once we're done, we will be living in a world of true equality. Neji said, assuring the businessman, with Hiroshi nodding after a moment. Yes, of course. Forgive me, Neji, I'm just worried of Asami getting caught in the crossfire. But I know this is for the best, to make a better world, said Hiroshi, while also mentally assuring himself that ends will justify the means. Time skip 3 days. With all due respect councilman, is it wise to be tempting things by letting the tournament continue? If the Equalists really are planning an attack, it'd be better not to have so many innocent civilians in one area getting caught in the crossfire. Lin said as she stood before the council, bringing up her concerns about letting the pro-bending tournament continue. But so far, it seems like only Tenzin is in agreement with her to cancel the tournament. I would think you would have some faith in your officers' abilities to keep the people safe, Chief Bifeng, stated Terlok, with Lin narrowing her eyes at him. I have the utmost faith in my officers to keep the people of Republic City safe. I just believe that with things as they are, it would be better not to escalate them further by basically allowing an attack of this size to happen. If this happens, it could potentially lead to a full-scale civil war in Republic City, Lin said, making some of them gasp, while Terlok stood up. And that's exactly why the tournament needs to continue, said Terlok, before addressing his fellow councilmen. We know when and where the Equalists will strike next, this will give us the perfect opportunity to stop them, once and for all. But if we do as the police chief says, who's to say the Equalists won't just attack somewhere else, or plan something even bigger? The time for waiting is over, now is the time we strike, Terlok said, before Tenzin stood up. This is insane. You are putting hundreds of lives on the line, on the belief that you can stop the Equalists in one foul swoop, who's to say this isn't all just a trap, making us believe the target is the tournament, when really, they'll be targeting somewhere else. We can't take the risk of people getting hurt, said Tenzin, only to see the other councillors voice their agreement with Terlok's plan, making the man smirk. The majority rules, the tournament continues as scheduled with my task force being ready for anything the Equalists throw at us, Terlok said, bringing his gavel down, much to Tenzin and Lin's disbelief, but knew there was nothing they could do about it now. Later. We'll see you guys, after the tournament. We'll probably be back late when we're done celebrating, said Korra, waving to the airbending family and Katara as she and Naruto headed for the docks to go to the arena for the finals, with the Avatar being ready to knock the Wolfbits down a couple pegs. With everyone waving to them, though Tenzin and Katara both frowned, before looking at Pima when she gasped. Is something wrong, Pima? Tenzin asked, seeing his wife had dropped a teacup that shattered in her hand, with the pieces falling on the floor. Must have been holding onto it, too tightly, for a moment there. But I'm fine, it's just a small cut, replied Pima, showing a small bleeding cut on her palm, though frowned as she looked at the broken cup, with Tenzin and Katara also frowning, being unable to help but think that something was wrong. Dad? Jinora said, getting Tenzin's attention, only to see her looking out the window, before hearing a crow cawing as it took flight outside. As much as they wanted to hope that everything would be fine, they also couldn't help but think that something was going to go horribly wrong today. I can't believe we lost to those stupid showboating, annoying ugh, Korra said, ripping her helmet off as she, Mako, and Bolin stepped off the platform after pulling themselves out of the water pit and going back to the changing area. After she and Naruto had arrived at the arena, she had gotten ready with her teammates while they went over their strategies one last time before the match started. But them going out onto the ring, with Bolin and Pabu doing a little performance, only for the Wolfbits to arrive in costumes, along with fireworks. Then the match started, and the Fire Ferrets immediately knew something was wrong when the Wolfbits began performing illegal moves and the referee wasn't doing anything to stop them. With Mako realizing that someone must have paid off the refs to make sure they'd lose, with Korra suggesting that if the Wolfbits were playing dirty, they should too. Only for her suggestion to get shot down, since while the Wolfbits could cheat, they couldn't or else they would get penalized, meaning they had to win fairly. Though Korra did get some satisfaction in knocking Tano down during the tiebreaker. Unfortunately, they still ended up losing after they mixed some broken earth discs in the water and launching it at them, sending the three falling into the water and losing them the match. With the three returning to the changing room, where Naruto had arrived and put a hand on Korra's shoulder. Starting to think we should have just cheated. Mako muttered, wishing he agreed with Korra to play dirty, figuring that if they were going to lose, they could at least knock the wolfbits down a little. And we trained so hard, said Bolin, saddened at losing after all the work and training they did to win the finals. I say you guys did great out there, with it being even better that you didn't sink to their levels and use dirty tricks. And yeah, you lost, but think about it like this, they had to cheat in order to beat you three. Showing that even they knew they would have lost if it had been a fair fight. So, no matter what anyone says, you three are winners by relying on your own skills rather than cheap tricks. And look at it this way, next time you go against them, you'll be ready for any tricks they have. Naruto said, making the three look at him in surprise before they smiled and nodded. You know what, you're right Naruto. Yeah, it sucks we lost the tournament, but we got this far by working for it. And next time we do face the wolfbits, we'll be ready. Said Mako, feeling better at the fact they had gotten this far with their own hard work and training. Yeah. And Pabu and I will work on even better performance, that'll blow theirs away. Bolin said, with Pabu squeaking in agreement. And besides, it was also really funny watching you knock that idiot, Tano, down. Said Naruto, smirking at Korra, who smirked and nodded. It felt even better. Korra replied, before Naruto leaned in close. Believe me, I also wanted to make them mess up for doing that to you. But I wasn't going to ruin it for you like that and knew that you're a much better bender than those third-rate losers. Naruto whispered, having been tempted to bloodbend the wolfbits, but didn't since he knew Korra was more than capable of handling someone like Tano. With Korra smiling at her boyfriend, happy to hear he would have helped in such a way, despite the risk of being caught, but was also glad that he didn't. Thank you. Replied Korra, before kissing him on the cheek. Ugh eyes, what's that? Bolin asked, getting everyone's attention as the earthbender pointed into the audience, where they saw discharges of electricity happening all over the stands. What? Muttered Korra, stunned at the sight, while Naruto narrowed his eyes, only for them to widen when he saw there were people wearing masks with the Neo-Equalist symbol and wearing gloves that were shocking people. It's the Equalists. Naruto said, making the three's eyes widen in shock. Asami and Hiroshi are here. Exclaimed Mako, before immediately running out of the room to get to his girlfriend and her father to get them out of the arena. Bolin, go with Mako. Naruto and I will take care of the ones in the stands. Korra said, with Bolin nodding, before rushing out to follow his brother. I won't be able to do anything but waterbending since I can't put on my suit in front of this many people. Said Naruto, with Korra nodding before smirking. That's alright, I can still use my bending. Korra replied, before stomping on the ground and raising her hands to the ceiling, opening up a hole up to the stands, which she jumped through before launching a blast of fire at a nearby Equalist, throwing them back. Naruto jumped through the hole after her, landing on the ground, before he bent a large amount of water up from the pit into the stands. Launching multiple tendrils at 5 Equalists, knocking them over the railings into the water below, with their gloves electrocuting them after making contact with the water. Looks like Terlock's task force isn't doing so good. Naruto commented, while seeing that most of the task force and metalbending police were already taken out by the Neo-Equalists, given their armor was useless against those gloves. Have I ever thanked you for helping to convince me to not join that vanity project? Because I'm really thankful that you did. Said Korra, while smiling at him, glad that his advice stopped her from joining the task force. Naruto returned the smile, before bending some water onto the ground beneath some Equalists, before immediately freezing it, causing them to slip and fall to the ground. With Korra then bending the earth beneath them, launching them into the air, where they fell into the pit below. The two standing back to back, while looking at the remaining Neo-Equalists that were focusing on them, with both of them ready for a fight. With Mako and Bolin. Meanwhile, Mako and Bolin ran through the hallways, making their way to the booth where Asami and Hiroshi were seated, with the firebender hoping that his girlfriend and her father was alright. Only for them to suddenly stop when Asami walked around a corner. Asami? Mako shouted, while rushing up to her, with the heiress looking at him in surprise. Hey Mako, Bolin. Sorry I wasn't there when you left the ring, I had to use the little girl's room and heard you guys lost. I was just on my way to see how you were doing, is everything alright? Asami asked when she noticed their expressions. The Equalists are attacking, Naruto and Korra are fighting, we need to go. Said Bolin quickly, as Asami's eyes widened at hearing this. The Equalists my dad's still here. Said Asami, worried about her father. We'll get you and him out of here, don't worry. Mako assured, with the girl nodding, before all three ran towards where Hiroshi was, only to stop when they rounded a corner and saw Hiroshi himself standing there, flanked by two Neo-Equalists. But what made them freeze when they saw him wearing two gloves on his hands, just like the Neo-Equalists are using to electrocute people. Not so fast, boys. Hiroshi said as his gloves sparked to life. Oh, Mr. Sato, what a surprise to see you here with the Equalists that are holding you captive, right? Bolin asked nervously as Asami looked shocked and hurt at seeing her father like this, while Meiko began putting the pieces together and slowly glared at the inventor. This entire time, you've been working with the Equalists, making them weapons. Sponsoring our team, supporting the Avatar. It was all just a big cover. Meiko said. Yes, and the most difficult part was watching my daughter traipse around with a firebending street rat, like you. Shouted Hiroshi, glaring at Meiko with his gloves glowing with electricity, hating seeing his daughter date a bender, and was about to advance on them, before Asami snapped out of her shock. Dad, stop. Asami said, standing in front of the brothers, with Hiroshi stopping at remembering his daughter was also present. Why? Asked Asami, hurt and saddened at seeing her father was actually working with people like the Equalists after everything they've done, with Hiroshi looking away in shame at his daughter having to find out like this. Sweetie, I wanted to keep you out of this as long as I could. But now you know the truth, please, forgive me. These people, these benders. They took away your mother, the love of my life. They've ruined the world, manipulate people just like Amon did, kill them like that monster, Carnage. But together we can fix it, to show benders that they don't have power over us anymore and build a perfect world together. We can help people like us, everywhere. Join me, Asami. Hiroshi said, taking off one of his gloves and holding it out for his daughter, urging her to take it and join them to make the world a better place. Asami looked at her father with uncertainty before she hesitantly stepped toward him. The girl looked at the glove with fear, trembling as she reached for it, hesitating as she did so. As the brothers looked at her in sadness and disbelief as Asami grabbed the glove from her father before slipping it onto her right hand. No, Meiko said, not believing Asami would really join them, while Hiroshi smiled at her before Asami looked up at him with tears in her eyes. I guess I lost both my parents that night. Said Asami, before electrocuting her father, with Hiroshi screaming in pain before falling unconscious. The two Neo-Equalists went to attack her, only for Asami to dodge their strikes, knocking their legs out from under them, before electrocuting one with her glove. While slamming her fist into the second's head, knocking them unconscious as well. Let's get out of here. Asami said to Meiko and Bolin, while grabbing her father's other glove and slipping it on, snapping them out of their shock as they nodded before they continued running. Asami, I'm so sorry that you had to do that. Said Meiko, looking at her sadly, knowing it probably wasn't easy to do that to her own father. You don't have to apologize, he made his choice. Let's just go help Korra and Naruto take out the other Equalists. Asami said, burying her sadness for the moment, instead choosing to take the chance to take down the Neo-Equalists here. Meiko and Bolin nodded in agreement as they ran to help their friends and get people out of here. With Naruto and Korra. Back with Naruto and Korra, they had taken care of most of the Neo-Equalists, but each time they took one down, 5 more seemed to appear to take their place. They still kept fighting, but they were starting to get tired as well. I believe that's enough. Someone said, which seemed to make everyone suddenly stop fighting or try to escape as they looked towards the ring, finding a group of Neo-Equalists standing over the beaten and broken wolfpits. But Niji standing in front of them holding the microphone in one hand and a modified, technological pike in the other. The Kai blocker looking around and seeing he had everyone's attention. I believe I have your attention, benders of Republic City. So once again, the wolfpits are your pro-bending champions. It seems fitting that you celebrate 3 bullies who cheated their way to victory because every day you threaten and abuse your fellow non-bending citizens. Just like the wolfpits did to their opponents tonight. Those men were supposedly the best in the bending world, and yet it only took a few moments for me to show them just how weak they truly are and how useless their bending is. This is the truth that you benders will all soon accept. The world no longer needs you, and soon you will see that for yourselves. Unlike that traitor, Amon, I will not claim to have the power to take away bending. All I require is my own power to render you helpless with just a few strikes and technology for those that refuse to stay down. It's time you learned who the superior beings really are. Niji said before dropping the mic and kicking the wolfpits into the pit below, with this once again triggering the fighting again. That's their new leader. Naruto stated, trapping 3 more Neo-Equalists in ice, while Korra nodded. Looks like it. How about we go show him he shouldn't count benders out just yet? Said Korra, with Naruto smirking and nodding. Gladly. Naruto replied. Korra moved her arms before thrusting them forward, bending the ground beneath them, launching her and Naruto towards the ring. With the avatar spinning in the air, releasing an arc of flames at the Neo-Equalists, forcing them to jump back away from the flames. You handle the grunts, I'll take care of Ponytail there. Said Naruto. You just want to have all the fun for yourself. Korra stated. No, I just prefer risking myself rather than risking you. Naruto replied, feeling that Niji was more dangerous than a regular Equalist and didn't want Korra to get hurt, especially since while she didn't show it, he could tell that she's getting tired. I really hate it when you're like that. said Korra, though still smiled, before nodding as she turned serious and bent several earth discs at the Equalists, knocking them back, while Naruto bent a stream of water at Neji, which he jumped over, while his pike sparked with electricity. Okay Mr. Superior Being, let's see how superior you are. Naruto said, getting into a stance, while Neji shook his head. Such arrogance. I'll enjoy showing you how powerless you are, Bender. Said Neji, getting into his own stance. Not a moment later, Naruto bent the water up from the grates towards Neji, who ducked and dodged the water or sliced them with his pike while making his way towards Naruto. With Naruto bending the water in the grate in front of Neji, who had once again sliced it with his pike. Only to grunt when he was hit from behind with a blast of water that Naruto bent towards him. Neji nearly flew off the ring before stabbing his pike into the ground before spinning around to launch himself back towards Naruto, slamming his feet into his jaw. With a whiskered blonde grunting in pain this time and was raised his arm lifting the water up before freezing them into icicles. But before he could launch them at Neji, the Neo-Equalist was on him striking several Kai points on his arm, causing the icicles to fall out of the air and shatter on the ground. He then saw Neji hold out his hand, with Naruto now seeing the technological glove on it before his pike flew into his waiting hand. The Kai blocker rolling around Naruto when he used his other arm to bend the water towards him. With Neji then slicing Naruto's leg with pike, making him cry out and fall to his knees at the electricity surging through his body. Before grunting, when Neji slammed the butt of his pike into his back, knocking him to the ground before kicking him onto his back. This is the difference between me and you Bender, when I'm Kai blocked, I get right back up. But when you get Kai blocked, you lose all your precious power and are helpless. Now fall like so many more of you will. Said Neji about to stab his pike into Naruto's chest, with the blonde grabbing it, grunting as the blade cut into his hands. He wasn't afraid of it actually killing him, but if he didn't stop it, then it would destroy the talisman keeping Zai suppressed. And he wasn't going to let him come out now, of all times. Naruto. Korra said, looking at him in worry at seeing him held down, before grunting when she was left open and Kai blocked by one of the Equalists, before managing to kick him away. But the strike still weakened her, as Korra saw she was now surrounded by Neo-Equalists and couldn't bend. But this getting Naruto's attention as his eyes widened at seeing Korra about to be overwhelmed, not hesitating to hold out his one good arm and blood bent the Neo-Equalists lifting them into the air. Get away from her. Shouted Naruto, not caring if he just exposed himself as a bloodbender, he wasn't going to let them hurt Korra, while Neji's eyes widened at this before they narrowed. The bloodbender, the worst kind. Neji said, before activating his pike, electrocuting Naruto, who cried out before gritting his teeth and managed to launch the Neo-Equalists off the ring, away from Korra. The avatar looking at her boyfriend with wide eyes at seeing him expose himself, before seeing Neji's pike getting closer to stabbing him, right where the talisman was. No. Korra screamed, before rushing forward and throwing her arm out, despite knowing she couldn't bend, but didn't want to just do nothing while Naruto was in danger. Only to be shocked when a blast of air was released, with it launching Neji back to the edge of the ring. I can airbend. I can airbend. Said Korra, not believing what she just did, but also incredibly thankful that it's finally come to her, only to turn her attention to Naruto when he gasped and clutched his chest. With Korra's eyes widening when she saw that while she got Neji away from him, his chest had a shallow cut in it. One that went right through the talisman. Hey Korra, run, Naruto grunted, struggling to stand up to get away from Korra, while also trying to keep Zai suppressed. No, I'm not going anywhere. Just fight it, you can fight him. Said Korra, shaking her head, refusing to leave him, with Naruto grunted as he threw himself around while trying to stay in control. No, I can't. Place please, GGG get, away, PL please. I don't want to hurt you. Said Naruto, while feeling the suit beginning form around him. No. I told you I'd always be here for you, and I will be no matter what. Korra said, kneeling down beside Naruto and placing a hand on his shoulder, while his head snapped towards her, showing his now blood-red eyes. I'm sorry. Naruto said, his voice becoming distorted as I gained more control. Before Korra could react, Naruto threw his arm out towards her, before she suddenly found herself thrown through the air, landing in the stands. I don't know what's going on, but I'm ending this now. Said Neji, after shaking off his dizziness and rushed towards Naruto with his pike, thrusting it forward to stab through his head. Only for Naruto's hand to shoot up and grab it, stopping Neji and his weapon in place before he slowly stood up as his body was soon completely covered in the suit. With Naruto grunting, as soon his head was covered as well before the flame-like eyes formed and the malevolent grin appeared. I'm free. Carnage roared, making everyone freeze and look in fear at the sight of the spirit of blood, along with seeing just who it was. No, muttered Korra in sorrow at seeing Naruto once again being controlled by the dark spirit. Carnage then pulled Neji close and wrapped his hand around his neck, lifting the Neo-Equalist into the air. You have my thanks for breaking that annoying talisman. For that, you get the chance to live another day. That is, if you survive this," said Carnage, before he threw Neji straight through the glass ceiling of the arena, before throwing his head back and roaring. Before holding his arms out and pulling several Neo-Equalists towards him, holding them in the air, before turning his hand into an axe. "Ooh oh, how I missed this," Carnage said, laughing as he swung his axe hand, bisecting the Neo-Equalists at their waists, reveling in their screams of pain and agony, while bending the blood towards his mouth and devouring it. Nothing better than fresh blood, much better than that shit in bags," stated Carnage as he licked his lips, preferring fresh fear-filled blood than the blood bags Naruto's been having. "Naruto. Please, I know you're still in there," Core called out, hating seeing Naruto like this, as Carnage looked at her with a malicious grin. "Naruto's gone, there is only Carnage," Carnage shouted, before leaping towards Korra with his claws extending, intent to rip her apart as a message to Naruto of what happens when he does something, like seal him away. Only to grab hold of a metal cable launched at him by a metalbending officer, with Carnage roaring at the human for interfering. Before swinging towards the officer, burying his axe in his skull. "Who's next?" demanded Carnage as he was surrounded by several metalbenders, Neo-Equalists and task force members, the sight making the dark spirit laugh cruelly before launching himself at them. "With Neji." Meanwhile, Neji groaned as he landed on the bridge connecting the pro-bending arena to the mainland. Sitting up, the Kai blocker scowled at having learned Naruto was in fact Carnage. "Should have killed him when I had the chance," Neji thought, swearing not to make the same mistake again, before his scowl only intensified when he spotted Mako, Bolin, and Asami, the latter now wearing electric gloves, as they took out several Neo-Equalists. Summoning his pike back to him, Neji held it like a spear and threw it straight towards Asami, seeing that she had no intention of joining the Equalists. He might as well use her as a means to solidify Hiroshi's loyalty. After all, accidents do happen, and with Carnage now unleashed, it wouldn't be that strange for the body count to be very high. "Watch out," Mako shouted, while tackling Asami to the ground, just in time to save her from being hit by the pike, with Bolin raising a wall in front of the pike to stop it from hitting anyone else. "Guess you paid me back for knocking you down, huh?" said Asami, smiling weakly as she hid her fear at nearly dying, with Mako managing a small chuckle, before they stood up and faced Neji. "Forgive the intrusions, Ms. Sato, but if you have no intentions of joining the Equalists, then the only purpose you'll serve is to ensure your father's loyalty. Nothing personal, merely business. Unfortunately, I can't say the same for you benders," said Neji, narrowing his eyes at the brothers. "You're crazier than Amon was if you think I'll let you get anywhere near her," Mako retorted, angry at this guy for trying to kill his girlfriend. "I'd like to see you stow," said Neji, only to freeze at a sudden voice. "Neji?" Neji's eyes widened at the familiar voice, before turning with his eyes widening in shock when he saw not only his grandmother, but also his father as well. "Oh my gosh, it's Ty Lee," Bolin said in amazement and excitement. "Ty Lee? The same Ty Lee that traveled with Princess Azula," said Asami, surprised and amazed to see someone so famous. "Father, you're alright," Neji said, not believing his father was awake. "Yes, I had awoken a few days ago. I had hoped to see you again, to see the man you grew into after learning how long I had been asleep. But then I heard you had come here to join these Equalists. We came here to talk some sense into you," said Hisashi, frowning at his son. "Talk sense into me? My mind's never been clear. I'm doing what's necessary and showing these benders that they can't push non-benders around to show them just how weak they really are. Just like you did," Neji retorted, pointing to his grandmother, who frowned sadly and shook her head. "Neji, I never use my Kai blocking like this, only ever using it against enemies. The stories I told you were so that you could learn from them, to find your own path, not become this," said Ty Lee, hating how her grandson has turned out, having hoped he would find a better path. Instead, she sees he's going down a path like the one Azula had. "I did find my own path. One where I'll make this world better. And if you aren't with me, then you're against me," Neji said coldly, before rushing towards his father and grandmother, refusing to let them get in his way. But Hisashi and Ty Lee, seeing no other choice but to fight, though knew it'd be difficult since Ty Lee was no longer in her prime and couldn't fight as well. While Hisashi knew Neji had long since surpassed him in skill, and knowing he'd be rusty after just waking up from his coma. Seeing this, Mako, Bolin, and Asami went to help them, with Mako and Bolin launching fire and pieces of rock at Neji, while Asami moved to fight him, along with Hisashi and Ty Lee. "Thank you for the help, I can't exactly move like I used to," Ty Lee said, smiling at the teenagers, before dodging a strike from her grandson. "No problem. Glad we can help take down another Equalist," replied Mako, kicking his leg out, launching a wave of flames at Neji, who rolled under them, before being tripped up by a lower earth wall from Bolin. "And it's such an honor to meet you." said Bolin, grinning at fighting alongside an ally of the original Team Avatar. Only for him and Mako to cry out when Niji managed to get in close and strike them repeatedly, cutting off their bending. Before flipped behind Asami, grabbing her arm, forcing her to shock herself with her own glove. Asami. Mako shouted in worry for his girlfriend. Thankfully Niji was forced to let her go when Hisashi managed to strike him in the shoulder, leaving his arm numb. Get them out of here. I'll deal with Niji. Hisashi said to Ty Lee, who looked at her son-in-law in worry before nodding and helped Mako pick up the unconscious Asami. Come on, we need to get to Air Temple Island, said Ty Lee, knowing that'll likely be the only safe place they can go to once the dust cleared from this attack. But what Abu Bolin said, only to be cut off as they froze when they heard a loud roar coming from the arena, one he and Mako were very familiar with. What was that? Ty Lee asked, shocked at the sudden roar. Carnage. We need to get out of here, now, said Mako, knowing if Carnage was here, they definitely needed to escape. Niji, meanwhile, scowled seeing them escaping and would have gone after them if not for his father getting in his way. Niji, please, I don't wish to fight you. You can end this right now, Hisashi said, hoping to get through to his son, while Niji glared at him in anger at getting in his way before taking notice of something behind his father and relaxed. You're right, father, I can end this, stated Niji, making Hisashi smile before his eyes widened and he gasped in pain as Niji's pike stabbed him in the back. I can end you for interfering in my plans. Just like anyone else that dares to think they can stop me. Niji said coldly as Hisashi fell to the ground dead, with the Neo-Equalist ripping his pike out before contacting his subordinates and calling for a retreat, knowing that the attack had failed, but the message was sent. But Carnage. Carnage laughed as he was surrounded by the bodies of several Metalbenders, task force members, and Neo-Equalists. And not just them, but people who had been trying to escape the fighting, or anyone else that tried attacking him. The dark spirit not caring who it was, only desiring to rip apart anyone and everything around him to make up for how long he was sealed away. Ha 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 ha. Oh what fun, so many humans to slaughter, so much blood to devour, and so much power to gain. Carnage said, before he was suddenly hit by a blast of water from Terlock. Well, I hope you enjoyed yourself. Because before the night is over, you'll be nothing but a puddle on the ground, Carnage. Terlock said, smirking at the chance to take care of Carnage and the Equalists at the same time, while the dark spirit stood up rolling his neck and shoulders. You really think you stand a chance? Then go ahead, give it your best shot, said Carnage, holding his arms, with Terlock frowning at the taunt before launching a massive blast of water at Carnage, which he quickly froze into hundreds of icicles, intent to kill the spirit quickly. Only for them to immediately stop in midair before they could hit Carnage, much to Terlock's surprise as he tried forcing the icicles to hit him. But they wouldn't budge an inch as Carnage slowly gained his dark grin. What's the matter, scared? Well, if you won't attack, then allow me, Carnage said, before with a flick of his hands, the icicles turned back into water before slamming into Terlock, smashing into the ground. When the water stopped, Terlock then found himself lifted into the air as Carnage bloodbent him, slamming the councilmen around the stands. I'll never get tired of how you humans think you stand a chance against me. Especially a weak, pathetic coward like you, exclaimed Carnage while slamming Terlock around before bringing him towards him, grabbing the man by his throat. You aren't even worth the effort to personally kill. You're nothing but a worthless disgrace and an insult to my children of blood. The only reason you have that power is because you were lucky to be born with it. Your brother could at least use psychic bloodbending. But you, I'm not even going to waste my time taking your bending. You can just lay there and die, coward. Carnage taunted before throwing Terlock across the arena where he crashed into the stands on the opposite side. Terlock groaned as he hit the ground before he began shaking in rage at what Carnage said, remembering all the time his father pushed him around. Called him weak, a coward for being unable to bloodbend living creatures, or his brother. Then even by no-tack when he refused to abandon their mother, like he did. He wasn't weak or a coward. He's risen farther than his father could ever dream of, more than no-tack has, and he still has his bending. I'm not weak, Terlock shouted, holding his hands out, bloodbending numerous Neo-Equalists and even Metalbenders around him, lifting them into the air before throwing them across the arena. Though after regaining his composure, Terlock's eyes widened at realizing what he just did, he just exposed himself as a bloodbender. The councilman immediately made his escape, knowing he couldn't stay in Republic City anymore, not unless he wanted to end up in a cell right next to his brother. Carnage, meanwhile, turned his attention back to Korra while turning his arm into a blade. Now then, I believe we're due for a rematch, Avatar. And this time, there won't be any interruptions, Carnage said, grinning viciously as Korra glared at him. I'm gonna make you give Naruto back, said Korra before kicking her leg up, releasing an arc of flames at Carnage, who dodged to the side and jumped towards her. Naruto's not coming back until I say so. and that'll be when I show him your corpse. Carnage roared, bringing his blade arm down to where Korra was, with the Avatar using her newly awakened airbending to launch Carnage away. But the spirit catching himself on a blob of water before launching tendrils of water of Korra, who bent the water right back at him. With Carnage jumping into the air, kicking his feet towards the Avatar, and releasing a large blast of flames at her, with Korra opening a hole beneath her, which she jumped through before closing it. "Don't think I forgot that trick from before," said Carnage, slamming his fists on the ground, but rather than rip it open to reveal where Korra was like before, he sent several tendrils into the ground to attack her. With Korra launching herself out of the ground, kicking her legs at Carnage and releasing waves of air at him. Pushing the spirit back before she threw her fist at him and released a blast of flames with a shout. One that sent Carnage over the railing towards the water pit below, only for him to clinging to the wall and jump back up. The dark spirit slamming his fists onto the ground, releasing a large rock wave towards Korra, who shot fire from her hands and feet, launching herself into the air. But before she could attack again, Korra cried out when Carnage began bloodbending her. "No more games. You die right now. And I'm gonna make it nice and slow to feel your blood tear you apart from the inside out," said Carnage cruelly as he began manipulating Korra's blood, savoring the Avatar's screams in pain. Only for Carnage to suddenly find his body becoming unresponsive as Korra fell to the ground groaning and panting in pain. With the Avatar weakly looking up, only to be surprised when she saw Carnage screaming as he clutched his head and threw himself around. "What are you doing? How? How can you still resist me?" Carnage demanded as he felt Naruto fighting against him, somehow still able to resist his control. With Korra's eyes widening at hearing this, along with feeling hope that Naruto was still fighting against him. "Naruto. Fight him, you can fight him and take back control, I know you can. Please, come back," Korra said, only for Carnage throw her back with bloodbending. "Shut up. Carnage exclaimed before screaming as he unwilling stabbed his hand into his leg. How? How are you still this strong? It shouldn't be possible," Carnage said, not believing Naruto was still somehow able to resist him, even after forcing him into the deepest corner of his mind. "Because he's stronger than you think. He's not just some puppet for you to control," said Korra, standing up and approaching Carnage, only to be knocked back again. "No. He belongs to me. The moment he let me in, he became mine. And I won't let anyone take what's mine," roared Carnage, before he was thrown to the ground, before he began floating in the air, now unable to speak and only gasp and grunt. "No, he doesn't," Korra said as she stood up again and began approaching him, grunting when she felt a push at her body, but forced herself to continue forward until she was standing right in front of him. "And no don't stay back," Carnage grunted before finding himself silenced again while Korra placed her hands on his shoulder and his cheek before closing her eyes. "Please, anyone, please help me save him," Korra mentally pleaded to any of her past lives to help her save Naruto. Korra then gasped as her eyes flew open, now possessing a bright white glow, as Carnage let out a silent scream as the suit began returning to Naruto's body. Revealing the whiskered blonde whose eyes opened when the suit was fully gone, before they widened when he saw Korra standing in front of him as the glow left her eyes. Naruto said, with Korra smiling before kissing him. "Nothing I couldn't handle," said Korra when she pulled back, with Naruto smiling at her before groaning as he collapsed in her arms as the Avatar looked at him in fear and concern. But felt relieved to see he was still alive and it didn't look like Carnage was taking over again at the moment. But knowing they needed to get out of there, Korra earthbent another hole before jumping in to help sneak them out and get back to Air Temple Island. Later Air Temple Island. After arriving back at Air Temple Island, Korra had found her friends and Ty Lee were already there, while placing Naruto in a bed, still worried at him being unconscious. With Korra, Katara, Tenzin, and Pima having no choice but to explain the truth of Naruto and Zai to the others. Knowing after tonight's events, it'd soon be common knowledge to the entire city, if not the entire world. With all of them initially being wary and scared at learning that Naruto was in fact Carnage, along with who Zai was and everything else Carnage has done. But after getting over the initial shock, Jinora was the first step forward and still accept Naruto for who he was. Soon followed by Bolin, Mako, Asami, Ikki, and Milo, while Ty Lee trusted Katara, her family, and Korra's judgment on Naruto not being a threat. Though while they were glad that they accepted Naruto, their mood soon dropped when they heard a radio broadcast declaring how the city has fallen into chaos and showing signs of a civil war starting. With Korra taking it the hardest when it announced how Naruto was now declared a criminal and fugitive with the reveal that he's Carnage. Along with people starting to lose faith in Korra that she knew who Carnage was and protected them as well. I think it might be best if Naruto and I left the city for a while. If we stay here, it won't be long until either the Equalists, Metalbenders, or anyone else comes knocking for Naruto and maybe even me. It'd be best if we got out of here before that happened. Cora said, looking down while everyone looked at her in dismay, but also understood her reasons. That might be for the best. After I get my family and everyone else to safety, I will likely join you, as you'll need someone to help train your new airbending. Said Tenzin, knowing Cora needs an airbending master now more than ever. I'll go with them, Dad. Jinora said, much to her family's disbelief. Absolutely not. You are not going off on your own, Jinora. Pima said immediately, refusing to let her daughter get hurt or worse. Your mother's right, Jinora. You will go with the others to one of the air temples, where it's safe. Tenzin said sternly. Mom, Dad, I'm not a little girl anymore. I've learned everything you have to teach me, Ikki and Milo, Dad. So I can train Cora just as well you could. Just because I don't have my tattoos doesn't mean I wouldn't be able to help her master airbending. And you'll be needed here to help the city. Please, let me do this, I know I can. Jinora said, looking at them pleadingly, making her parents and grandmother waver. You're so much like your grandfather, Jinora. But do you really believe you can teach Cora? Katara asked, with the young airbender nodding. I do. After all, I learned from the best one I know. Said Jinora, smiling at her father, who could only sigh. Tenzin, Pima, I swear I'll protect Jinora. And I'm sure that Naruto will as well once he regains consciousness. Cora said, making the two parents look at each other before eventually relenting and nodding. Be safe, Jinora. Said Pima, kissing her daughter's forehead and hugging her, along with the rest of her family, which she returned. After packing their stuff, Cora and Jinora snuck off of Air Temple Island with Naga carrying the unconscious Naruto. But Cora using earthbending to create a tunnel large for them to go through before using waterbending to let them walk on the ocean floor until they got out and away from the city. While Tenzin, Pima, Katara, the kids, the crew and Ty Lee rode Ugi to one of the air temples where it'd be safe and to contact help. Republic City Prison. I take it you tried fighting Carnage and lost. Amon stated as Terlock opened his cell door. Are you going to get up or just sit there? Questioned Terlock in annoyance as Amon looked at him before standing up and exiting his cell. So, you and me together again. Said Amon. Just like the old days, no tack. Terlock replied, Amon letting out a short chuckle. No tack. I've almost forgotten the sound of my own name. Muttered Amon, not remembering the last time he ever referred to himself by his birth name. You'll have plenty of time to refamiliarize yourself with it while we escape. Said Terlock as they left the prison before sneaking out of the city. Equalist base. Brothers and sisters, tonight's attack has given me a revelation. Our dream of creating a world where everyone is equal is impossible. We can never hope to achieve equality as long as there are those that stand against us, whether they're benders or non-benders. No, equality is impossible to achieve with people like that in the world. So from this moment on, the equalists are no more. We are now, the erasers, who shall erase all bending from this world permanently, along with all those that would dare stand in our way. Whether through subjugation or extermination, no longer will we condone any acts of resistance. Niji declared, with the newly renamed erasers cheering for their leader, though some of them having to force themselves to, not wanting to risk Niji's displeasure turned onto them. What have I done? Hiroshi thought, lamenting the choices that have brought him here, having hoped that he would help create a world where everyone was equal and his daughter was safe. Instead, he's now lost her like he lost her mother, with Asami now being on the eraser's most wanted list for her actions. Hiroshi began wondering if he was really doing the right thing anymore, but couldn't risk saying or doing anything, as he could see the mentally unhinged look in Niji's eyes. He was trapped, with no way out, now being forced to accept the mistakes he's made, that's cost him everything he held dear. Unknown location. Meanwhile, unknown to everyone in Republic City, all members of the Anaikai Triad were being led out of the city by a person wearing a long black cloak and a mask, resembling the ones worn by the Kemirikage. The reason for this was due to the fact that the person had suddenly shown up at their base and before anyone could react, had shot blasts of lightning through the chests of their leaders. Before telling everyone, they could either follow her, as the person's voice was that of a female, or be incinerated. With the Triad members not needing to be told twice and immediately followed her out of the city. Though one member wasn't as pleased at leaving behind their territory in Republic City or following some unknown person. Alright, lady, that's it. You show up in our base, kill our leaders, and then demand that we follow you. Well, I'm not having it. Either give us one reason why we should or we're out of here. Said the Triad member, with some of the others nodding in agreement after regaining their courage. Only for their fear to quickly return when the woman pointed two fingers at the Triad member that spoke and unleashed a stream of blue flames at them. With the firebender crying out in agony as he was burned alive before the screams were cut off as they were soon reduced to ash. How's that for a reason? said the woman, before continuing on her way with the remaining triad members quickly following them, none of them daring to risk speaking against her, now realizing just who she was. After all, only one firebender was known to possess blue flames. Lynn scowled as she looked over several reports of destruction, fighting, and riots happening all over Republic City. Unable to believe how fast things have spiraled out of control. 3 days have passed since the attack on the pro-bending arena by the Equalists, now known as the Erasers, along with the appearance of carnage. Along with the entire city now knowing who was in the suit, with the situation worsening at the fact the Avatar not only knew who Carnage was, but was dating him as well. She had already gotten word from Tenzin that Korra and Naruto were out of Republic City, and as much as the police chief wanted to put that kid in the deepest, darkest cell she could find, she had to admit it was probably a smart move for them to leave. Even more so, with Tenzin getting his family and the Avatar's friends to one of the air temples, given what happened the next day. The newly named Erasers had begun openly attacking benders and even non-benders in the street, destroying anything and everything to do with bending or anyone who sides with benders. With her officers doing the best they could against them, but had some difficulty facing those with electrified weapons, turning their armor and cables against them. With it only getting worse, when Hiroshi Sato unveiled his newest weapon, the mecha tanks. Large, mechanized suits that are outfitted with various weapons, with them being even more dangerous by being made of pure platinum. The metal so pure and devoid of earth fragments that not even her mother could hope to bend it. Luckily, they were able to find a few weaknesses in them, with waterbenders being able to pour water into the pipes to stall the tanks, while earthbenders were able to knock them off balance. And while they couldn't bend them, with enough pressure, they could punch through the armor into the cockpits. Even so, things were still getting worse, even more so with the Triple Threat Triad and Red Monsoons, now fighting over the territory of the Anikai Triad. The third bending gang having mysteriously vanished during the attack at the arena. So, in short, Lin had to deal with bending gangs, the Erasers, and running the city's militia. All while making sure she didn't spread her officers too thin. Chief, we just got another report, the Red Monsoons and Triple Threat Triads have begun fighting down in the Dragon Flats borough. Said an officer, rushing up to Lin. Send a team of officers there, now. Capture as many of them as you can. Lin ordered, with the officer saluting, before going to get a team together. Tenzin, you better send help soon. Lin thought, knowing they needed to get help fast, before this civil war began spreading outside of Republic City. City Hall. Meanwhile, outside City Hall, a crowd of Erasers and their supporters had gathered outside on the steps after they had managed to take over the building. With Niji standing at the front on a wooden stage, with several people lined up, bound and gagged with nooses around their necks. Take a good look at these people, traitors to their own kind. These people who still choose to support the Avatar, even after learning she was helping that monster, Carnage. And those who supported Avatar on, when he did nothing to help make things better for non-benders. All of them are traitors and they'll die like traitors. Niji declared, making the Erasers and supporters cheer, glad to see such people being punished for refusing to join them to get rid of benders. Wait, sir, please. Those are parents. Someone said, running to the front of the crowd and pointing at 2 elderly people. Niji immediately narrowing his eyes at the person, recognizing them as a protester who's been around since before the Equalist movement began under Amon. Personally, Niji found him to be an annoyance that leached off the Equalists and now the Erasers. Only wanting to be the center of attention while using them and the anti-bending mentality as a means to get it. The Eraser leader now seeing his chance to not only deal with the traitors but the annoying leech as well. Your parents have been dedicated supporters of Avatar Ong since he was still alive. They've betrayed their own people by supporting benders. Said Niji, while pointing his pike at them. They're just confused, sir. Please, give them time, and they'll join us. The protester said, not wanting his parents to die, even if he didn't like that they supported the Avatar. So you're saying you support their beliefs and support the Avatar as well, Niji demanded, while aiming his pike at the man, who paled in fear. What NN no, IIW would NN never support benders. Or the A Avenue Avatar. Stuttered the protester. Then you won't say anything else and let them die. Said Niji, before going over and pulling the lever, causing the platform beneath the people to drop out as they fell down before the ropes caught them as they swung limply in the air. No. Screamed the protester in horror at watching his parents die. Sees the traitor. If he chooses to mourn the deaths of those who support the Avatar, he can die along with them. The same goes for anyone that dares try to defend people like them. Niji said, while pointing at the swinging bodies, as the protester tried running, only to be grabbed by 2 Erasers. And no PL please. I'm no not a TR trot raider. The protester begged as he was forced onto his knees. You've already shown yourself as one by daring to speak in the defense of those that support benders and the Avatar. And like them and all the rest, you will die. said Niji, while taking aim at the protester with his pike. No please. Someone please help me, I'll do anything. Help me Avatar, the protester cried out for someone to save him, even begging for the Avatar to save him, only to be silenced when Niji threw his pike straight through his chest. Jumping off the stage, Niji grabbed his pike and looked into the protester's eyes. Having purposely missing anything vital to avoid giving him a quick and painless death. Fun isn't something one considers when cleansing the world. But this, Niji said, while smirking as he ripped his pike out and let the protester's body hit the floor. Those put a smile on my face. Said Niji, pleased at dealing with the traitors and with the annoyance. Northern Water Tribe. Within his office in the Northern Water Tribe, Unalak thought over everything he's learned. Not only was a civil war currently raging on in Republic City, but his niece, the Avatar, was now missing. Along with the now revealed host of the Spirit of Blood, Zai. Though unlike his former allies in the Red Lotus, he didn't care about Korra's IS host. No, what Unalak cared about was becoming the new Avatar by merging with Vadu. And this only proves that Avatar 1 and all his reincarnations have failed both humanity and the spirits. I will be the Avatar this world needs and bring true balance and order to it. And with Korra now missing, I'll need to speed up my plans to open the spirit portals and free Vadu in time for harmonic convergence. Unalak thought, knowing without Korra around to open at least one of the portals, he needed to find some other way to try and open them if he hoped to become the Dark Avatar. Or perhaps, he could locate Korra himself and being the benevolent uncle he is, help her bring order back to Republic City. Which will go a long way in making her trust him. But no matter what, he needed to find a way to get the portals open. Western Air Temple. After leaving Republic City, Tenzin and his family, sans Jinora, the crew, and Ty Lee, had headed for the Western Air Temple, being welcomed and given housing by the air acolytes there. With Tenzin immediately contacting Lin to hear about the situation in Republic City. Only for the airbending master to hear how bad things have gotten since they left and was prepared to head back to help in any way he could. Only for Lin to all but order him to stay at the Western Air Temple. What are you talking about, Lin? I'm needed in Republic City. Tenzin argued, knowing he couldn't sit by and do nothing while Republic City falls into chaos. You're needed with your family, Tenzin. If things continue as they are, I can't risk you coming back here. You are the only adult airbender and airbending master left in the world. If something happens to you, then the air nomads will die along with you. The best thing you can do right now is stay with your family and ensure the air nomads continue to exist by training your children. If you want to help, find another way to do so. But if I see you back in Republic City, I'll arrest you myself. The line was then cut, making Tenzin sigh, but he also couldn't argue with Lin's reasons. If something happened to him, then there would be no one left to train Ikki and Milo. And while Jinora has learned everything he has to teach her, she isn't an official airbending master and he couldn't put such a responsibility on her. She's just like Toph was when we were younger. Only much more serious. Katara stated, seeing that Lin had inherited Toph's no-nonsense attitude but was also much more serious than the blind earthbender was when they were teenagers. Well, were you entirely able to contact anyone, mother? Tenzin asked, the two having tried getting in contact with their other allies around the world, with both elders nodding. Yes, I was able to get in contact with Bumi. He and General Iroh will be making their way to Republic City with their fleets to assist the Metalbenders and hopefully contain the fighting. I was also able to contact Kaya as well, who's thankfully near where Bumi's fleet is docked and will have her picked up so she can help with the wounded. Katara said, much to Tenzin's relief, knowing help will soon arrive in Republic City. As well his brother could be rather wild, he's still a commander in the United Forces for a reason. I also managed to get in touch with Zuko. He said that he, Mai, and Jin will be coming here to help in any way they can. Said Ty Lee, glad for the chance to see Zuko and his wives again after so long. Good, their help will be much appreciated. Were you able to get in touch with anyone else? Tenzin asked, only for them to shake their heads as they sighed. No. We would have contacted Toph, but she hasn't been seen since she started traveling the world and we have no means to contact her. And everyone else have been gone for a long time now. Katara said sadly, knowing that Sokka, Suki, Aang, Appa and Momo have long since passed away, leaving no chance at a full reunion of the original Team Avatar. They're still here with us, even if it's not physically. Besides, I doubt Suki would even let Sokka anywhere near a fight if they were still here. Said Ty Lee, putting a hand on Katara's shoulder, with the waterbender nodding in agreement. Knowing her brother, he'd be more than ready to fight and save Republic City, but Katara that knew her sister-in-law would tie him down and make sure he didn't go and get himself hurt. Well, what's important is that we manage to get what help we can, both for ourselves and for Republic City. As there was something else Lin told me. Tenzin said, getting their attention. What else? Ty Lee asked, wondering what else could have happened. The Anikai Triad has mysteriously vanished from the city, leaving the triple threats and red monsoons to fight over their territory. Maybe it's nothing, and they simply left to stay out of the fighting. But after everything that's happened, I'd prefer not taking the chance that something else may be going on. Answered Tenzin, with Katara and Ty Lee nodding in agreement, knowing from experience that if something strange happens, it usually means something big will happen later. Now they could only hope another crisis doesn't pop up, at least until Republic City was safe. But Bumi. Bumi. It's good too. What are you wearing? Kaya asked as she boarded her brother's ship, only to stop short when she saw what Bumi was wearing. It's the new uniform for the United Forces for when we head to Republic City, said Bumi, who proudly as he stood in front of his sister wearing armor made completely out of rubber. Okay, I'll bite, how's that going to help? Kaya asked, knowing Bumi could be rather unorthodox in his planning, but even she had to think this was strange, even for him. Simple, from what we've heard, these erasers consist entirely of non-benders that only use Kai blocking and weapons provided by Hiroshi Sato. But this new armor, their Kai blocking will bounce right off of us, while their electric weaponry won't have any effect because rubber doesn't conduct electricity. Explained Bumi, grinning at his idea, with Kaya nodding slowly, seeing how that it made sense in the way that most of his ideas made sense. Okay. But what about the firebenders? I doubt they'll be able to firebender in that or create lightning, said Kaya while crossing her arms. I thought of that too and talked with General Iroh. Firebenders will be outfitted with plastic armor, which will also protect them from electricity and provide some protection from Kai blocking. As for lightning, they'll still be able to redirect the electricity from their weapons. Bumi replied as the waterbender sighed but nodded. Alright, let's just get going, said Kaya. Yeah. Cause after this, I'm retiring and spending time with my family, said Bumi, planning on this being his last mission before he retires from the United Forces. I'm sure Tenzin will love that. Kaya thought, knowing if Bumi retires, he'll no longer have any responsibilities keeping his crazy side at bay anymore. Though she supposes it'll be nice for her and her siblings to be back together again, especially if it means messing with their baby brother. With Korra, Naruto, and Jinora. Meanwhile, after leaving Air Temple Island and Republic City, Korra and Jinora had ridden Naga to the south of the United Republic, stopping when they reached a large forest. Soon being able to find shelter in a cave, where they laid Naruto down until he woke up. With Korra and Jinora currently working on the Avatar's newly awakened airbending. You're doing pretty good, Korra, despite just gaining airbending, Jinora said, having seen Korra was already making good progress on using her airbending. I'm just glad I'm finally able to put all those lessons to use, replied Korra before rotating her arms, gathering wind before condensing it into a ball, which she jumped on. The Avatar grinning at managing to successfully create an air scooter, having seen the airbending kids make them before, and was excited at getting the chance to ride one herself. This is awesome. No wonder you guys love making these so much, Korra said, while riding around on the air scooter, with Jinora looking at her in worry. Korra, maybe you should wait to try the air scooter. It's a really advanced technique and it can also be. Bang. Ouch, Korra muttered when she crashed into a tree after losing control of the air scooter. Hard to control for first-timers. Jinora finished while wincing, since even she and her siblings had some trouble when they first learned to make air scooters. With Korra groaning as she stood up, seeing that even when she's finally unlocked airbending, she's still having trouble learning it. Though suddenly, their attention turned to the cave when they heard Naga barking, with the two girls quickly rushing over and inside, only to be relieved and happy to see Naruto was awake. Naruto, Korra said, before rushing over and hugging him tightly, making Naruto stumble back as he caught her, about to say something, only for Korra to kiss him. Oh, sorry. You just woke up and I was just really happy to see you awake, that I wasn't thinking and just acted. And it's just really good to see you up again, said Korra before pulling back, figuring that Naruto was still trying to compose himself after being unconscious for so long. No, it's fine. I'm just glad to see you're safe. And it's good to see you too, Jinora, Naruto said, smiling at the young airbender, with Jinora returning the smile before hugging him. I'm glad to see you're alright, Naruto. We were really worried with how long you were unconscious, said Jinora, with Naruto patting her on the head, not seeing the annoyed looks that Jinora and Korra were giving each other. After leaving, Jinora had felt some jealousy towards Korra at seeing how close she stayed by Naruto, with it only growing after seeing her kiss him. While Korra also noticed how worried and concerned Jinora was for her boyfriend's condition, much more than a normal friend would be. But the Avatar suspecting that the airbender may possibly have a crush on Naruto, something she wasn't all that happy about. But didn't say anything about it, doubting she had to worry, though was still annoyed. I'm fine, it's not the first time this has happened, and I doubt it'll be the last. But where are we, anyway? Naruto asked, confused as to why they were in a cave. Well, that's kind of complicated, Korra said, before she began explaining everything that happened after Carnage was released, with Naruto only sighing when he heard how many people died and that it's now common knowledge that he's Carnage, along with what happened after. I'm sorry that happened, if I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have gone with you to the match, said Naruto, but even he knew that if he hadn't gone with Korra from the start, he would have rushed off to help her as soon as he learned of the attack. You have nothing to be sorry for. You couldn't have known something like this would happen or know it'd result in the talisman being broken. The only thing we can do now is prepare and try to make things better when we return to Republic City, Korra said, with Jinora nodding in agreement. Korra's right. Well, it was shocking to learn just what spirit you held, and even a little scary, you aren't at fault for what happened. What matters is staying safe until help arrives in Republic City, added Jinora. Looking between the two, Naruto couldn't help but nod before they headed outside. I also went ahead and hunted a couple animals that you could drain the blood of, both to help you regain your strength and to put into a few pouches for later, said Korra as she and Jinora resumed her airbending training while motioning to a small pile of animals she went out and hunted. Having been thankful that she was trained to hunt by her father, given it was part of life in the Southern Water Tribe. Thanks, it'll be useful to have, since who knows how long we'll be gone, Naruto replied before going over and making a small stone stool before he began extracting the blood from the animals and placing it in the pouches, with Jinora being a little unsettled at the sight. Given her vegetarian upbringing as an air nomad, though she knew not everyone had such an upbringing like her and that a vegetarian lifestyle wasn't for everyone. Especially someone like Naruto, given how important blood is for him to keep his strength up and act as sustenance from being Is host. Naruto, were you unconscious because of Carnage? Since you don't have the talisman anymore, should we be expecting him to make an appearance? Korra asked, not sure if she'll be able to access the Avatar state again, not even expecting to access it before, but was glad she did to help suppress Carnage. No, surprisingly, I haven't heard anything from Carnage after you helped push him back. But I know I'll hear from him eventually again, I always do. Naruto answered, knowing it was rare for his eye to not say or do anything, but knew the dark spirit would be back. Korra nodded, thankful they wouldn't have to deal with Carnage as well, while Jinora couldn't deny her curiosity and questions she's wanted to ask since learning the exact spirit that Naruto had inside him. Naruto, would it be alright if I asked you some questions about being Carnage's host? Jinora asked, with Naruto glancing at her before nodding. Sure, replied Naruto, not seeing a point in denying her request since she already knows. Does drinking blood do anything else for you besides provide sustenance and help keep Carnage sated? And is being able to shoot webs an assimilated ability, like with your earthbending and firebending? Jinora asked. In order, it depends on the blood I drink. Like if I drank a bender's blood, I'd gain their bending ability or their power would be added to my own bending. Drinking blood also keeps me at 100%. The more blood I drink, the longer I can keep going without resting, eating, or sleeping. As for the webs, yeah, that's another ability I gained, since I also get the abilities of certain animal blood I drink. Such as strength from a goat gorilla, sense of smell from a shirshu, speed and reflexes from mongoose lizards, and the webs I gained from spider cats, monkey spiders, wolf spiders, and other spider-based creatures. Naruto explained, much to Korra and Jinora's amazement, before their faces turned green and sickly in disgust and discomfort at hearing that he ate spiders. You actually ate spiders? Korra asked, disgusted at the idea of eating anything with spider in its name. But was that or people? Naruto replied with a deadpan expression, not having enjoyed it either, but knew it was necessary to not hurt anyone, plus he did get some useful abilities from it. The girls nodded before they resumed their airbending training, while Naruto continued draining the blood from the animals. Before he caught Naga looking at him intently, her eyes darting to the animals he'd already drained before back to him. Go for it, Naruto said, with the polar bear dog eagerly digging into the drained bodies, with her tail wagging happily at the meal. Later. After some time, Naruto had finished draining all the blood from the animals, along with drinking some of the blood he drained to help regain his strength. While Korra and Jinora finished with the Avatar's training for the day. But the three soon taking off on Naga to keep moving, just in case they would have been followed or tracked by anyone from Republic City. Though as they rode, Naruto frowned as he felt something off. Korra, stop for a moment, Naruto said, with the Avatar looking at him in confusion for a moment before nodding and had Naga stop moving. Heading off the polar bear dog, Naruto walked forward a few feet and looked around, frowning in confusion. What's wrong, Jinora said, only to be cut off when a spike chain burst out of the ground and wrapped around Naruto, while two figures wearing and black-gray camouflage clothing, rebreathers, one large, clawed gauntlet on their right and left hands respectively. And horned headbands jumped out of the trees. One down, said one. Two to go. the second said as they pulled their gauntlets, which the chains were attached to. Only to suddenly find themselves unable to move, as Naruto looked at them with an unimpressed look. "You two must be a special kind of stupid," stated Naruto, not believing these idiots would actually attack him, given it's likely spread far enough for people to know who he is, along with how they saw him with the avatar and an airbender. His point being proven when Korra raised her arms, causing a pillar of earth to shoot up and slam into one of the attackers' heads. While Jinora released a blast of air at the second attacker, throwing them back into a tree. With Korra then freezing the chain, allowing Naruto to break free. "Who are these guys?" Korra asked, frowning at the sudden attack. "Their names are Gumzu and Maizu, otherwise known as the Demon Brothers. They're a pair bounty hunters and waterbending assassins, known to use poison and poison-laced weapons in conjunction with their bending." Naruto answered, having become familiar with such people during his isolation. "Bounty hunters? Why would they be after us?" questioned Jinora, worried at the idea of bounty hunters being after them, as Naruto walked over and searched the two, before eventually finding a wanted poster of him. "They're after me," said Naruto, while showing them the poster, much to Korra's anger. "Are you kidding me?" exclaimed Korra, angry that her boyfriend now had a bounty on his head, before kicking Maizu in the head in her anger. "As much as I don't like it, I guess it should have been expected after he was exposed," said Jinora, frowning, while Naruto stomped on the ground, causing the demon brothers to sink in up to their necks, leaving them trapped. While he and Korra would be more than able to kill them, they weren't going to for Jinora's sake, given her upbringing as an air nomad who are against killing. "There's nothing we can do about it except trying to stay out of sight," Naruto said, with the girls nodding in agreement before they got back on Naga and rode off, now knowing they had to be extra careful on who sees them. Unknown location. Lady Azula, if you don't mind me asking, we were wondering what exactly is you plan?" asked one of the Triad members as they all stood within Azula's base, with the former princess of the Fire Nation having removed her mask and lowered her hood. As she looked down at her newly acquired subordinates. "Simple, I'm searching for a way to get back what was lost to me," Azula said, confusing the Triad members. The Fire Lord's throne," said one, only to duck when Azula launched a fireball at his head. "I don't care about the throne. My niece and grandnephew can keep it. No, what I want is to regain my youth, my power, everything that I lost to time," said Azula while looking at her aged body with a scowl. "And how do you plan to do that?" one of the Triad members asked, none of them having heard any legends or stories of a way to regain one's youth. "There are many stories and legends in this world, some even older than the Avatar. Many have been lost, but I found a place that had the secrets I desired. The legend of the Fountain of Youth, said to have the power to reverse the aging process and return one like myself to the prime of my life," Azula explained, shocking and amazing everyone at the existence of such a thing, which could render someone practically immortal. And such a place exists?" one asked, with Azula nodding with a smirk on her face. "It does, but its location has since been lost. Luckily, I was able to retrieve enough information to help locate it. Unfortunately, I had a rather trying encounter with a waterbender who was also seeking the fountain to restore her own youth," Azula said as her smirk turned into a frown. "How tough could one old waterbender be?" questioned someone, not seeing how an elderly waterbender could be a problem, only to wither under Azula's warning gaze. "You've never encountered a waterbender like her," stated Azula, knowing she'd need to find the fountain first before the waterbender did. Otherwise, she doubted anyone would be safe. Foggy Swamp. Meanwhile, hidden deep within the foggy swamp was an old and decrepit hut, one which every occupant in the swamp knew to avoid if they wanted to live. Within the hut was a hunched-over figure wearing a tattered cloak before the person held up their shaking hands, showing they were decaying and even beginning to fall apart. The person let out a wheezing breath as she focused as her hands soon stopped shaking. "I don't have long, I need the fountain, I must find the fountain," the woman wheezed, knowing it won't be long before her body gives out. The woman then looked into a cracked mirror, revealing her face was beyond ancient and withered, her eyes being milky and cloudy, her cheeks being sunken and hollow, and looking as if her body was breaking down. Though despite this, those who know the woman would still be able to recognize her as Hama, the thought-to-be-believed creator of bloodbending. Despite being well over 100 years old, Hama was still alive due to having learned several abilities she gained from her bloodbending. One such being the secret to bloodbend without the need of the full moon, something she had passed on to her second student, Yakin. One who fully embraced bloodbending unlike Katara. While she managed to keep herself alive by combining bloodbending with healing in order to keep her body functioning and moving, attaining a form of immortality. But it's only a temporary thing, as eventually, her body will just give out, despite her best efforts. It's even got to the point where she can no longer bloodbend anything or anyone, having to focus it entirely on maintaining her dwindling life force. But it doesn't mean she's helpless, since she was still being able to waterbend thanks to her learning how to dual bend in her incredibly long life. Something Hama is incredibly grateful for, given her encounter with Azula in their search of the Fountain of Youth. Along with her ongoing feud with the Swampending tribe and Toph herself, who's taken residence in the swamp. Unfortunately, she knew that she didn't have long, perhaps a month at most, possibly 2 if she pushed herself hard enough. But Hama knew her age will soon catch up with her, but she wouldn't quit until she found the fountain. Though she couldn't even search for it herself anymore, as if she went out and was unable to find it, it's unlikely she'll be able to make another trip. No, she needed to wait for someone else to locate the fountain before going to its location herself. She only had one chance left, and she wasn't going to waste it. Lin couldn't help but groan and rub her temples as she sat within her office. A week has passed since she last spoke to Tenzin and all but ordered him to stay at the Western Air Temple with his family. As despite their differences in history, she wasn't going to risk one of the few airbenders and the only airbending master left coming here. Thankfully though, he contacted her again and told her that the United Forces would be arriving soon, much to her relief at getting some much needed help. Even more so, when Hiroshi revealed a new flying machine that the erasers have been using to pick them off from the sky. Luckily, it wasn't long after their reveal that the United Forces arrived, allowing her and her officers to push back the erasers and triads. Olin had been skeptical at Yumi's idea of wearing rubber or plastic armor, only to see that it somehow actually worked. Rendering the erasers' electric weapons useless against them, leading to her having her metalbenders wear rubber suits under their armor. But Yumi leading his forces on the ground, and Iroh having been able to lead a team to capture some of the erasers' planes and take the fight to them in the air, they had been able to gain some ground. Not to mention Kaya's help in healing the injured, and when she went out into the field herself. What was even better was when waterbenders had arrived from the Northern Water Tribe, having been sent by Chief Unalak to assist in retaking the city. With the Northern Chief having even sent his own children, Desna and Eska, along to help as well. Unfortunately, while their assistance was needed and appreciated, it had also led to an entirely new set of problems. All of which being the result of the waterbending twins themselves. Tell me again. How did it happen? Lin asked while feeling like beating her head into a steel wall as Desna and Eska stood across from her. Ugh, fine. We had just been dealing with some of those eraser idiots, Eska said as she began retelling the chief what happened. Flashback. That's 40 more points for me. I'm in the lead now. Eska said, smirking as she froze 4 erasers to the ground as she and her brother fought off a large group of them with a water truck they had been given by the police. Sorry to disappoint, sis, but that's only 8 points. So I still have the lead and I just got 20 more. Said Desna, shooting a blast of water at 2 erasers, launching them through a window and into a building. No, I have the lead now. You said each of these losers is worth 10 points, I just took care of 4 of them. Retorted Eska, while idly creating a geyser of water underneath 3 more erasers. Nope, I said that the ones with weapons are worth 10, while the regular Kai blockers are worth 2. And the mech tanks are worth 15. You only took out Kai blockers, while I have been getting the ones with weapons. Pay more attention, why don't you? Desna said, smirking, with Eska giving him an annoyed look before spotting 2 mecha tanks coming towards them. Fine. Eska said, gathering a large amount of water under her before surfing it towards the mecha tanks. When the tanks launched their cables at her, Eska bent the water in front of her before quickly freezing it when the cables entered it, trapping the cables. But the girl then jumping over the ice and rushing towards the tanks, ducking under the bolo discs launched at her as she moved behind them and sent streams of water into the exhaust pipes on the back. With the water causing the tanks to jam and become unresponsive. With Eska finishing them by incussing the tanks in ice as the girl smirked at her brother. There, that's 30 points for me. That leaves you tied. Eska stated, with Desna looked around but saw all the erasers were already defeated. Oh, well that's a pity. We don't have any more enemies to face, so we could either return to the police station or try and find, Desna said, only to be cut off when the water truck behind them exploded, making the twins create shields of water to protect them from the blast. The only place you benders are going is the ground. Said Niji, having gotten reports of these 2 taking down several of his men throughout the city and even some of the mecha tanks, resulting in the eraser's leader figuring it'd be better for him to deal with the 2 himself. Oh, dick. Desna muttered, annoyed at the truck being destroyed, having been planning to keep it. You must be that Niji guy we've heard about, the leader of these idiots. Hey, I gotta ask, why the long hair? Eska asked, as Niji was actually genuinely confused. What? Said Niji, not even sure how to respond to that. The hair. You're a guy, but you have it long, and even in a ponytail, why? I mean Desna has long hair, but he keeps it long by choice. Eska said, while glancing at her brother. You're just mad, cause I wear it better. Stated Desna, while smirking. If by better, you mean people keep confusing you for me, then sure. Said Eska as she crossed her arms and rolled her eyes at her brother. Then does that make me girlish, or you mannish? Desna retorted, with his smirk still present, while raising his hands in a shrugging manner. Enough of these games. Shouted Niji, having grown progressively annoyed before finally having enough, as he threw his pike at them, with Desna and Eska jumping away from it. Whoever takes him down wins. Desna said, with Eska nodding in agreement. Deal. Bonus points to whoever breaks his toy. Said Eska, before the two bent water under themselves to surf and move around faster. But Niji jumping down and summoning his pike back, eyeing the two warily, making sure he could see both of them, while being aware of their positions. Before quickly swinging his pike, shattering several icicles launched at him by Eska, only for Desna to hit him in the back with a jet of water. But the eraser leader growling, as now he couldn't use his pike's electricity without risk of shocking himself. Eska then created a column of ice, before breaking off several razor-sharp ice discs from it and launching them all at Niji, who swung his pike, destroying them all. Before grunting in pain when one managed to slice into his arms, only to then find himself knocked off balance when Eska bent some water onto the ground below him before turning it into ice. Then before Niji could react, a smaller ice column shot up and slammed into his stomach, knocking the wind out of him before leaning on his pike to catch his breath. Okay, well I'm officially disappointed. We had heard that you were some big tough guy. But so far, I had a better challenge from some of the grunts. Eska said, with Niji snarling as he stood up and glared murderously at her. Just wait until I get my hands on you. I'll be sure to shut your mouth permanently, you smug bending cunt. Said Niji, with his words causing everyone to fall silent, while Desna looked at him with wide eyes, with even the erasers, that were trapped and still conscious looked at him in muted shock. With Eska merely looking at him blankly, while brushing some strands of hair out of her face, while letting out a sigh. Yep. Eska said, before Niji was thrown into the air by a blast of water, followed by another one sending him smashing into a wall. But Niji finding himself pinned to the wall, with ice covering his arms and legs. Before his pike was forcibly removed, as it was covered in water, and flew into Desna's hands. With the waterbender then breaking the pike over his knee, much to Niji's anger at seeing his weapon being destroyed. Well, get on with it. Niji said, angry and humiliated at his defeat, knowing he would be taken in now. Only for Eska and Desna to begin walking away. Oh, we aren't going to capture you, we already beat you. Capturing you now would mean that this will end and we'd have to go back home. With this being the most fun we've had in years, so try to escape so we can keep entertaining ourselves. Eska said over her shoulder. And maybe get a better weapon, that one just seems really useless and breakable. Added Desna as the two left, leaving Niji fuming in rage. Then flashback. After that, we found another car, drove back here, told you all of this when we arrived, and now had to waste our time telling you this again. Eska said, as Lin pinched the bridge of her nose. Let me get this straight, you had the eraser's leader restrained and helpless, and you didn't capture him, just so you could entertain yourselves, Lin demanded, angry that they didn't capture Niji when they had the chance, even more after hearing their reason for it. Yeah. But look at it this way, if we captured him that quickly, he'd just be a martyr for the erasers and their supporters to rally behind. Even if you took him down, who's to say someone else won't take his place, someone even worse. The only way to defeat them is to treat them like they're nothing but points in a game. That's all it is, a game to beat them, as you can't stop people like that by just locking them up. You gotta break down their motivation and determination until they just willingly give up and see how hopeless fighting is. If you do that, then you'll make sure they don't rise up again. Desna said, smirking, with the chief looking between them in disbelief, as doing something like that could potentially worsen the relationship between benders and non-benders. But at the same time, she couldn't deny that it had some merit. As by doing that, they'd ensure the erasers fully gave up, rather than just surrendering. So while Lin didn't like it, she could at least somewhat understand their reasoning for not capturing Niji when they had the chance. Fine. But one last question, where exactly did you get those clothes? Lin questioned, while narrowing her eyes at Eska, who wasn't wearing the same outfit she had left in. Now wearing brown boots, navy blue leggings, a periwinkle white skirt, a light blue long sleeve shirt, black gloves, and a navy blue vest with the Water Tribe symbol on the back. We stopped by a clothes store on the way back. Answered Eska, with Lin narrowing her eyes further. All the shops have been closed since the fighting began. Lin stated, knowing for a fact that Eska didn't get those clothes legally. And? I'm the daughter of the Northern Water Tribe's chief and the cousin of the Avatar. That doesn't make me a good person. Eska said with a shrug. Lin could only hold her face in her hands and groan, wishing that all of this was just a horrible nightmare and would hopefully wake up soon. With Niji. Meanwhile, Niji paced angrily within his quarters, now wearing standard electric gauntlets, given his pike was currently being repaired by Hiroshi, along with some improvements as well. He was angry, no scratch that, he was furious. Those waterbenders hadn't even been trying when they took him down, having beaten him, well he wasn't even able to so much as scratch them. To make it worse, they then left him frozen to a wall until he managed to break free and return to the eraser's base. Niji actually would have preferred it if they just captured him or killed him rather than suffer such a humiliation. I'll kill them. I'll kill them all, then move on to the Northern Water Tribe and burn it to the ground. Niji thought, swearing to make them suffer for what they did. He was then pulled from his murderous thoughts when the door opened and in walked several erasers. What? Demanded Niji, glaring at them, having given explicit orders that he wasn't to be disturbed as the erasers fidgeted nervously in place. Sir, some of us have been thinking and maybe it'd be best if we surrendered or just left Republic City. One of them said, with the others nodding hesitantly in agreement. Yeah. Maybe we would have had a chance if it was just the Metalbenders. But with the united forces and those waterbenders, especially those twins, we're outnumbered and our weapons are ineffective against their new armor. So, it might be good if we said another, only to be cut off when Niji grabbed their head with his gauntlet and began electrocuting them. The other erasers could only look in horror as their ally screamed in agony as Niji held onto their heads until they finally went completely still. Then before they could react, Niji grabbed the other one who spoke and electrocuted them as well. Hang them up where everyone can see them. Let it serve as a warning of what happens to cowards and traitors. Niji ordered as the remaining erasers nodded rapidly before grabbing the two bodies, none of them wanting to risk their increasingly unhinged leader's wrath. Spirit world. Within the spirit world, Unalak projected his own spirit in order to speak with Vadu and inform him of the events. With the spirit of darkness and chaos being highly amused at what was happening in the human world. Even the more darkness that appears in the world, the stronger he becomes and the weaker his counterpart, Rava, becomes. And what of Rava's avatar? Have you located her yet? Vadu said, knowing the avatar was vital for their plans to succeed. I have agents and dark spirits cowering all over the Earth Kingdom trying to find her. But so far, she's been able to remain hidden. Replied Unalak. Find her. If we are to succeed, we need the avatar to open the spirit portals before harmonic convergence. If the portals aren't opened by then, I will remain trapped for another 10,000 years. Said Vadu, wanting to reclaim his freedom and plunge the world into 10,000 years of darkness. Though well this may seem like an evil plan to some, it wasn't. Vadu was merely following his own nature to spread darkness and chaos throughout the world, just like how Rava and her avatars spread peace and balance. They weren't good, nor were they evil, they were simply beings that followed their nature, no more, no less. He was only seen as evil because Rava had been meant to keep him in check until that human wand separated them and interfered, becoming the first avatar by merging with Rava. Then leaving him trapped in this tree for 10,000 years. But now, Vadu would finally be free and he would take enjoyment in showing Rava she's not the only one who can have an avatar. With Naruto, Korra and Jinora. Are you ready, Korra? Naruto asked as Korra nodded nervously while taking a few breaths. Yeah, I'm ready. Replied Korra, looking up at the night sky, right where the full moon hung. Since the encounter with Gumzu and Maizu, the trio had been avoiding any towns so as to not be seen, along with any main roads. Only going into towns if it was absolutely necessary, with Korra and Jinora being the only ones to go in since Naruto was too easily recognizable. But the two girls, having also changed into more fitting clothing for the Earth Kingdom, helping them blend in more as opposed to their water tribe and air nomad clothing, respectively. With Korra also letting her hair out of its ponytail, given it was one of her most recognizable feature. Allowing her to effectively hide in plain sight with only a few changes that may get her a few looks but wouldn't get her recognized as the avatar. They had also continued with Korra's airbending training, along with her bloodbending training as well. With the avatar now starting to get the hang of telling of what a person is feeling from the way their heart is beating. Mostly from listening to Jinora's and telling she's annoyed most of the time, usually whenever Korra and Naruto were close together. With Korra also continuing Naruto's training in his earthbending, firebending, and waterbending. Only to get annoyed as well when Jinora would butt in and offer to show Naruto some airbending forms. Given how the whiskered blonde had shown his interest in learning airbending forms before they left Republic City, with Jinora seeing it as a good way to get closer to him. Which would result in both girls butting heads and trying to get Naruto's attention away from the other. Currently though, it was finally the night of the full moon, with Korra now beginning her first official bloodbending lesson. With Naruto having assembled a hollow wooden dummy and filled it with blood for her to practice on. Korra, if you want, we could wait until the next full moon or even until after all this is over. Naruto offered, being able to see how nervous she was and didn't want her to feel pressured or anything, only for Korra to shake her head. "No, I have to do it now. If I don't, then I'll never be able to do it," said Korra, while steeling herself to begin bloodbending, as well it won't be a living being, once she's able to do this, she'll forever have that power. Naruto nodded at her words, before going to stand beside Jinora, who had been led into the loop about Korra's bloodbending training and couldn't deny her own interest at seeing bloodbending in action, having only ever read about it. Taking a deep breath, Korra looked at the dummy, before slowly raising her hands bending her fingers, as if she was holding a marionette. Looking at the dummy, Korra looked deeper inside of it, focusing the blood within, imagining it being under her control, and enforcing her will onto it. That it was only a puppet for her to control. "I'm in control, I'm in control, I'm in control," Korra thought, until finally she moved her hand, and to her amazement, one of the dummy's arms moved as well. Moving her hand again caused the dummy's hand to go back to its original position, making Korra let out a short yet amazed laugh. Moving both her hands, Korra watched in fascination as the dummy's legs began moving, making it walk around. Starting to feel more confident, Korra began moving her hands more, making the dummy's arms move around as it walked, and its head turn as well. "This power it feels," thought Korra, not able to describe the sensation at being able to control something in such a way, with the avatar being unable to help, but think what it'd be like to control something alive. "Korra!" Naruto shouted, putting his hands on her shoulders and thankfully pulling Korra out of the trance she had gone into, with the girl blinking, only to be shocked at seeing the dummy was now floating in the air, before falling to the ground. What happened?" said Korra, while putting a hand on her head, not even realizing what she had been doing. "You went into a trance. It happens when you bloodbend for the first time, to realize the power of now have over living creatures. It's how's I gets in your head, making you desire more, to use people like their puppets. The longer you're in the trance, the more likely you'll end up bloodbending anyone or anything nearby," Naruto replied, making Korra's eyes widen, before quickly looking at Jinora and Naga in worry, but was relieved to see they didn't look hurt or anything. Before the avatar looked at her hands, as the realization finally began sinking in. "I'm a child of blood now, aren't I?" stated Korra, knowing she's officially become a bloodbender and a child of blood. "Yes. Are you afraid?" Naruto asked, Korra looking up at him. "No," answered Korra after a moment. While she's realizing what she's done can't be undone, Korra also didn't feel afraid. With Naruto smiling slightly at her, before kissing Korra's forehead. "Then you'll have nothing to worry about. Though I think that's enough for tonight, we should get some rest before we set out in the morning. I'll keep watch in case we get any uninvited visitors," Naruto said, with Korra and Jinora nodding in agreement before the blonde and the avatar created a few rock tents for them to sleep in. Later, Naruto leaned back against a tree as he looked around the forest, keeping his eyes and ears open for anyone or any human heartbeats. Only to look and see Jinora coming out of her tent. "Hey Jinora. You couldn't sleep?" Naruto asked, having not heard her heartbeat slow down the way it usually does when a person goes to sleep, with Jinora nodding her head before going over and sitting next to Naruto. "Yeah, I've just been really worried about my family. I mean, I know they're safe at one of the air temples, but this is the first time I've been away from them for this long," Jinora said, having been worried that something would have happened to them, or even that they were followed and attacked by the erasers. While she knows that her father is an airbending master, along with Mako, Bolin, and Asami being there to help, not to mention her siblings as well. Jinora still couldn't help but worry about them and hope they're safe. Though she was pulled from her thoughts and looked at Naruto when he put a hand on her shoulder. "You know, I haven't gotten the chance to tell you this, Jinora, but you're really strong. And I don't mean as just being a powerful airbender, but you have a strong spirit and will. As I doubt many kids your age would volunteer to go with me and Korra, especially after learning about Carnage. But you did, and that takes a lot of courage, and more than that, it makes a brave and incredible person," said Naruto, with Jinora looking at him in surprise and a faint blush on her face. "You think I'm incredible?" Jinora asked, with Naruto nodding in response. "Definitely. And I know one day, you'll be an even greater airbending master yourself," Naruto replied, making Jinora smile brightly, only for it to immediately vanish at his next words. "But you'll still be a kid," added Naruto, smirking as Jinora shoved him lightly and stood up. "I'm going back to sleep. And I'm not a kid," Jinora said, insistently while going back over to her tent. "Yeah, you're a strong and powerful airbender as well, who just so happens to be a kid," said Naruto teasingly, getting a blast of air in response, with Jinora still having a small smile on her face, remembering what he said. While swearing to one day show him, she's not just a kid. Next day. The next day, after everyone had woken up, the trio had set out once again, knowing they couldn't risk staying in one place for too long. with them soon happening on a town, with Korra and Jinora sneaking into it to gather some supplies, while Naruto and Naga made their way around the town to wait for the girls. The two soon returning after a few moments, with Naruto raising a brow when he saw Jinora carrying a red bow staff, while Korra carried a Jan sword with a black and silver handle in a matching sheath, along with twin blades. "What's with the staff and swords?" Naruto asked, confused when Korra tossed him the twin blades. "Well, we figured that, if we're going to be hiding, it wouldn't be good if Jinora used airbending, or I used more than one element. Not to mention that given how Kai blockers are able to easily take away our bending, it'd be better if we had something to fall back to use. So, we stopped by a weapons store before leaving and picked these up," Korra said, grabbing her new Jan sword and pulling it out a little, showing the surprisingly blue blade with wave-like designs on it, causing Naruto to draw his own new blades, while seeing they were colored black with red edges all around them. "I also got a bow staff since it's similar enough to my glider," said Jinora, having picked it out since she's familiar with using her glider as a staff, which she unfortunately had to leave behind, given how recognizable it'd be. Good thinking. I'm sure you could even find a way to incorporate that sword into your fighting style," Naruto said, with Korra nodding in agreement, having learned of a couple other avatars that had used weapons in conjunction with their bending. Korra then pulled out a map they had also gotten. "We also asked around, using a cover story that we're half-sisters on a camping trip and everyone said that we should avoid the swamp right here," Korra said, pointing to the foggy swamp on the map. "It'd be a good place for us to hide out in, since no one really goes there due to the swampenders that live there, along with how it can affect your mind," said Jinora, having heard about the swamp from her grandmother and how dangerous it could be. "Well, it'd be better than having to worry about being ambushed and give us plenty of time to train without worry of being interrupted," Naruto stated, getting nods from the girls. With their destination decided, the three climbed onto Naga before they took off towards the swamp. Western Air Temple. Meanwhile, at the Western Air Temple, Zuko, Mai, and Jin had arrived a few days ago, with Mako holding back his brother from fanboying over the former Fire Lord and Fire Ladies. But Zuko and Katara currently walking around the temple, reminiscing of the times when the original Team Avatar was hiding here. Along with Haru, Teo, the Duke, Hakoda, and Chit Sang, when the latter two joined them, later on. "I remember the first time I came here, not long after I was banished. I had hoped at the time to find a clue to where the Avatar would be hiding," Zuko said, remembering when he and his uncle came here when he still had to wear bandages over his scar. "And then it was here that you ended up joining the Avatar. I'm not sure if I ever apologized for attacking you," said Katara, which Zuko waved off with a chuckle. "It's fine, after everything I did before, and then what happened in Ba Sing Se, it's understandable that none of you would trust me," Zuko replied. "It also didn't help that you never were that good at trying to be a good," said Katara, while smirking, making the former Fire Lord groan and cover his face. "Don't remind me. I lost track of how many times I practiced what I'd say to a badger frog," Zuko said, only to pause and glance at Katara, seeing she was trying to suppress her laughter. "I did it again, didn't I?" stated Zuko, with Katara patting him on the back. "Well, like you always say, take a bite of the silver sandwich," Katara said, making Zuko cover his face and shake his head. "Still, it's actually nice to be here again and remember all the times we had here," said Katara, smiling as she looked around, with Zuko nodding in agreement. "Yes. Along with how it's been restored to its former glory, both from being abandoned for over 100 years and when Azula destroyed most of it," Zuko said, before frowning in thought. She always did have a rather nasty temper. Though I'm honestly not sure which version of her was worse. The sane version we first met, the insane one from after she was imprisoned, or when she apparently regained her sanity," said Katara, knowing from experience what kind of person Azula was, at her best and at her worst. Though after so many years, Katara couldn't deny that part of her felt a semblance of pity for Azula. Given how her mother ignored her and her father only saw her as a tool, perhaps it's not surprising that she turned out the way she did. The last one, definitely the last one. Since that's when Azula became more calm and patient, more willing to plan out her actions and stay hidden until she decided to reveal herself. Such as being capable of smuggling out an entire triad from Republic City without anyone knowing. Zuko said as his frown turned into one of realization, making Katara look at him with a raised brow. "You think Azula is responsible for the Anaikai triad leaving Republic City?" Katara asked skeptically, knowing that while Azula is dangerous, she's now an old woman and much less of a threat, that is if she's still even alive. "It's possible. If Azula is behind their disappearance, then it means she's gotten some new plan in the works," Zuko said, knowing if his sister was behind this, then it means she's up to something. "Perhaps you're just overthinking it, with us being here not helping, given how we were forced to leave," said Katara, highly doubting Azula was involved, and it was the memory of their encounter with her here that's making her friend think she's involved. No offense Katara, but you didn't know Azula like we did. Ty Lee stated as she and Mai approached the two, having been looking for them and overheard the latter part of their conversation, with Zuko and Katara looking at the two. Azula was crazy, there's no denying that, and she ruled through fear. But if there's one thing she wasn't, it's stupid. If Azula does something, it always has an ulterior motive. And if she is the one that took the Anakai triad, then whatever she's planning isn't good for anyone. Said Mai in her usual dry tone, with Katara now feeling worried about the possibility of Azula being involved, on top of everything else happening. If she is involved, and I hope she isn't, what could she be planning to require an entire bending triad? Katara asked, not liking the sudden grave expressions on their faces. That's the scary part, she could be planning basically anything. Zuko said, before the four immediately went to find the others. If Azula was in fact involved, then they needed to make sure that the others were aware of the potential danger. After deciding to head towards the foggy swamp, Naruto, Korra, and Jinora had begun traveling straight towards it, thankfully now avoiding the main road, making it less likely for them to be followed. But the trio currently practicing in their bending, with Korra having made great progress in her airbending and bloodbending. The latter of which she had begun getting better control over the other abilities after having officially become a bloodbender. While Naruto improved his earthbending, firebending, and waterbending, with his style becoming more refined and focused as opposed to just bending the elements. And Jinora, despite having learned everything her father had to teach her, continued her training and practicing. Knowing that despite her current skill, there's always room for improvement and having more to learn as well. Once the three had finished, they moved onto their weapon training in hand-to-hand combat, so they'll have a means to defend themselves when they can't access their bending. Have you used swords before, Naruto? Korra asked, seeing the way Naruto moved with the dual blades, looking as if he's been using them far longer than he's had them, with Jinora also noticing how smooth his movements were. No, I haven't. But whenever Carnage takes control, you've seen how he turns his arms into weapons, usually blades. I just imagine that the blades are extensions of myself rather than separate objects. It also helps that the different bending styles I'm learning are a good basis for learning how to use swords, as well. Naruto answered, making the two girls nod. What about you Korra? Would you choose a sword? Asked Jinora, looking at the Avatar, having figured with her personality, she'd prefer a weapon where she can get up close and personal with enemies. As opposed to a sword where you'd have to keep some distance. Well, after learning about how some past avatars used weapons, along with their bending. I had thought of using a weapon myself, but I never really had the time to choose one, since the White Lotus wanted me to focus on mastering all the elements first. As for why a sword, it was after Katara told me about the time her brother, Sokka, was trained by Piandao and what he did while training under him, I really wanted to learn to use one. Not only from how skilled they were, but I imagined how I'd be able to use it, along with my bending. Korra explained, as Jinora nodded with a smile, as she remembered her grandmother telling her that story. Well, Piandao did say that the possibilities of a sword are limitless, I guess in the hands of the Avatar, it will be. Said Jinora, as the three resumed their training. After they finished, the three took a short break before they continued on their way to the swamp. How much further until the swamp? Naruto asked. It shouldn't be much farther, just a little further ahead, and we should whoa. Said Korra, as the three held on tightly when Naga suddenly stopped and started sniffing the ground. What is it girl? Asked Korra, wondering what made Naga stop like that, with the polar bear dog lifting her head and growling, with Naruto and Korra then hearing what it was that got her attention. There are several heartbeats ahead of us, 12 to be precise. Naruto said, with Korra nodding in agreement, now hearing the heartbeats. Could it be more bounty hunters? Jinora said in worry at more bounty hunters having found them. It could only be them, since no one would come this close to the swamp. Replied Korra, while frowning, knowing what they'd have to do if it was bounty hunters. Yeah. Meaning we'll have to deal with them and make sure they can't tell anyone where we're hiding. Naruto said, having come to the same conclusion. If they were bounty hunters, then they'll have to kill them to make sure they won't be able to tell anyone where they're hiding. Otherwise, they'll have even more bounty hunters showing up at the swamp to capture them. But Jinora gulping as she realized what they meant, not liking the idea, but knew there wasn't anything they could do about it. Naga, you stay back alright. If it looks like we're in trouble, then you can come help. Said Korra as they got off Naga's back, with the polar bear dog nodding her head in understanding. The three went ahead, while Naga stayed far enough away to not be seen, but close enough to jump in to help if needed. They're just up ahead. Naruto said for Jinora, with the airbending girl giving a shaky nod before Korra put a hand on her shoulder. Naruto and I can deal with them, just knock them out and we'll finish it. said Korra, not wanting Jinora to have to kill anyone, both because of her age and her peaceful upbringing. But Jinora giving a small smile in thanks, feeling a little less tense that she won't have to personally kill anyone. Glancing at each other, the three then jumped through the trees, ready for whoever they saw, only to be confused when they didn't see anyone. Where are they? Korra asked, confused when she didn't see anyone around, yet could still hear the heartbeats. They aren't hiding, are they? Said Jinora, looking around for any sign of the bounty hunters hiding and waiting for the moment to strike. No, they're all close together, and I don't hear them around us. It's almost like we're on top of them. Move. Shouted Naruto, realizing where they were. Korra and Jinora immediately shot blasts of air at the ground, launching themselves into the air, while Naruto did the same with firebending. And just in time too, as a stone box shot up and enclosed around where they once were, while the earthbending bounty hunters emerged from the ground around them. Acting quickly, Korra created flames in her hand before thrusting it towards the ground, creating a large fiery explosion that launched the earthbenders back, allowing the three to land safely on the ground. Though they did have to quickly dodge several rocks launched at them, with the three splitting up to face the earthbenders, each facing off against four. Naruto bent a stream of water out of the air before freezing it into icicles, which he launched at the earthbenders. Only for them to create a rock wall, blocking the icicles. Before they broke it apart and launched the pieces at Naruto, only to be surprised when Naruto stopped them midair. The whiskered blonde then compressing the pieces of rock down into tiny pebbles, which he then sent flying at high speeds back at the earthbenders. The three of them managing to get out of the way in time, while the fourth wasn't so lucky, as the compressed rocks punched straight through his body from the speed and density of them. The remaining three earthbenders then stomped on the ground, creating a small earthquake, knocking Naruto off balance from the sudden shaking. Before the blonde grunted in pain as several earth columns rose up and slammed into his left side, knocking him down, with a fissure in the ground then opening, which he fell into. With Naruto's eyes widening as the fissure began closing in, to crush him. Grunting in effort, Naruto forced the fissure open before jumping out, launching a blast of fire at the earthbenders. Naruto then shot fire out of his hands and feet, propelling himself to the earthbenders, slamming his fists into two of them and knocking them to the ground. Before they could get back up, Naruto placed his hands on their chests and forcefully filled their hearts with blood until he felt them burst. The last earthbender tried sneak attacking Naruto from behind, only for the blonde to flip over him and stomp on the ground, opening a fissure right below the earthbender. Which Naruto promptly closed and crushed the bender before he could react. With Naruto stomping on the ground again, causing the other three bodies to get sucked into the ground. Meanwhile, Korra created a wall of water in front of her, catching several rocks the earthbenders launched at her, before forcefully crushing the rocks while they were in the water. The Avatar then shooting the water and rocks right at the earthbenders, with the four moving out of the way of the attack, only for Korra to then raise her arms. Causing the rocks and water to split apart, both elements heading for two of the earthbenders each. With two of the earthbenders being sent flying into the trees from the rocks, while Korra encased the other two in water which she immediately froze solid. Taking a deep breath, Korra unfroze part of the water and forced it into the mouths of the earthbenders, having it spread around their bodies, before she once again froze it, freezing their internal organs, including their heart and lungs. Gulping, Korra opened a hole in the ground, which she dropped the frozen and dead earthbenders into, knowing it was necessary, but was still getting used to the idea of actually killing. Though she didn't have time to contemplate it, as the Avatar rolled out of the way to avoid several boulders launched at her. With Korra kicking her leg towards the earthbenders, unleashing a blast of flames at them. Not only pushing them back but obscuring their vision of her. With Korra opening another hole in the ground, before moving directly under the earthbenders. Using the same trick they tried using on them, trapping them in the stone box, before forcefully crushing them in it. The Avatar climbed out of the ground, while lowering the box back into the ground, glad she was able to end it quickly. Finally, Jinora was spinning and moving between the rocks launched at her, while maintaining a focused expression. Once she was close enough to the earthbenders, Jinora thrust her hands upwards, creating a burst of air that sent the earthbenders flying into the air. With Jinora holding them up in the air for a few moments, before letting them fall to the ground. The girl then slamming her staff into the ground, using it as leverage to flip and kick her legs towards the earthbenders, once they were at the right level. Before releasing another blast of air that sent them crashing into the trees, hitting the ground unconscious. Jinora let out a light sigh at being able to incapacitate her enemies quickly, not wanting to have the fight last longer than needed, given what she knew was going to happen. But the airbender then tensed when she looked at her downed enemies, realizing that there were only 3, rather than the 4 she had originally been fighting. Where's the Jinora thought, looking around for the 4th earthbender, only to gasp when she saw him going towards Korra as she was climbing out of the ground. Korra! Yelled Jinora, before shooting a blast of air at the earthbender, one that was stronger than normal, due to her worry at Korra being attacked. with Korra quickly turning around at the shout, only for eyes to widen at seeing the earthbender being sent flying past her from Janora's air blast. The Avatar not even looking as she heard the earthbender slam painfully into a tree, not needing to look to know what happened, given she could now only heard 3 other heartbeats. Something Janora also noticed, as the girl began shaking with wide eyes when she saw the earthbender was no longer moving. I didn't, Janora stuttered, realizing what she just did, but not wanting to believe it either. She just killed someone with airbending. The revelation made Janora freeze in place, shocked and horrified at what she just did, which unfortunately left her open as one of the remaining earthbenders wasn't as unconscious as she believed. With the earthbenders moving to attack her while she was open, which Naruto and Korra saw. Janora. The two shouted while moving to help her, only to stop when Naga burst out of the trees and knocked the earthbender away growling lowly before the polar bear dog looked at Janora. Janora flinched when Naga nudged her shoulder, looking at her, while Naruto and Korra ran over to her. With Naruto also dealing with the last 3 earthbenders, ensuring they wouldn't get any more surprise attacks coming. Janora. Said Naruto, looking at her in concern, with Janora immediately latching onto him. I didn't mean to. IIW was just trying to SST stop him FFR from attacking K Korra. Stuttered Janora, not believing that she actually just killed someone with airbending, an element that was never meant to be used for something like that. And she did just that, betraying everything she was taught about being an air nomad to follow the path of peace and non-aggression. Janora couldn't even think of what her family will think when they learn what she did, what her father will think of how she used what he taught her. Naruto and Korra frowned sadly when they heard Janora start crying into his shirt, the whiskered blonde hugging the girl while hating that she had to do something like this. The two then crouching down to her level, with Naruto wiping away her tears. Janora, listen to me when I say that no matter what you did, you are not a monster or a killer or anything bad. You aren't at fault for what happened, you only wanted to protect Korra from being attacked. Said Naruto. But I still killed him. I used airbending to kill someone. Janora said. To save your friend. Yes, air nomads are taught to find peaceful solutions to problems and not resort to violence, but that doesn't mean you're a bad person. Did you enjoy it? Naruto asked, with Janora looking horrified at the thought. No. Said Janora, not even imagining the idea of enjoying killing someone. Did you plan it? Asked Naruto, with the girl shaking her head. No. Janora replied, calming down slightly. Did you think of anything at all, except that you wanted to stop him from hurting Korra? Naruto asked. No, I just saw him going towards Korra and wanted to stop him. Answered Janora, having simply wanted to save her friend from getting hurt or killed herself. Then you have nothing to be scared of or feel guilty about, Janora. The fact you used your bending to help save someone you care about doesn't make you a terrible person. It makes you someone who's willing to save the people you care about. No matter what anyone else says or thinks, you are a good person, Janora. Naruto said, making Janora look at him with wide eyes before she gained a tearful smile and threw her arms around his neck. Thank you, Naruto. Said Janora, feeling better after what he said, with Naruto returning the hug. No problem, Janora. I'm always here if you need anything. Naruto replied, with Janora feeling her heart flutter at his words, before she looked at Korra when the Avatar put a hand on her shoulder and smiled at her. The same for me, Janora. I'll always be here if you need help. And thank you, I would have been in trouble if it wasn't for you. Said Korra, with Janora smiling at her before letting Naruto go and hugging her as well. I'm really glad you're alright, Korra. Janora said. Same to you. Replied Korra as the airbender then looked at Naga and petted her on the head. And thanks for showing up when you did, Naga. Janora said, while laughing lightly when the polar bear dog licked her face. Naruto and Korra then buried the other bodies underground before the 3 climbed back on top of Naga and continued on their way to the swamp. Later. Luckily, it didn't take much longer until they arrived at the swamp, with the 3 climbing off Naga and looking around. I can see why people don't come here, this place is overflowing with spiritual energy. Even someone connected with the spirits and can feel the energy would have their minds messed with if they aren't careful. Naruto said, feeling how connected the place was with the spirit world. Yeah, I can feel the spiritual presence here. Said Janora, amazed at the energy she could feel flowing through the air. Tell me about, I'm just starting to get in touch with my spiritual side and I can feel the energy. Korra stated, before they found a hollowed out tree to stop in, with the Avatar then sitting down. Well, with all the spiritual presence here, I might as get some spiritual training done here. Said Korra, with Janora sitting across from her, wanting to help her friend. While she's still shaken from her first kill, despite feeling better with her friend's support, Janora still wanted to help Korra with her training. I'll help. It's not that different from just meditating, just feel the spiritual energy around you and let flow through you. Janora said as they got into meditative positions. With Korra taking a few breaths, letting herself feel the spiritual presence around her, letting it guide her. You're starting to get better at this, Korra. The sudden voice made Korra open her eyes and smile when she saw Aang sitting across from her. Aang. Where are we? Korra asked, looking around and seeing they weren't in the swamp anymore and instead in what looked like the inside of a cloud. I suppose you could call this your inner world. It's where I've gone, when I spoke with Roku, when I needed his help, or when he needed to speak with me. Answered Aang, looking around, while remembering the times he's been here. Well, why am I here? Asked Korra, having not intended to speak with any of her past lives. You tell me, you wouldn't be here if you didn't help. Aang replied, his words making Korra look down and sigh. Things are bad, really bad. The Equalists attacked during the pro-bending finals, Naruto was exposed as Carnage, now me, Naruto, and Jinora are hiding out in the foggy swamp, while Tenzin and the others are at one of the air temples, and Republic City is falling apart. I don't know what to do. Korra said, holding her head, not sure how she was supposed to fix things and protect Naruto. I understand. When I first learned I was the Avatar, I didn't know what I was supposed to do, nor did I even want to be the Avatar. So instead, I ran away and for 100 years the world was at war. When I had finally been freed and saw what became of the world, I still didn't know what to do, since I only had a year to master all the elements and stop the Fire Nation. But my greatest challenge came, when the time finally came to face Ozai, everyone told me the only option was to kill him, something I never could have been able to do. Said Aang. But you still managed to stop him. Even if you didn't kill him, you found a way to make sure he could never threaten anyone, ever again. Korra stated, with Aang nodding in agreement. I did. But even after that, I still had many challenges to face and overcome in my life. My advice to you, Korra, is always do the best you can, as that's all anyone can do, even the Avatar. Said Aang, with Korra thinking over his words. And what about Naruto? He's a criminal now, but there's no way I'm going to abandon him or let anyone capture or hurt him. Korra said, with Aang nodding and smiling at her. I wouldn't expect you to. The fact you're with him even now shows neither of you will abandon the other. Aang replied, making Korra nod, knowing they'll always be there for each other, no matter what anyone says or does. Though we'll have to cut this short since others wish to speak with you as well. Said Aang, confusing the girl, until she saw him begin transforming until instead of Aang, Korra was now sitting across from Avatar Roku. Hello Korra. Roku greeted with a smile, which Korra returned. Roku, it's an honor to meet you. Said Korra, while bowing her head. You as well, Korra. And like I told Aang many years ago, all the past avatars, all their experience and wisdom is available to you if you look deep inside yourself. Said Roku. Well, I could really use some wisdom, right about now. Korra stated, wanting to get as much advice from her past lives as she could. In my life, I tried to be disciplined and show restraint, but it backfired when Fire Lord Sazin took advantage of my restraint and mercy. If I had been more decisive and acted sooner, I could have stopped Sazin and the war before it even started. Your enemies, however, had remained hidden within the shadows, striking when they could not be immediately stopped, Korra. Though your actions since meeting Naruto have been very mature and decisive, Korra. You have done what you believe is right, and while most would have dealt with Naruto, you instead showed mercy and gained someone to depend on and turn to for help. Someone who will support you and your decisions. You showed restraint and mercy, which he has repaid. I offer you this wisdom, Korra, continue on the path you are on, and soon it will become clear. Said Roku, with Korra nodding, before Roku began transforming until she was now face to face with Avatar Kaiashi. What advice do you have, Kaiashi? Korra asked, knowing Kaiashi was one of the more militaristic avatars. My advice is that you should do what you should have done the night you first encountered Carnage. Kill Zai's host and destroy the spirit of blood along with him. Said Kaiashi, making Korra pause and narrow her eyes at the earthbender avatar. You want to repeat that? Said Korra. If you had killed Zai's host that night, you would not be dealing with the fallout of Carnage appearing and could focus your attention on dealing with the Equalists. Kaiashi stated. You'd want me to kill an innocent person, Korra demanded, not believing what she just heard. He is far from innocent, having more blood on his hands than any one person alive. Showing mercy to someone such as him was a mistake that must be fixed if the world is to be protected. Kaiashi retorted. His name is Naruto, and he was being controlled. He actually tries to keep Carnage from killing people by isolating himself. I showed him mercy, and would do it again. Said Korra, while glaring at her past life. And will you show mercy when Carnage returns and tries to kill you and Jinora? What about your friends? Your family? How long will you show mercy as he drowns the world in blood? Kaiashi challenged, with Korra's glare intensifying. I'll help Naruto suppress him, just like I did before. And you want to talk about mercy, what about you and Shin the Conqueror, you didn't kill him? Said Korra. Personally, I don't really see the difference, but I assure you, I would have done whatever it took to stop Chin. Kaiashi said. I meant before he came to your home peninsula. He had been conquering the entire Earth Kingdom. You could have stopped him, but you didn't. You only stepped in when he showed up to attack the Akoya Peninsula, and even then, you didn't stop him. You only separated the peninsula from the mainland and created Kaiashi Island. He was only stopped because he was too stubborn to move off a crumbling cliff. Said Korra, pleased to see Kaiashi actually falter at this. Even so, if he had lived, I would have done what was necessary to stop him permanently. Everything I did was in the service of protecting the world. Kaiashi stated. Sure, and the creation of the Dai Li was such a great idea. Creating a secret police force in the most well-guarded city in the Earth Kingdom and giving them unlimited authority to basically do whatever they want. Yeah, cause that definitely won't backfire. Oh wait, it did. The Dai Li became corrupt and basically controlled Ba Sing Se, while the Earth King was turned into a figurehead, with them even betraying the Earth Kingdom during the 100-Year War. Said Korra, refusing to let Kaiashi get any moral high ground. And that's because you preferred enforcing your power and will on others, just like Chin, just like Sazan, just like Azai. Korra said, with Kaiashi narrowing her eyes at her. I see you refuse to listen to reason. Then we have nothing left to discuss. Kaiashi said, before she began transforming, with Korra now looking at Avatar Kuruk. Let me just say this now, if you're gonna tell me to kill Naruto, then we might as well move on to the next life. Said Korra, having no interest in hearing any more of her past lives, try to convince her to kill Naruto. I wasn't going to. Well, I won't try and convince you to kill him, and I also can't support a decision to keep such a spirit free. I spent my entire life fighting dark spirits and keeping them at bay, but it came at a cost of my self-confidence, self-control, and self-regard. I did what I could to try and feel human and to cope with the stress. It led to me neglecting my other duties as the Avatar, and the world paid for it when I was gone, but they had been safe from dark spirits. I only found happiness and peace after meeting the woman who would have been my wife, Umi. My only advice to you, Korra, is to never forget all the responsibilities of being the Avatar and to never forget that no matter how powerful you are still human. Said Kuruk, with Korra nodding in understanding before he transformed into the next Avatar, Yangchen. Avatar Yangchen. Korra said, glad to see another airbender. Correct, young Avatar. Though you seek me for advice, I am afraid you may not like what I have to say. Said Yangchen, making Korra groan. Let me guess, kill Naruto. Said Korra, having heard of how, despite their shared air nomad upbringing, Yangchen was in favor of killing Fire Lord Azai. I know you care a great deal for him, and I believe you both deserve to find such happiness. But this isn't about you, Avatar Korra, this is about the world. The Avatar's sole duty is to the world itself, above spiritual needs and personal desires. Selfless duty calls you to sacrifice your own needs and do whatever it takes to protect the world. Said Yangchen, with Korra giving her an annoyed look. Yangchen. Korra said, with Yangchen transforming into the next Avatar, who she recognized as Sito. I am Avatar Sito. In my life I was born during a time of great strife in the Fire Nation. Plagues and natural disasters destroyed the people's livelihoods, while violent conflicts between the nation's noble clans threatened to tear the nation apart. Sito said, with Korra nodding, having learned about his time as Avatar. But you didn't take control for yourself or enforce your decisions, even if you had the right as Avatar. You became a regular minister, even rising up to become the grand advisor to the Fire Lord, brokering long-lasting peace between the clans. You did it all through your own achievements, rather than your birthright. Said Korra. Yes. I believe that all citizens were equal within the Fire Nation, even the Avatar, and that it was our duty to help better our homeland in service of the Fire Lord. I did not use my status as the Avatar to enforce my will onto others or force them to accept my decisions. You have done the same with Naruto, approaching him as an equal and treating him as such despite what has happened. Sito replied, before he vanished, with Korra thinking she was going to see another of her past lives. Only to instead open her eyes and find herself back in the tree, with Naruto and Jinor looking at her in worry. Are you alright, Korra? Naruto asked, given how long she was like that, with Korra standing up and stretching herself out. I'm fine, just talking with some of my past lives and getting some advice. Some of it was good, some not so much. Replied Korra, with Naruto and Jinor looking at her in surprise to hear she communicated with several of her past lives. Though before any of them could say anything else, Naruto and Korra tensed, getting Jinora's attention. Do you hear more heartbeats? Jinora questioning, getting nods from both of them. Yeah, 3 and they're close. Naruto answered as the group quietly exited the tree and looked around, before they quickly ducked behind a log. Fire Nation soldiers. Korra whispered in confusion at seeing 3 Fire Nation soldiers in the swamp. No, look at their armor. It's the same armor that the Fire Nation wore during the 100-Year War. said Jinora, seeing it was the older versions of the armor rather than the newer versions that had been updated as a way to move past that dark part of the Fire Nation's history. The three then fell silent when the soldiers began speaking. I can't believe she's making us wear this stuff. What would happen if someone saw us like this? One of the soldiers said. Shut up, we all have to wear it anyway. Besides, no one comes here anyway, so we're safe. Said the second, making the first grumble. That stupid fountain better be here. This place gives me the creeps, it feels like we're constantly being watched. Said the first, while looking around warily. It's here. We wouldn't be here if she wasn't sure. Now quit your complaining and keep searching, Azula wants us to find the fountain before that crazy waterbender does. The third said, before the three walked off, while Naruto, Korra, and Jinora's eyes widened at hearing this. Azula. As in the former princess of the Fire Nation. Said Korra, not believing what she just heard, that Azula was still around and apparently had her own followers. Like she didn't have enough to worry about already. Yeah, and apparently they're looking for a fountain, whatever that means. Naruto said, before they looked at Jinora when she gasped. Those spirits, the fountain of youth. Said Jinora in shock. The fountain of what now? Korra asked, wanting to make sure that she heard Jinora right while feeling uneasy at what she just said. The fountain of youth, I thought it was just an old legend. It said that anyone who enters it will have their youth restored. I didn't think it was actually real though, but if those soldiers are looking for it and they work for Azula, Jinora trailed off. Then we may potentially see the return of one of the most dangerous and deadly firebenders in history. Naruto finished gravely. We need to contact the others now. Korra said, knowing how urgent this was, with Naruto and Jinora nodding in agreement. They had brought a portable radio with them to contact the others, should they ever need to. Having not used it yet, in case they would be overheard by anyone, but now they definitely needed to use it. But first they needed to find a safe zone, away from any other soldiers that could be here. As the three climbed on top of Naga, who took off running into the swamp, away from where the soldiers went. Though it wasn't long until they reached an old hut, making them stop and get off, while Naruto and Korra could hear a single heartbeat inside. The trio approaching the hut slowly, ready in case whoever was inside proved to be an enemy. Before the person in question came out, revealing an old lady wearing a cloak and a mask. My children all the way out here? Said the woman. Sorry for disturbing you, miss, we had been traveling when we got lost here. Jinora said. Well, I can't leave you three out here alone. Please come in, I'm sure I can help you find your way out of the swamp. The woman said, though none of them made a move to enter. Thanks for the offer. And why are you even out here, all alone? And what's with the mask and cloak? Korra asked. Oh, forgive me, I'm sure it must be strange finding an old woman like me here, alone. But I live here to be away from people. And I wear this, due to having been attacked by a firebender long ago, an encounter that left me horribly scarred and disfigured. The few times I do get visitors here, I wear this so as to not scare them away. Said the woman, with Naruto and Korra listening to her heart and could tell she was lying. And not only that, but they could also feel that something just seemed off with her heartbeat, as if it wasn't natural. Like it was, manually being pumped. Both of them tense at realizing what this woman really was. Interesting story, but you should learn to work on your lying. Your heartbeat gives you away, along with how you're somehow using bloodbending to keep it pumping. Naruto said as the three got into their stances, while Hama chuckled lowly and put her hands in her sleeves. Well now, aren't you both the clever ones? It's been so long since I encountered other bloodbenders, even longer that I met such meddlesome brats. Hama said, before pulling her hands out, revealing ice claws on her fingers, which she launched at the three. With Naruto releasing a wave of flames at the claws, causing them to evaporate, only for the three to be surprised when Hama rode around them on a wave of water. The old woman launching several icicles at them from her wave, which Jinora blew away via airbending. With Korra then bending the surrounding mud and launching it at Hama. Only for Hama to redirect the mud back at them, along with freezing the water inside, forcing the three to jump away. But they were surprised when several vines shot up and wrapped around them. With Naruto and Korra burning the vines away, while Jinora released a large blast of air, pushing herself free. Naruto and Korra then stomped on the ground, raising two large earth columns, which they kicked towards Hama, who lifted herself into the air on her wave, avoiding them. Before unleashing a blast of water, forming two rotating rings around herself that began launching icicles in every direction. Forcing Naruto and Korra to jump out of the way, while Jinora spun her staff, knocking away one icicles that came towards her. Only for the airbender to suddenly cry out when she was hit by a blast of water from behind. Jinora. Korra said, rushing in front of her, creating an ice shield blocking the icicles, only to gasp in surprise when her shield suddenly turned into water and slammed right into her. Naruto jumped into the air, shooting blasts of fire at the old woman, only for Hama raise a wall of mud in front of her, blocking the fire. Before throwing the mud at Naruto, forcing him to the ground and restraining him with more mud. "You kids made a mistake coming here," Hama said, before covering Naruto's head and freezing the mud with him inside. "Leave him alone," shouted Korra and Jinora as they released a large blast of air at Hama, who merely moved out of the way on her wave, while shooting several water tentacles at the two girls. Korra and Jinora stood back to back as they shot blasts of fire and air respectively at the tentacles, dispersing them. All while Hama continued circling them on her wave. Before she suddenly unleashed a wave of water at their feet, before freezing it, causing Korra and Jinora to lose their balance. With Hama then swinging her arms, causing the water rings around her to turn into ice blades, which she launched to Korra and Jinora. But before they could hit the girls, Naruto, now wearing his suit, burst out of the hardened mud and shot webs at the ice rings, yanking them away from the girls before throwing them straight at Hama, who, well surprised at the sudden change, stopped the ice rings and turned them back into water, which she then sent towards Naruto as a stream, with Naruto jumping up and surfing on top of the water while freezing it. The whiskered blonde jumping towards Hama, releasing a blast of fire at her, with the old lady managing to raise a wall of water in time to block the flames. Before she rode her wave away from Naruto, before bending the vines around her, which she then coated in ice, launching them as spears at the three. With Korra bending them herself and redirecting them away as Naruto jumped over them, while Jinora ducked and spun around them. The airbender then releasing several waves of air at Hama, with Hama raising a wall of mud, which she froze as the waves of condensed air smashed into the mud. With Hama riding her wave away from them, before she began rotating her arms, gathering up an unbelievable amount of water, mud, and vines into a giant vortex. The size of which surprised a trio, not expecting such a thing from such an old lady. Only coming out of their shock when Hama launched to try towards them, with Naruto acting quickly and grabbing Korra and Jinora. Before jumping up into the trees, managing to avoid being hit by the vortex just in time, while seeing it smash right through Hama's hut. When the vortex dispersed, the three jumped back to the ground only to see Hama nowhere in sight. What was that? How could she be able to fight like that? Korra said, not believing they were actually pushed back by an old lady. There have been elderly benders that could still fight like they were in their prime. But that one, you saw how she hardly moved herself and only moved around on a wave. Meaning she likely has trouble moving on her own, showing just how old she is. And yet she could still bend that amount of water, said Jinora, just as in disbelief at what happened. I think you're both missing something very important. She's a bloodbender, and yet she didn't attempt to bloodbend us once. In fact, I'd wager a guess that she's able to bloodbend without using her hands and might even be keeping herself alive with it, somehow. And yet, she was still able to fight us like it was nothing until I put on my suit. Naruto said, making Korra and Jinora's eyes widen in realization. Those soldiers from before, they mentioned a waterbender. If that's who they meant and she's still that strong as an old lady, Korra said. How strong would she be if she used a fountain to become young again? Muttered Jinora while feeling a sudden chill go up her spine. We need to contact the others, now. Naruto said, getting nods of agreement. Though suddenly they heard the sound of moving water, making them tense. Only to relax when they saw some swampbenders arriving on their skiffs, with them looking around at the destroyed area. You the ones making all that noise and tearing up the swamp? One of them asked. Yeah, sorry about that. But we don't have to explain, do you think you could take us somewhere safe? It's urgent, said Korra, with the swampbenders looking at them for a moment. You folks met the witch, didn't ya? If so, come on, we got somewhere where you'll safe, said one of the swampbenders while motioning them to get on the skiffs, making the three nod before they got on the skiffs. Later. It wasn't long until the swampbenders arrived at a cave. If you met the witch, then you'll want to speak with the blind one in there. She's the one who's been helping us deal with her, so far, said the lead swampbender, with the three nodding as they approached the cave. Entering the cave, they saw what looked like a makeshift shelter inside, along with seeing an old woman sitting by a fire. Excuse me, we were told to speak with you, Korra said. Yeah, I heard you brats arriving. I also saw you fighting that lunatic, Hama. Honestly, it's miracle you survived, said the woman as the three tensed at the name. Did you say, Hama? Jinora asked. Yeah. Even when she's half dead and crazy, she's still a pain in the ass. Except now, she's a pain in the ass that's trying to get even stronger with that fountain everyone seems to be looking for, said the woman as Naruto narrowed his eyes at her. Who are you? Questioned Naruto as the woman chuckled before getting up and turning towards them. Good to know that kids today still don't respect their elders, she said while stepping into the light, making their eyes widen at who it was. Oh my gosh, Toph, Korra said with Toph smirking at her. Nice to see you again, Twinkle Toes. Said Toph as they looked at her in disbelief. Well, don't just stand there like a bunch morons, sit down. Toph said while retaking her seat as the others sat around her. So, you all encountered Hama? Stated Toph, getting nods from them. Yeah, and we really need to contact the others. And it's not just Hama, Azula has soldiers searching the swamp looking for the Fountain of Youth too. Said Korra, making Toph groan in annoyance. Azula too? Seriously, honestly, why can't they just retire like everyone else? Toph said, more annoyed than worried to learn that Azula is involved as well. Well, why bother retiring when they can just get young again? Stated Naruto. Ha. Good point. Well, you better call the others and tell them to get their butts down here, now. If Azula and Hama get their hands on the fountain, we'll need all the help we can get. Said Toph, with Korra nodding, before pulling out the portable radio from the bag on Naga to contact the others. They just hoped they could get here in time before the fountain was found. Luckily, they were able to get a hold of Tenzin and the others, informing them about Azula and Hama being in the swamp, with both of them searching for the Fountain of Youth. Along with their encounter with Hama before meeting the Swampenders and Toph. While the trio learned of what's been happening in Republic City, along with how the Equalists were now calling themselves the Erasers. Though they were relieved to learn the United Forces were already there, along with waterbenders from the northern tribe. Even better was when they learned that Tenzin and the others would be on their way to the swamp, refusing to risk the chance of Azula or Hama getting their hands on the fountain. Well, at least we'll be getting help soon. Katara, Zuko, Ty Lee, Mai, and Jin are also coming, Toph. Said Korra, saying the latter part to the elderly earthbender. Oh goody, then you brats and the others will just have more old fossils to watch out for. Toph stated, surprising the three, figuring she'd enjoy seeing her old friends again. Isn't good they're coming. They'll be able to help us with Hama, Azula, and those soldiers. Said Jinora. At most, we'd only get in the way and perhaps deal with that cannon fodder that Azula has. Just because we're powerful benders doesn't mean we still aren't old and slow now. Just look at what Hama did to you three. If not for Spider-Boy there, we'd probably be searching for a new avatar. Toph said bluntly. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Deadpan Korra. But Gran was able to defeat Hama during their first encounter. And she and Lord Zuko defeated Azula at the end of the 100-Year War. Jinora stated. Yeah, when Hama was already an old bag and Katara wasn't even in her prime yet. Well, at that point, Azula was crazier than usual, so of course she wasn't fighting at her best. Now Katara is even older than Hama was, while Azula is now sane again, or as sane as someone like her could be, and they're looking for the one thing that could make them more dangerous than ever. Replied Toph. So what, you're saying we should just give up? Korra demanded, annoyed at how the earthbender was acting like they've already lost. I never said that. Just that me and the rest of the old people coming won't be able to fight them, but you brats may have a chance. Said Toph, while pointing at Naruto and Korra. Us? We barely made Hama retreat. How could we beat her and Azula? Asked Naruto, while raising a brow, only to get annoyed when Toph made a rock drop on his head. Well, for starters, you can stop moping around. So you've lost, big deal. I've been dealing with her since she showed up here and you don't see me whining about it. Toph retorted. And I thought Chief Beefong was a grouch. Muttered Korra, only to flinch when she was launched into the ceiling. I'm the original Chief Beefong. Toph said, as Korra picked herself up off the floor while giving the elder an annoyed look. Okay, well what would you have us do? Said Korra, with Toph walking past them and out the cave, with the three following after her as she did. Simple, if you three are so deadest on stopping Crazy 1 and Crazy 2, then you'll need to get better. And I'm getting the chance to knock the avatar around, again. Toph said with a smirk, surprising the three. You're going to teach them earthbending? Jinora asked, amazed that Naruto and Korra will get the chance to learn earthbending from Toph, with the avatar being excited at the chance to train under Toph. That's awesome. What are we gonna do first? Asked Korra, eager to see what Toph had to teach them. First, show me your stances. Toph said, with Naruto and Korra nodding, before they got into their earthbending stances. Then before either of them could react, Toph moved her foot slightly. Resulting in two rock pillars to slamming into their guts, making the two double over, gasping for air. What was that for? Naruto said, while gasping for air. To prove a point. Earthbending is about more than throwing rocks around, if it wasn't, then everyone would be an earthbender. You need a firm and solid stance, just like a rock, so that nothing can move you. And second, you need to listen to the earth around you, listen and feel every vibration, know when and where an opponent is going to strike. Otherwise, said Toph, before swiping her arm to the side, causing a wave of mud to hit Naruto and Korra, knocking them down. You'll always be caught off guard. Now first lesson, lose the shoes and put these around your eyes. Said Toph, while grabbing two vines and throwing them at Naruto and Korra, with the two catching them while taking off their shoes. Are you gonna teach us seismic sensing? Korra asked. Seismic sensing isn't something you can be taught, you learn it through experience. This way, you'll have to rely on the vibrations you feel in the ground. Since we don't have any time to waste, we need get you brats trained up fast, since you don't have the luxury of having a year or an eclipse. Said Toph, with the two nodding as they wrapped the vines around their eyes. Okay, but could you at least give us a war? Naruto said, only to be interrupted. Training starts now. Toph shouted, before lifting a large rock out of the ground and launching it at Naruto and Korra, slamming into both of them. You weren't ready. Stated Toph, as Jinora winced and slowly backed away. I'm really glad I'm not an earthbender or the Avatar. Jinora muttered, relieved she isn't going to be part of that training. I'm skipped 2 days. 2 days have passed since Naruto and Korra began training under Toph to improve their earthbending, with both of them initially having some trouble with it. Given how Korra learned earthbending in the South Pole and wasn't used to using seismic sensing to feel the vibrations. While Naruto was only recently getting used to having a style for his earthbending. Luckily, both of them were stubborn and refused to back down from the training Toph had them do, allowing to more quickly grasp most of the training. Along with being able to get a good grasp on seismic sensing, with how similar it was to listening for heartbeats with bloodbending. Only having them rely on their sense of touch, rather than their hearing. Unfortunately, the one part of the training they've made no progress in was sparring with Toph. With it seeming like the elderly earthbender wasn't even trying when facing them, all while tossing them around like ragdolls. That was terrible. Korra stated as she and Naruto walked beside Toph and Jinora while they were covered in mud and bruises. Ha. Maybe for you. I had a great time. I never realized how much I missed tormenting the Avatar. Though I wished you put up more of a fight, but it was still fun. Said Toph. You were tossing us around like ragdolls all day. Said Naruto with an annoyed look while bending the mud off himself, with Korra doing the same. I know. And I'm an old lady. Imagine me in my prime. I would have destroyed you. Said Toph as she laughed, having missed the feeling of knocking around and tormenting students. Toph laughed for a few more moments before smirking at the two. But I will say this, you're both making good progress, give it a few more years and you might give me a good challenge. Said Toph before she felt 2 sets of footsteps approaching them, making the elder groan in annoyance. Oh great, those two are back. Toph muttered, confusing the three, before they spotted 2 people approaching them. The 2 were young men, perhaps in their late 20s, and both couldn't look more different from each other. But the first looking to be the older of the 2, having tanned skin, dark eyes, and long black hair with a center-parted fringe that framed his face. With his attire consisting of red armor made of several metal plates over a black bodysuit and sandals. And the second and younger of the 2 had fair skin, shaggy, silver hair, red eyes, 2 red markings under his eyes and 1 on his chin. Wearing the same armor and attire as the first, except he wore blue armor with white fur around the collar. With even their expressions being different, with the first having a welcoming smile on his face and the second a stern expression and a frown. It's an honor to meet you and your friends, Avatar Korra. Said the first one, before they both bowed, confusing the 3. Nice to meet you both as well. But who are you, exactly? Korra asked, confused as to who they were. Hashirama Senju and his brother, Tobirama Senju. They're the leaders of the Foggy Swamp tribe. Hashirama's also a pansy that can't take a little criticism, and Tobirama has a stick so far up his ass, you can see it whenever he opens his mouth. Said Toph, making the 3 look at her in surprise, with Tobirama gaining an annoyed look, while Hashirama fell to his hands and knees with a depressed aura around him. And I thought we were friends. Hashirama muttered. Suck it up you giant baby, you're more of a whiner than Twinkle Toes. Retorted Toph, having always gotten annoyed by Hashirama's behavior. As blunt as she is, Toph is right. We are the leaders of the Foggy Swamp tribe. We have only just returned from patrolling the swamp in search of Hama when we learned of your arrival Avatar Korra. Tobirama said, with Jinora looked at them curiously before her eyes widened. Hey, I remember you both. You came to Air Temple Island years ago. Said Jinora as she faintly remembered seeing them when she was really little one time when they came to Air Temple Island. Ho, you're Jinora, Tenzin's daughter. Hashirama said while standing up and grinning again. You've been to Air Temple Island? Naruto asked, having not expected this since he had heard that the Foggy Swamp tribe usually stayed in the swamp except for when they left to help during the day of Black Sun invasion. We've actually traveled all over the 4 nations. We wish to better understand the cultures and lives of the 4 nations. Both to truly understand and connect with them better and to better ourselves and our tribe. Answered Hashirama. Wow, that's pretty cool, and I guess that's why you're both wearing that armor. Korra said, seeing they weren't wearing the typical attire of the Foggy Swamp tribe. Yes. And after learning that you are helping us to find and defeat both Hama and Azula, we wish to teach you our own bending styles to aid you in the fight against them," said Tobirama, making Naruto and Korra smile gratefully and bow. "Thank you, it'd be a big help," replied Naruto, knowing it'll be good to have as much knowledge as they can get for when they face Hama and Azula, along with the latter's soldiers. "Yeah, you brats have fun with that, I'm going home." "Let's go, Twinkle Girl," Toph said, with Ynora sighing at the unfortunate nickname she's been given but followed after the earthbender. "So, what exactly can you guys teach us?" asked Korra as they followed Hashirama and Tobirama. "Plantbending for one. It's actually something I've become specialized in, as I've trained myself to be able to bend any form of plant life," said Hashirama, before stopping and facing a tree as he assumed a stance. Then to the amazement of Naruto and Korra, the tree began twisting and turning as if it was as malleable as water or vines. Watching as it was soon shaped into a wooden statue of a dragon. "Whoa. I've heard of plant bending, but I've never heard of it being able to do something like this," said Korra, looking at the statue in amazement, seeing the fine detail that was put into it. "Anything is possible if you put your mind to it. After all, people once believed metalbending was impossible, yet now there's an entire city of metalbenders and the metalbending police force. All you need is your imagination and the will to push yourself to achieve the impossible," Hashirama said. "He's right. We can also teach our swampbending style as well, which I have also combined with the southern and northern styles, giving it the fluid graceful movements of those styles while retaining the rigid and straight stance. Also, one thing that I've mastered over the years is extracting water from the air, even in the middle of the desert, to ensure that I always have a weapon at my disposal," said Tobirama, before giving a demonstration as he extracted a large amount of water from the air, using it to slice clean through a nearby boulder. "Well, when do we start?" Naruto asked, as both he and Korra were feeling excited to learn everything they could teach them. Time skip 3 days. 3 days have passed since Naruto and Korra began training under Hashirama and Tobirama, as well as Toph. Now splitting their time between the 3 different masters, 4 if you count Korra's training with Ynora. But the 2, having the easiest time training under Tobirama, given how water is their native element. While also having an easier time training under Hashirama than Toph, though it was still difficult for them to really manipulate the plants and wood, as opposed to just extracting the water from them. Along with having continued improving on their earthbending, while Korra and Ynora continued to work on their airbending together as well, making them feel more confident for when they next encounter Hama, along with whenever they encounter Azula and her men. At the moment, it was nighttime with everyone asleep. Except for Ynora, who was currently outside of Toph's cave, practicing with her staff. Something that the girl has been doing without anyone's knowledge, finding that she can't really sleep. "Ynora." Ynora jumped slightly at the sudden voice, before looking to see Naruto looking at her with a concerned frown. "Oh, Naruto. I didn't see you there, what are you doing?" Ynora asked, as Naruto walked towards her. "I was out exploring the swamp, wanting to familiarize myself with the layout. Well, seeing if I could find any sign of Hama, or Azula and her men. What about you?" questioned Naruto, looking at the airbender in concern as he began taking notice of the dark circles under her eyes and her overall appearance, as if she hasn't been sleeping. "Just getting some practice done with my staff so I can be ready," replied Ynora. "Ynora, have you been getting any sleep lately?" Naruto asked, while getting the answer when she flinched. "Oh yeah, I've been sleeping. I just woke up early and figured I could get some training done before the others get up," Ynora answered, with Naruto sighing, since he didn't even need his abilities to tell she was lying. "Ynora, 2 things. 1, I can hear your heartbeat and tell you're lying. And 2, I can tell just by looking at you, you haven't been getting any sleep. So, you wanna try telling me the truth this time?" said Naruto, while sitting down on a log, as Ynora flinched again. "It's about what happened, isn't it?" Naruto stated, with the airbender giving a small nod of confirmation before she sat down next to Naruto. "Yes. I can't sleep every time I close my eyes I see that earthbender and Mikai killing him only it's worse. I actually hit him hard enough that he's ripped apart by the air or I forcefully bend the air out of him, it's horrible. Then I'd see my family, all of them looking at me in disappointment that I'm a disgrace to the air nomads, that I'm just a killer," said Ynora as she wrapped her arms around herself as she shook while recalling her nightmares. Naruto sighed and wrapped an arm around Ynora, with the girl leaning into him while feeling a little calmer. "I understand the feeling. When I first became Zaya's host, I would see everyone he killed, every man, woman, and child. To him, they were just more blood to devour. And I saw it all, the fear, terror, and despair on their faces as carnage ripped them all apart, the hopelessness that they were going to die. And when I regained control, I'd see their faces every time I closed my eyes and they'd look at me with anger and hatred. blaming me for what happened, that all their blood was on my hands. Eventually though, I just became desensitized to it all, that there's nothing I could do to stop them or Carnage. After that, I just stopped caring, all the faces just faded away. I did what I could to suppress Carnage and stop him from killing more people, but also accepted that he'd always break free and kill more people. I've honestly lost track of how many, at this point. Naruto said, making Jinora flinch and look down, wondering if that's how she's going to end up. Before she looked up at Naruto, when he squeezed her shoulder and comfortingly, seeing the whiskered blonde smiling at her. But you know the difference between you and Carnage, Jinora. Carnage enjoys killing, having no regard for the life of who he kills, or the number of people that he kills. Just that he does kill them, while making them suffer as he does. But you Jinora, the fact that you feel guilty over killing one person, an enemy, shows that you are not a monster or a psychotic killer. You only did so on accident and in order to save your friend. If you feel guilty, then think about Korra and her own family. How do you think they'd feel to learn that she had died? Would they hate you for killing someone or thank you for saving their daughter? Naruto asked, as Jinora thought over it. They'd thank me, said Jinora, while sounding unsure about the answer. They would, and your family would understand as well. That you put the safety of your friend first. And they could never hate you or be disappointed in you for doing what was right. Only sad that you had to make such a choice at your age. But don't ever think that you are a failure or a disgrace. Naruto said, with the airbender looking at him with wide eyes, before smiling and hugging him. Thank you. And I don't think you were ever a monster or guilty for what Carnage has done. Said Jinora, surprising Naruto slightly, before he smiled and returned the hug. Like I said before, I'm always here if you need anything Jinora. Now you should get some sleep. Naruto said, with Jinora nodding as she pulled back and got up to return to the cave. Though before she did, Jinora stopped and quickly turned around to give Naruto a peck on the cheek. Being quick enough that Naruto was surprised by her action, not even thinking she actually did it. Good night Naruto, said Jinora before running back to the cave. Naruto watched as Jinora entered the cave before shaking his head. Figuring that his mind, or the swamp, was just playing tricks on him with her last action. With the whiskered blonde heading back into the swamp to see what he can find. Next day. Woohoo. Korra cheered as she hung on to Naruto, who was wearing his suit as he swung them through the swamp. The avatar smiling at getting to experience it again, loving the feeling of swinging through the air, along with the different scenery compared to Republic City. The reason for this is that Hashirama and Tobirama had gone out on another patrol of the swamp. While Toph had simply decided she was going to take the day off from training them. Claiming that she was tired despite going for a walk around the swamp, with Jinora joining her. So, Naruto and Korra decided to use the day to spend some time together while going on their second date by swinging around the swamp. After a while, Naruto flipped up to a tree and landed on a branch, with Korra letting go as they sat down next to each other. I can't get over how amazing that feels. I'm so jealous that you can do that whenever you want. Korra said, with Naruto smiling at her as his suit receded. All you have to do is ask and we'll do it whenever you want. Replied Naruto, getting a kiss on the cheek from Korra. Have I mentioned how happy I am that we're dating? Stated Korra, smiling widely as they looked forward and admired the scenery. With Korra soon getting a subdued expression as she was about to ask. Hey Naruto, what was your mom like? Korra asked, with Naruto tensing slightly as he looked at her. Why the sudden interest? Naruto said lowly, making Korra fidget nervously. Well it's just that you never really talk about her and she's the whole reason you became Zaya's host in the first place. I'm just curious to know what she's like. Korra replied, having been interested to learn more about Naruto's mother and what she was like. Naruto looked down with a frown, not remembering the last time he even thought of his mother. Her name was Kushina. She was the most amazing person I ever knew. Kind, caring, and willing to help anyone who needed it. But she also had a mean temper, never taking any bullshit from anyone, and wasn't opposed to say exactly what's on her mind, not caring what anyone thought. And if anyone didn't like it, she wasn't afraid to punch them right in the face after covering her fist in ice. Said Naruto, while smiling softly, with Korra smiling as well. She sounds amazing and my kind of person. Korra said, with Naruto nodding in agreement. Oh, she would have loved you and probably would have pushed us together if we didn't get together on our own. Mom could be rather insistent that I find a girl who isn't afraid to knock some sense into me. Said Naruto, a little embarrassment at that part of his mother's personality, while the avatar smirked. We definitely would have gotten along. Stated Korra, before putting her hand over Naruto's. You must have really loved her. Korra said softly. Yeah. I've only loved two people unconditionally and she was the first one. Replied Naruto, with Korra frowning a little this. Who's the sex said Korra, only to cut off when Naruto kissed her, surprising her for a second before she began returning it. That should be obvious. Naruto said, smiling at her, as Korra looking at him with wide eyes, before smiling. I love you too. Said Korra, before another thought entered her mind. Hey, what about your doc? Korra said. Move. Naruto shouted, suddenly donning his suit again, before grabbing Korra and jumping out of the tree, as not a moment later, a large blast of blue fire impacted the tree. Once they were on the ground, Naruto and Korra got into stances as they saw 8 firebender soldiers and Azula herself standing before them, with the former prince. Well, isn't this interesting, the Avatar and Carnage together. How romantic. Azula said sarcastically. Azula, I presume. You're about to wish you stayed hidden. Said Naruto, while moving his foot and moving his hand, before jerking it forward, releasing a tremor at the firebenders, knocking them off balance. With Korra moving her arms in long circular fashions and extracting water from the air, forming 2 large water circles. Before she froze them and launched them at the firebenders, only for Azula to jump up and release a blast of fire. Melting the ice and evaporating the water. But the firebenders then moving forward and unleashing several blasts of fire at the two, making Naruto and Korra jump out of the way to avoid the flames. With Naruto shooting out a web and swinging behind the firebenders, landing in crouch before swinging his leg. Releasing a wave of flames, sending the firebenders running from the attack. While Korra landed on the ground and stomped on it, launching Azula into the air on an earth pillar. But the former princess shoot fire from her hands and feet, propelling herself up higher, before landing on top of a tree branch. You aren't the only one who can do that. Said Korra, before shooting fire from her hands and feet, propelling herself up towards Azula. But I do it much better. Azula retorted, smirking as she grabbed hold of the branch and flipped over it, releasing a large blast of fire right towards Korra, whose eyes widened at the sight before she quickly cut off her fire to drop from the air. The Avatar caught herself on a waterspout before launching herself back up at Azula and kicked her out of the tree. With Azula grunting at the hit before shooting a wave of flames towards the ground to slow her descent, with Korra jumping down after her releasing a blast of flames at her, making Azula jump back. Well, I'll admit, you're slightly better than the last Avatar I fought. But that's not saying much since he always ran away. Azula said, while smirking again. He still took you and your father down, and now I'm gonna finish it. Retorted Korra, before punching forward and launching a large rock at Azula, only for the former princess to thrust her index and middle finger forward, shooting a blast of lightning at the rock, destroying it. Funny, I was going to say the same thing. Let's see if you can survive lightning twice. Azula said, before launching another blast of lightning at Korra, who quickly rolled out of the way. Really wish I was taught lightning redirection now. Korra muttered, while rolling out of the way of another bolt of lightning. There's the Avatar I know, always running away, rather than facing things head-on. Said Azula, making Korra grit her teeth as she dodged her lightning, before slamming her fist onto the ground, elevating it below Azula's left foot and knocking her off balance. How's this for head-on? Korra said, before jumping and spinning in the air, before kicking her leg down and releasing a wave of air at the former princess, throwing her back. Grunting as she hit a tree, Azula glared at Korra, before she glanced towards Naruto fighting her soldiers and smirked. Well, I will say this, you certainly aren't the airbender. But you both have the exact same weakness. Said Azula, before shooting out another blast of lightning. With Korra tensing and was about to dodge it. Only for her eyes to widen when she saw that Azula wasn't aiming at her, she was aiming at Naruto. Naruto. Korra shouted to warn him, only for the Avatar to be horrified when Naruto could only look to see the lightning, just as it slammed into his chest. The whiskered blonde crying out as he crashed into a tree before hitting the ground. With his suit receding, revealing his unconscious body with a smoking wound on his chest. All while Korra could only look at him in horror, while Azula smirked and blew the smoke from her fingers. You'd think you would have learned from last time. Azula taunted, making Korra scowl, before her head snapped towards the former princess, her eyes now glowing wide as she entered the Avatar state. Shouting in anger, Korra slammed her fists on the ground, with Azula actually being surprised when lava erupted from the ground. Lavabending? Azula exclaimed, shocked to see Korra was now lavabending, with the Avatar accessing Seto's knowledge of the bending style. Waving her arms, Korra launched waves of lava at Azula and her followers, forcing them to jump back. Before they were hit by waves of water as Toph, Jinora, and the Swampbenders arrived, having felt the disturbance going on and heard the fighting. Retreat. Azula ordered as she and her followers unleashed a large wall of flames to cover their escape. Korra was about to charge after them, only to be stopped by Toph encasing her in rock. Enough Korra, worry less about Azula and more about your boyfriend over there. Toph said, with her words managing to snap Korra out of her anger as her eyes returned to normal, making the elder release her. Korra immediately rushing over to Naruto, with Jinora already by his side, before immediately bending some water and began healing him. While Toph looked at the lava and raised her hands before lowering them. causing the lava to cool and harden, with the earthbender being glad she picked up lavabending during her travels. Is he gonna be alright? Jinora asked, worried and fearful, with Korra nodding in relief. Yeah, Naruto will be alright. He was wearing his suit which took the brunt of the lightning, along with his own healing. But he'll still have a scar from it. Replied Korra, glad that he would survive, along with swearing to make Azula regret attacking him. Along with being angry at herself for not expecting Azula to pull something like that, given what she knew about her. Korra, it's not your fault. Said Jinora, being able to recognize the look on her face, given she's had the same look since killing the bounty hunter. It is my fault. I should have known Azula would try attacking Naruto. Korra retorted, hating that she had been so focused on dodging Azula's attacks and fighting her that she hadn't focused on Naruto, thinking he could handle the soldiers. No, it isn't, no one blames you, and Naruto wouldn't blame you either. If he had seen you about to get hit with lightning, he'd jump in front of you without hesitation. Just like how you'd do the same if you could have. The only one at fault is Azula for attacking him. So no, you aren't at fault and shouldn't blame yourself. Said Jinora, putting a hand on Korra's, making the avatar look at her before gaining a small smile. I really got lucky that you came with us, Jinora. Korra stated, making Jinora smile at her. I'm glad that I came too, and that you're safe, Korra. Replied Jinora. Yes, how sweet that we're all friends. If you two are done flirting, how about we get the new Zuko out of here before we get any more unwanted guests? Toph said, making Korra and Jinora blush, with the airbender quickly pulling her hand away from Korra's. But the two nodding, before they picked up Naruto and returned to the cave so Korra could heal him in a safe location. Mindscape. Meanwhile, within Naruto's mind, a large cavern filled with blood, the whiskered blonde stood up to his ankles in blood. While facing Zai, whose head was rising up from the blood and scowling at Naruto. How were you and that girl able to overpower and suppress me? The talisman was destroyed, I've broken your mind, tortured your body, and yet you still have the power to resist. And yet you still defy me. What part of you gives you this power? Zai demanded. The spirit of blood was unable to deny that he had been shaken at how Naruto and Korra were able to suppress him. Having felt something he thought he was incapable of feeling. Fear. Zai had felt genuine fear that anyone could have the strength to suppress him, despite the power he's gained from all the blood he's devoured. And yet they were somehow able to do it. You still don't get it, do you? You always saw me as just a host, or that same stupid kid that chose revenge and let you in. And maybe I'm still that little kid that only wanted revenge. And honestly, I nearly gave up trying to fight you. I started to think that it'd be easier to just give in, rather than fight a pointless battle. Said Naruto, surprising Zai. Then why didn't you? We could be unstoppable if we worked together. Said Zai, with Naruto nodding in agreement. Maybe we could be. But you wanna know what changed, what made me believe there was a chance? Naruto said, with the dark spirit looking at him. Korra. She believed in me, when even I didn't. Even after she knew what we had done, she still stayed by my side, believing that I deserved a chance. She could have killed me that night, let the Metalbenders take me away, or anything else. But instead, she took in a complete stranger, not knowing what I would have done, all just to help me. Korra is what gives me strength, and as long as I'm alive, I will never let you or anyone else hurt her. Even if I have to bury myself deep into the ground to keep you buried with me. I'll do it if it means keeping her safe. Naruto said, as I looked at him in disbelief. And you wanna know something else? Despite everything you've done, how you've tormented me, I never once regretted becoming your host. Because it gave me the power I needed for my revenge. And now we're stuck with each other for possibly eternity, always fighting for control. Because I will never give up as long as Korra is there, with me. Said Naruto, before he began fading away from the mindscape. Bullseye's body began forming as he stood there with wide eyes, before falling back and sitting down. The dark spirit looking down at his reflection, having nothing to do but ponder Naruto's words. Real world. When Naruto opened his eyes, he groaned at the aching pain in his chest, something he wasn't used to. Not even remembering the last time he felt actual pain, not caused by carnage. Though he then grunted when he was suddenly hugged tightly, looking to see Korra and Jinora were the ones. With the avatar then pulling him into a kiss, relieved at seeing him awake and alright. I'm glad you're alright. Korra said after pulling back, with Naruto smiling at her. I'm glad you're alright too. Replied Naruto, glad to see Korra wasn't hurt from the fight with Azula. Naruto was then surprised when Jinora leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. I was really worried, but I'm happy to see you're fine. Said Jinora, before looking at Korra nervously, but was relieved when she saw her smiling at her. You know, it's times like these I'm really glad that I'm blind. Keeps me from seeing sickeningly adorable moments, like this. Toph stated, making the three blush at hearing her. Do you always have to do that? Asked Korra, as Toph smirked and knocked on her head. You should by now, twinkled toes, I'm the master of it. said Toph, with Korra groaning in annoyance that she's now stuck with that nickname. Time skip one day. Not long after Naruto woke up, he and Korra had resumed their training, their fight with Azula showing them that they couldn't afford to slack off and needed to train as much as they could. With them now trying to learn lightning bending after seeing Azula use it and knew they couldn't risk getting caught off guard by it again. Unfortunately, they weren't making much progress in learning it, given they have no prior knowledge of how to perform it. With Korra's teachers not knowing how to do it and Naruto not having trained any firebenders who had knowledge of it. So, they were self-teaching themselves how to create lightning, and learning it wasn't as easy as it looks. Though one thing they had accidentally discovered was something they've been calling smoke bending. Having learned it by accident while they were practicing their firebending before slipping into airbending forms. Resulting in them creating smoke as opposed to flames, or air in Korra's case. Finding it would be a good means of covering a retreat or get the drop on enemies, along with removing the smoke enemies would make to escape as well. Now though, the trio and Toph were standing outside as they got a call from Tenzin, saying they'd be arriving any moment now. They would have arrived sooner, but they had made some stops along the way to see what information they could gather on the Fountain of Youth. With it not being long before they saw Ugi and Druck, Zuko's dragon, descending from the sky. With Tenzin, Katara, Ty Lee, and the rest of the crew getting off Ugi, while Zuko, Mai, and Jin got off Druck. Gran. Jinora said, unable to contain herself and rushed forward, hugging her father and grandmother, which they happily returned. Jinora, it's so good to see you again. Said Tenzin, relieved to see his daughter again and that she was safe. You've grown, Jinora, I can see it in your eyes. Katara said, smiling at her granddaughter, seeing that she's matured and grown during her time with Naruto and Korra. Why yeah, you could say that. Gran, could I talk to Dad, alone please? Jinora said nervously, making them worried of what she wanted to talk about, with Katara nodding before going to greet Toph with the other original Team Avatar members. What did you want to talk about, Jinora? Tenzin asked, worried as Jinora fidgeted nervously. Need to add, something happened BB before we arrived at the swamp, said Jinora, before telling him about the encounter with the bounty hunters, including how she killed one. SW swear, I didn't mean TT2. Juju just wanted T2PR protect K Korra. Jinora said, with tears in her eyes, expecting her father to be disappointed in her, only to be surprised when Tenzin pulled her into a hug. Jinora, I'm not angry or disappointed, I could never be when you didn't mean for it to happen and did so to protect Korra. Despite the air nomads' pacifistic ideals, there have been times they needed to resort to violence and killing, outside of the ones who were Avatar. Such as during the 100-Year War, when the Fire Nation arrived, the air nomads had to fight back to save themselves and kill their attackers. With one such airbender being Monk Gyatso, the monk who raised and befriended my father. He had died, but not before taking down several firebenders as well. So, don't think I'll be angry or disappointed, Jinora. And I know your mother and siblings will feel the same. Said Tenzin, smiling at his daughter, while tears fell from Jinora's eyes, before she hugged her father, relieved that he wasn't disappointed in her. Meanwhile Mako, Bolin, and Asami went over to Naruto and Korra. With a whiskered blonde, having a neutral expression, given he wasn't sure how they'd react to knowing the truth. Only for Bolin to run up to them with wide excited eyes. Oh my gosh guys, I can't believe it. We met Ty Lee, Katara, Lord Zuko, Lady Mai, Lady Jin, and now we're seeing Toph, herself, in person. Nearly the entire original Team Avatar, all in place. Bolin said with a squeak at the end, unable to contain his excitement at seeing all the living members of Team Avatar together again. Bolin, you do know about Carnage, don't you? Stated Naruto with a raised brow, wondering why they weren't being wary of him. Oh yeah, you have a spirit inside you, that's pretty cool. But look, it's Toph. Whispered Bolin while looking at his idol in awe. What Bolin means is, you're still Naruto to us, just with a few changes. Like being a new avatar, in a sense. Mako said, while smirking, which Korra took offense to. Hey, real avatar right here, people. Master of all 4 elements, well he only has 3. Said Korra while crossing her arms. Don't worry Korra, you're still our favorite avatar. Asami said, smirking, while Naruto looked at them in surprise that they were fine with knowing about Carnage. So you got any cool powers? Bolin asked, pulling Naruto from his surprise. A few, but watch this. Replied Naruto before his suit appeared around him, surprising the 3. Oh my gosh, that is so cool. You're like a spider ninja guy. Bolin said, looking at the suit in amazement while Asami examined it in intrigue. This is really something. And it's made entirely of blood. Asami asked while examining the suit to see how well it mimicked fabric in appearance and texture. Yeah, I could also change it if I wanted to look like something else. Answered Naruto. Interesting. And what about being able to assimilate things into it? asked Asami, with her inner inventor coming out at the possibilities of such a suit. Though their attention turned to Jinora, who walked up to them after she finished talking with her father. Asami, I was wondering if you might be able to turn this into an airbender glider. Jinora asked, holding out her staff, having grown attached to it and hoped it could be converted into a new glider, with Asami grabbing the staff and looking it over. I'd need to get a look at a glider first, but it should be easy enough to turn this into a glider. Maybe with a few upgrades. Said Asami, while muttering the last part to herself, thinking of some upgrades she could include in the glider, besides the fans. While Tenzin joined Katara, Zuko, Ty Lee, Mai, and Jin over by Toph. Toph, it's good to see you again and in good health as well. Tenzin said, while bowing to the earthbender. Yeah, just stop with the bowing. Honestly, at least Twinkle Toes knew how to have fun, but I guess that all went to your brother and sister. Leaving the boring and serious parts for you, Twinkle Toes Jr. Said Toph, smirking, while Tenzin's face turned red in embarrassment, even more so when the others started laughing. Mother please. Tenzin pleaded, as Katara smiled and patted him on the back. You have always been rather serious, Tenzin. Said Katara, making the airbender groan, before Toph looked at Zuko and her smirk widened. Zuko, it's been over 70 years. Toph stated, confusing the former Fire Lord. It hasn't been 70 years since we last saw each other. Said Zuko, as Toph laughed. Oh no, not that. It's been over 70 fucking years. And we're finally doing it. Said Toph, grinning, making Mai and Jin narrow their eyes. You want to repeat that? Mai demanded, while fingering her knives, before she glared at Zuko when he sighed in resignation, as he soon realized what Toph meant. I knew this day would come. Zuko said. You knew, Zuko, and didn't tell us. Said Jin, narrowing her eyes at her husband, not seeing that Katara and Ty Lee were trying to suppress their laughter at knowing what they really meant. Yes. I'm final getting my life-changing field trip. Declared Toph, laughing loudly, making Mai and Jin blink slowly in confusion. Huh? Jin said, now confused at what they meant. When Zuko first joined us, he went on trips with Aang, Sokka, and myself. That gave us life-changing experiences and helped us come to fully trust him. Toph was always upset that she never got one. Explained Katara while laughing lightly. Yeah, like the trip we had to the beach. Remember Mai? Ty Lee said, while grinning. Oh yeah. Muttered Mai, remembering that and how it was pretty life-changing. Well that's rude of you, Zuko. Making her wait over 70 years for her life-changing field trip. Jin said, not upset about not getting one, since their first date could count as one, especially after she learned who he really was and how he lit all the lanterns that night. Zuko could only sigh, as he wondered how he became everyone's therapist and advisor for their problems. But Hama. Meanwhile, deep within the swamp, Hama was surrounded by several of Azula's soldiers, all dead at her feet except one. With her currently interrogating the living one, on the location of the Fountain of Youth. Not noticing how one soldier escaped the fighting and hid. With them immediately retreating to tell Azula what's happened and that Hama now knew where the fountain is as well. The soldiers having managed to finally locate the fountain and knew Azula needed to know before Hama reached it. The soldier completely unaware of the battle that will soon happen and the consequences of it. 3 days have passed since Tenzin and the others had arrived at the swamp and met up with Naruto, Korra, Jinora, and Toph. With the crew having also all begun receiving training from the members of the original Team Avatar. But Zuko and Toph teaching Mako and Bolin some new earthbending and firebending techniques, seeing the brothers were already pretty talented benders and simply needed to expand on their pro-bending styles. But Asami also training with Ty Lee, Mai, and Jin, the latter having been taught kai blocking and knife throwing by them. Along with having taken up using a bow staff, which she helped Jinora with as well. Ty Lee had also begun training Naruto, Korra, Jinora, Mako, and Bolin in kai blocking as well, given how they'll eventually have to return to Republic City, where they may have to face the Erasers. If they haven't been stopped by the United Forces and Metalbenders by the time they return, that is. But Naruto, Korra, and Mako also being trained by Mai in knife throwing, given how they can create fire daggers to throw at enemies. Jinora had also gotten her bow staff back from Asami after the heiress had converted it into a glider. Along with several more upgrades. Flashback. Jinora smiled as she looked at her new and improved bow staff, now equipped with yellow glider fans, seeing it now looked similar to the blue one her grandfather used. Though she could also see several technological parts attached as well, which the girl wasn't sure about. This is really great Asami, thank you. Jinora said, with Asami smiling at her. No problem, glad I could help Jinora. But I didn't just turn it into a glider, I added a lot of new features. I included fans, along with handles, on both ends of the glider. Which you can adjust the size of, so you could fly using either side of it and use your airbending from either side as well. I also put in a taser function on both ends that can send currents of electricity through the staff, with it being safe for you to fold the middle of it and even charge any air attacks with electricity as well. And you don't have to worry about it being lethal, since the voltage is only strong enough to stun someone or knock them out for a while. I also made it so you can twist the middle and pull both halves apart while one handle comes out on both sides, turning them into tonfas that you can wield and get in close to enemies, especially with the taser function. The handles are also covered in rubber, so you don't have to about electrocuting yourself either. And lastly, I made it so you can extend or collapse the glider's staff to better suit the situation and area you're in, along with making easier to carry around. Asami explained with a smirk at the end, pleased at all the additions she put in Janora's glider, with the girl looking at it with wide eyes. I just asked it to be made into a glider. Janora muttered, while testing the extension and collapsing functions, before pulling it apart to see the two tonfas as well. Yeah, but I can get carried away sometimes when building something. Is it too much? Asami asked sheepishly, as Janora looked at it before smiling at the heiress. It's perfect, replied Janora, happy at her new glider and how much it'll help her. Then flashback. Since getting her new glider, Janora has begun training with it and familiarizing herself with its various upgrades, along with learning to use the taser with her airbending. With the airbending girl being relieved that Asami made it so the taser was only strong enough to stun or knock someone out. As well, Janora has begun coming to terms with the fact she killed someone and understanding that sometimes it could be necessary. Janora still wanted to uphold the air nomad beliefs as best as she can, so she'd prefer to avoid killing if it was possible. Suddenly, everyone's attention turned to several Swampending scouts that came riding up on their skiffs. Did something happen? Tenzin asked. All them firebenders and the witch are all heading for the Banyan Grove tree. Hashirama, Tabarama, and the others are already on their way there, but we could use the help, said one of the scouts, making everyone's eyes widen. We need to get there, quickly, said Tenzin, making everyone nod in agreement, knowing they had to stop Azula and Hama from reaching the fountain, otherwise they'll all be in trouble. Everyone climbed into the skiffs, with the Swampenders immediately taking off towards the Banyan Grove tree, thankfully not taking long before they arrived. With them seeing the fighting has already begun, while being surprised at seeing just how many firebenders there were. That's a lot more firebenders than I expected, Bolin muttered, not expecting Azula to have this many soldiers. All of you handle the soldiers but leave Azula to us, said Zuko as he, Ty Lee, and Mai rushed to face Azula, knowing she's too dangerous for anyone else to fight. The same goes for Hama. Leave her to me and Toph, Katara said, refusing to let Hama hurt anyone else. Let's see if you can still keep up, Sugar Queen, said Toph, smirking as the two went to face Hama. You heard Lord Zuko. We need to help the Swampenders deal with those soldiers, Tenzin said as he, Mako, Bolin, Asami, Jinora, and Jin went to help the Swampenders fight off the soldiers, leaving only Naruto and Korra. You're going after Azula, aren't you? Stated Naruto, looking at his girlfriend, who nodded. Oh yeah. I'm getting some payback against her, so don't try and stop me, Korra said. Stop you? She shot lightning at me, I'm gonna help you, replied Naruto, before they ran off in the same direction as Zuko, Ty Lee, and Mai. Meanwhile, Azula smirked as she kicked her leg toward several Swampenders, throwing them back with a wave of fire. Before the former princess turned and shot a stream of flames through a fireball that Zuko launched at her. Well, isn't this quite the reunion? Ty Lee still obsessed with the color pink, I see. You look just like Uncle and Grandpa Roku, Zuzu. And Mai, should I still call you my friend or sister now? Azula said, as none of them looked amused at her words, with Zuko and Ty Lee getting into stances, while Mai pulled out her knives. This ends here, Azula, neither you nor Hama are going anywhere near that fountain. And whatever plans you have to attack the Fire Nation will be stopped, said Zuko, while narrowing his eyes at his sister. Attack the Fire Nation? Now why would I attack my own home? Questioned Azula, sounding and looking amused at the idea. Don't play dumb, Azula. You've been obsessed with becoming Fire Lord ever since Zuko was first banished. And if you think you'll go anywhere near my daughter, I will kill you, Mai retorted, with Azula actually gasping in mock hurt and holding her chest. Attack my own niece? That's rather hurtful, Mai, you know how much I love my family. And for your information, I couldn't care less about becoming Fire Lord or something as petty as revenge. Azula replied, actually confusing the three. You're not. Then what are you planning? Why have you gathered all these soldiers? Ty Lee said, not expecting that from her old friend. Because honestly, becoming Fire Lord is just worthless to me now. All those responsibilities and having to deal with the pressure, well, it could drive a person mad. I should actually thank you for taking it off my hands, Zuzu. As for what I'm planning, well, I'd hate to spoil the surprise. Speaking of surprises, said Azula, rolling out of the way from a combined air and fire blast from Korra and Naruto. Hey princess. Round 2. Korra said, stomping on the ground, lifting up several rocks and punching her fists forward, throwing them at Azula, with the former princess smirking as she ducked and dodged the rocks. "Like you'll do better than last time," said Azula, before launching a blast of lightning at Korra, only for Naruto to get in front of her and, to her surprise, held out his index and middle fingers, catching the lightning. The whiskered blonde grunting as he guided the lightning down his arm, through his stomach and up his other arm before shooting it at Azula's feet, with the firebender being thrown back by the resulting explosion. "Yeah, I think we'll do better," Naruto retorted as Azula got up to her hands and knees. "So, Zuzu taught you some new tricks. Let me show mine," said Azula, before spinning on the ground, unleashing a large ring of fire that forced everyone back. Zuko swiped his arms through the air, releasing several waves of flames at Azula, with his sister sliding underneath them before raising her arm to deflect Mai's knives. Only to grunt when Ty Lee jumped behind her and struck her several times in the back. Before being forced to get away when Azula kicked her leg back, shooting flames at the Kai blocker. "It's over, Azula, you can't bend," Zuko stated, only for Azula to chuckle low. "Oh Zuzu, you may have gotten older, but you're still very naive if you think I'm stupid enough to let myself be defeated by that twice," said Azula before going through the motions of creating lightning. Then to their shock, Azula released a small stream of lightning from her mouth, right at her hands, electrocuting herself. The former princess grinning darkly before swiping her arms through the air, releasing a stream of fire, surprising them that she could bend again. Nothing like a little shock to get the Kai flowing again. "Now then, where were we?" Azula said as the group got into stances with Zuko, Mai and Ty Lee, realizing that she now has a lot more new tricks up her sleeves. At another part of the battlefield, Hama froze several swampbenders and firebenders in ice before they shattered. The bloodbender then raising a wall of mud blocking multiple icicles and rock columns, lowering it to see Katara and Toph. "Well, Katara, how wonderful to see you again," Hama sneered as Katara looked at her coldly. "Hama, I can't say the same and had actually hoped you were finally in the ground," said Katara. "Now that's just hurtful, Katara, after everything I taught you. Teaching you the ways of our tribe and then you betrayed me, even allying yourself with the prince of the Fire Nation. You're a disgrace to your people," retorted Hama. "The only disgrace is you. You could have returned to the southern tribe that night you first escaped. But instead, you chose to become no different than those soldiers that imprisoned you by locking away innocent people that never did anything wrong," Katara said, glaring at her fellow waterbender. "None of them were ever innocent, they were all the same as those soldiers. You think the people of the Fire Nation are good or that they've changed, they aren't. If the 100-Year War had ended differently, they would continue locking away and killing anyone that gets in their way, perhaps even worse fates. I was merely making sure they felt the same pain I, as well as my brothers and sisters, felt in those cages. And once I have been restored by the fountain, I'll show you the true power of my bending," said Hama. "That's never going to happen, Hama," Katara declared before launching a stream of water at Hama, with Toph bending a wave of mud at her as well. But Hama holding her hands out and spun around, with the water and mud spinning around her as well, as she combined and froze them together. Before the bloodbender launched the frozen attack right back at them, leading to Toph raising an earth wall in front of them, only to be shocked when Hama bent to ride over the wall. With Katara acting quickly and bending water under them to carry them away, just in time to avoid the attack. "You didn't think I taught you everything I knew, Katara," said Hama, smirking, before raising her arms in the air, lifting up dozens of vines, which she sent shooting at Katara and Toph. "You taught me enough," Katara retorted, before pulling water from the air and slicing the vines to pieces, with Toph stomping on the ground and thrusting her hands forward, releasing a mini earthquake. Only for Hama to lift herself into the air on a wave of water, before forming ice claws on her fingers, which she launched at the duo. With Toph making another earth wall in front of them, before slamming her hands against it, shooting earth spikes towards Hama. While Katara pulled the water from a tree and formed a ring of water around herself, before launching several water tentacles towards Hama. "Then let's see just how you've grown, Katara," Hama said, while creating a large wall of ice blocking the attacks, before coating the ends of several vines with ice blades, which she then sent toward them. Only for them to suddenly be restrained and held down by wooden tendrils as Hashirama and Tobirama arrived, with the younger Senju pulling a vast amount of water from the air. With Tobirama forming it into a large sphere, which he then froze solid and broke into several discs that he launched towards Hama, forcing the elder to ride her wave away to dodge them. "We thought you could use some help," Hashirama said, smiling at Katara and Toph. "Thank you, but be careful, Hama's dangerous," replied Katara. "We know, we've been dealing with her ever since she showed up," Tobirama said, both of them fully aware of how dangerous Hama was already, knowing she'll be even more so if she reached the fountain. "Well then stop talking and starting fighting, dumbasses," shouted Toph, shooting several earth columns out of the ground towards Hama. While at another part of the battlefield, Tenzin, Jinora, Jin, Mako, Bolin, and Asami were fighting against Azula's forces, along with the Swampending. "I thought Azula just recruited the Anaikai. Where did she get so many firebenders?" said Mako, while shooting several fireballs at the firebenders, knowing for a fact that there hadn't been this many members of the Anaikai triad. "She's had decades to build up her forces. I doubt she would have gone after something like the Fountain of Youth unless she had the manpower to fight anyone that tried stopping her." Tenzin replied, while rotating his arms before unleashing a large blast of air, throwing several firebenders through the air, with Bolin slamming them into the ground with a rock wall once they were low enough. "Your sister-in-law is really crazy. No offense, Lady Jin," said Bolin, while stomping on the ground and twisting his hands, causing 5 firebender to be sucked into the ground up to their necks. "None taken, and I know," Jin replied, striking firebenders that got too close with some Kai blocking, before slamming her staff into their heads, knocking them out, or throwing knives into their clothes to pin them to trees or the ground. "How's the glider working, Jinora?" Asami asked as she Kai blocked or electrocuted the firebenders with her gauntlets, while Jinora swung her glider, releasing a wave of air with sparks of electricity. "Really great, Asami," replied Jinora, smiling at seeing the soldiers be electrocuted before falling to the ground unconscious. "Awesome," said Asami, pleased the glider was working. As the battle waged on, Azula kept glancing at a path that led underneath the banyan grove tree, knowing she had to get to the fountain before anyone else, especially Hama. "Sorry to cut this short, but I have somewhere to be and my youth to regain," Azula said, before unleashing a large blast of fire at the group, forcing them back before she broke away from the fighting towards the path. Something Hama saw and scowled at. "That fountain is mine," said Hama, releasing a large wave of mud and vines at Katara, Toph, Hashirama and Tobirama before riding her wave after Azula. "They're trying to reach the fountain," Naruto shouted before he, Korra and the original Team Avatar ran after them. "Whatever happens, we can't let them touch the water," said Korra, knowing they'll be cutting it close and stopping them. Entering the cavern, the group ran down it until they stopped when they arrived at the bottom, amazed at the sight of a large underground cavern. While in the center was a rock formation with a large hole in the center that had water constantly flowing down it into the pool of water below, circling the formation. "The Fountain of Youth," Korra said, amazed at the sight, before their attention turned to Azula and Hama fighting at the edge of the fountain, each keeping the other from reaching it. "She's not bending the water," stated Katara, seeing Hama was only pulling water out of the air or bending the vines, but not making a move to bend the fountain's water. "Either she can't bend the fountain, or she can't risk using it against Azula. Either way, we have to stop them," Zuko said, getting nods from everyone before they rushed into the cavern. This got Azula and Hama's attention, making them scowl before the former princess shot a blast of lightning at them while Hama launched several icicles at them. With Korra moving forward and redirecting the lightning up at the ceiling, no wanting to risk knocking them into the fountain. While Naruto and Katara stopped the icicles before shooting them right back at Azula and Hama. "Neither of you are getting to that fountain," said Katara, while raising a wall of water behind Azula and Hama before freezing it, cutting them off from the fountain. "You aren't stopping me, Katara, none of you will," Hama retorted before breaking the ice wall apart and throwing the chunks of ice at the group and Azula. "The only one getting to that fountain is me," yelled Azula while shooting blasts of lightning at the ice, destroying it before creating a fireball in her hands, which she slammed into the ground, triggering a large explosion and making several rocks fall around them. With Naruto looking around as he got an idea. "Korra, Toph. We have to destroy the cavern," Naruto said, with Korra and Toph looking around, realizing at what he was thinking. "Good idea, brat," said Toph as she stomped on the ground and raised her hands before bringing them down, causing the ground to shake more. "They can't use the fountain if it's destroyed," Korra said, smirking, while shooting blasts of fire at the cavern walls. "No," screamed Hama, while shooting dozens of icicles at the three to stop them from destroying the cavern and the fountain, only for Zuko to shoot a wave of fire, evaporating the icicles. "Maybe we can't stop you, but we can take away what you're after," Katara said, while launching a wave of water at Azula and Hama to delay them, with Azula growling, before opening her mouth and shooting a large blast of fire from her mouth and hands at the water. Only to grunt in pain when Mai and Jin threw knives into her shoulders, while Ty Lee got in behind her striking several pressure points, making her arms fall limply to her sides. The three girls standing around the former princess to make sure she couldn't make another move. "It's over, Hama," said Katara as she, Zuko, and Toph surrounded her, while Naruto and Korra continued to bring down the cavern. Hama panted as she scowled at everyone around her before looking down at her body and saw it was breaking down further from the fighting. "If I die here, I'm taking you all with me," Hama said, before holding her hands out, making the original Team Avatar and Azula cry out as they were bloodbent. I may be at my limit, but I have just enough strength for this. Said Hama as she began twisting their bodies, refusing to die without taking them with her. Let them go. Shouted Korra as she and Naruto brought their arms up before bringing them down, causing a large rock to come straight down towards Hama. Only for the elder to surprisingly jump out of the way, instead causing the rock to crash down right into the Fountain of Youth. Sending a wave of water that splashed down right on top of Azula, Hama, Zuko, Mai, Jin, Ty Lee, Katara, and Toph. With Naruto and Korra's eyes widening before they shot fire from their feet to avoid being hit by the water, along with seeing that the cavern was fully coming down around them. We need to get out of here. Said Naruto, with Korra nodding in agreement as they ran for the exit as water began being splashed everywhere. Neither of them liking the idea of it touching them and being turned back into toddlers. The two managing to escape the cavern just as the entrance came crashing down behind them. Naruto, Korra. Where are the others? Tenzin asked upon seeing them emerge from the cavern just as it caved in. They're fine. But we're about to have bigger problems. Said Korra as they moved back from the collapsed cavern and got ready for what's coming. What? Jinora asked worriedly, but had a feeling she knew what was coming. Not a moment later, a massive blast of lightning shot out of the cavern, destroying the debris as Azula emerged from it. Oh no. Muttered Tenzin, horrified to see Azula restored to her youth as the former princess smirked while rolling her neck and shoulders. I haven't felt this good in years. And the power, I feel like Sazin's comet is empowering me permanently. Azula said, only to suddenly gasp when she lifted into the air and thrown across the clearing. With everyone tensing as a second figure emerged from the cavern wearing a tattered cloak that covered their face. Before they threw it aside revealing Hama herself, also restored to her youth and her body being fully restored as well. I've waited over 100 years to feel this good again. Hama said slowly, before gaining a dark smile and held her hand out, causing everyone, except Naruto, to gasp and cry out as they were brought to their knees. Only for Hama to grit her teeth and start shaking at bloodbending this many people, with some even managing to break free of her grip. You're not as strong as you could be. Said Korra, managing to stand up, along with the others, as Hama was forced to release her grip on those she couldn't hold. You've been using bloodbending to keep yourself alive for so long that you can't bloodbend anyone else. You're out of practice. Naruto said, while smirking, since that meant they at least didn't have to worry about Hama bloodbending them. And you think that means I'm helpless, retorted Hama before spreading her arms out forming a massive wall of water from the air. Let me show you what a true waterbending master can do. Hama exclaimed before throwing her arms forward, unleashing hundreds of icicles at the group, Azula and her men, and the Swampbenders. Firebenders move up. Ordered Azula as her soldiers jumped forward and shot out waves of fire, evaporating the icicles. Why are you helping us? Korra demanded, while narrowing her eyes at the former princess. Oh, I'm sorry, would you prefer to fight my men and I, in addition to the now all-powerful waterbender? No, I didn't think so. And you're welcome. Azula retorted, making Korra growl and step forward to attack her, only for Tenzin to stop her. Korra, that's enough. As much I don't like it, Azula's right. Against Hama as she is now, we'll need all the help we can get. Said Tenzin, having heard of Hama from his parents and knew of how strong she had been when they first encountered her. Now that she's regained her youth and power, so there's honestly no telling what she's really capable of. Then before anyone could react, Hama launched herself into the air over the flames, riding a path of water through the air. Before she jumped up and spun in the air while bringing her arms down, causing dozens of vines to shoot down from the trees. With Korra, Tenzin, and Jinora moving forward and launching waves of air at the vines, slicing through them. While those that could bend fire shot blasts of flames at Hama and the vines, with Azula and Mako also shooting lightning at her as well. Only for Hama to smirk and leap into the air, forming and landing on a slide of ice while twitching her fingers. Causing a few firebenders to end up shooting fire at each other or their allies. Just because I can't bloodbend all of you doesn't mean I can't at all. Said Hama as she slid to the ground and threw her arms forward, unleashing a large wave of mud that she froze and had spikes emerge from it. Only for it to be shattered by a massive earth column shooting up in front of it, followed by a large blast of flames that forced Hama to raise a wall of water in front of her. Only for the water to suddenly lash out and send her crash into a tree. And you aren't the only master here. Everyone looked at the source of the voice, only to be shocked and amazed to see Katara, Toph, Ty Lee, Zuko, Mai, and Jin. All of them looking the same age, they were a few years after the end of the 100-Year War. Whoa. Korra muttered, amazed at seeing the original Team Avatar was back in action as well. Well, you certainly look better, Zuzu. Magic water certainly is good for the body. Said Azula smirking as the now restored Team Avatar joined them. Don't get any ideas, Azula. Once this is over, I'm taking you down next. Zuko said as he got into a stance while feeling stronger than he has in decades. Dear brother, I wouldn't have it any other way. Azla replied, getting into her own stance beside him. Hama soon regained her bearings and saw everyone standing around, ready to face her. Though rather than be nervous or afraid at how much she was outnumbered, the bloodbender merely smirked. Well now, isn't this unfair, all of you against only me? Said Hama, before getting into her own stance, while smiling wickedly. You should have brought more. Hama shouted, while swiping her arm down as she pulled water out of several trees, bringing it down on them all as a massive wave, with all the waterbenders moving forward to stop the wave, with Hama launching another straight at them. The fight continued as the group, Swampenders, and Azla's forces worked together against Hama, only for the bloodbender to show her restored power, made her more than a match for all of them. Along with using subtle forms of bloodbending to make them redirect their attacks at the exact moments, sticking to controlling the Swampenders and soldiers rather than anyone stronger. But even with her limited use of bloodbending, Hama was still able to maintain her advantage. You need my help. Said Carnage, suddenly getting Naruto's attention. Nice try, but I'm not giving you control. Naruto mentally retorted. I'm not asking for control, but you need me if you want to stand a chance. Hama is one of the strongest children of blood, if she was at her full power, you'd all be dead by now. The only one safe from her bloodbending grip is you, due to being my host. If you want to beat her, then you need my power. Carnage said, making the whiskered blonde frown. And why are you willing to help? What do you get out of it? Thought Naruto, expecting there to be a catch. Don't get the wrong idea, I'm only offering my help this once, because of the threat Hama currently poses. Now, do you want my help, or do you want to see everyone here be killed? Demanded Carnage, with Naruto scowling as he looked around, seeing that everyone was starting to get tired. Do it. Naruto thought, before feeling a sudden rush of power go through his body, making him gasp and fall to his knees. Naruto. Said Korra, looking at him in worry that Carnage may be taking control. Only to be shocked as he seemed to begin transforming, but not into his suit or into Carnage. Naruto's hair began growing into a long mane-like fashion down his back and turning blood red, his sclera turned fark black, his eyes turning glowing blood red with slit pupils, while his whiskers became darker and more pronounced, giving him a rather feral look. Finally glowing red marks appeared over his body, with them appearing around his eyes, with two cooked lines spreading out below them going behind his head and down to his neck, splitting into two, before going under his arms and over his sides. And a glowing circle appeared on his chest with two lines moving out from the lower sides, before turning inward. With two lines going straight down, with a line connecting them together in the middle. And Naruto? Korra said worriedly, not knowing what kind of transformation this was, as everyone looked at him in worry and a little fear, while Hama narrowed her eyes. Only for everyone to be surprised when Naruto suddenly shot towards Hama with fire shooting out of his feet. Punching her across the face, sending Hama flying back, with the bloodbender taken by surprise at the sudden attack. Before grunting in pain, as a large rock suddenly slammed into her, knocking her further away, while Naruto swung his leg at her releasing a wave of flames. What is that? Jinora asked, surprised and worried about this form Naruto was now in, even more that he's now seemingly fighting evenly with Hama. I am not sure. The way he's fighting it's almost like the Avatar state. Said Tenzin, wondering if this form could be considered the equivalent of the Avatar state for Zaya's host. Korra was about to move forward and help him, only to be stopped by Katara grabbing her wrist. Korra don't. We don't know if Naruto's in control of himself, well like this, he could end up hurting you. Katara said, not wanting to risk Korra getting hurt. I'm not just gonna stand here and do nothing. Retorted Korra, refusing to let Naruto fight Hama on his own. Katara's right Korra. We'd more likely get in the way and give Hama an opening to distract or attack Naruto. Stated Zuko, making Korra scowl before she closed her eyes. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Korra thought concentrating, before after a few moments her eyes snapped open, showing they were now glowing white. You can't stop me. Said Korra in multiple voices before shooting up on an air funnel, going after Naruto and Hama. The Avatar lifting up several rocks before clenching her fist, causing them to condense and shrink, with Korra then having them break apart and shoot a barrage of rock bullets at Hama. With the bloodbender's eyes widening at the sight of now not only Naruto, but now Korra attacking her as well. Knowing she had to make a retreat, Hama created a thick wall of ice blocking the barrage of rock bullets. Only for the rocks to shatter the ice like glass, while Naruto swiped his arm up slamming a water geyser into Hama, with Korra then jumping and thrusting her fist forward, releasing a large blast of flames. With Hama creating a shield of water in front of her, blocking the flames, before she then gathered hundreds of vines and wrapped them around several trees. Jumping on another wave of water, Hama looked back at them with a smirk. Sorry to cut this short, but I'm sure we'll see each other again. Hopefully, you'll provide a better challenge next time. said Hama, before having the vines to pull the trees down in front of Naruto and Korra before she then breathed out a large cloud of icy mist. Korra shot a blast of air through the mist, only for them to see Hama was gone. Seeing this, Naruto and Korra dropped to the ground with Korra exiting the avatar state while Naruto's appearance returned to normal. The whiskered blonde panting while Korra looked at him in worry. "Naruto, what was that?" Korra asked as Naruto looked at her. "Well, I guess it can be counted as my own equivalent to the avatar state since I was actually willing to help for once," answered Naruto, surprising Korra since she didn't expect that Sai would willingly offer his help. "Well, I'm glad he did. I wasn't sure if I would have been able to fight Hama on my own," Korra said. Given how she had the advantage against all of them together, the avatar wasn't sure just how strong Hama really is. Even more so when she regains her former bloodbending prowess. The two then went and rejoined the others, while seeing that in the confusion, Azula and her men had made their own escape. "I'm guessing Azula got away," Naruto stated, getting nods from everyone. "Yes, she and her allies slipped away after you had transformed. But we should be grateful that they didn't stick around since I'm not sure if any of us are fighting condition right now," replied Tenzin, seeing as everyone was feeling the effects of the earlier fighting and then going against a restored Hama. "And we'll be ready for when they show up again," Katara said while smiling at her son, with Tenzin awkwardly returning it. Yes of course mother," Tenzin said. Gran, you're really young again. Younger than dad," said Jinora, finding it strange she's calling Katara Gran when she's now the same age as Naruto and Korra. "Maybe, but I'm still your mother and your grandmother, oh spirits, this really is going to take some getting used to," Katara muttered as she facepalmed, now realizing she just called a grown man her son and a 10-year-old her granddaughter while she's now 17 again. "Speak for yourself, princess. That was the greatest life-changing field trip ever. Look at me, I'm awesome again." "Well, I was still awesome when I was old, but now I'm even more awesome," Toph cheered, loving the fact she was young again. "What happened to you wanting to retire?" questioned Naruto, confused at why Toph was so excited. "Yeah, isn't that why you came out here, to retire and have some peace and quiet?" Korra said. "Forget that. I'll retire when I'm old again. Besides, now I can really put you two through the ringer." "Hehehe," said Toph, before laughing evilly, while Naruto and Korra felt a sudden shiver go down their spines. "I'm gonna need to shave and probably get a haircut," Zuko said to himself, seeing his beard and longer hair didn't really suit his younger appearance, before blushing when Mai and Jin hugged him. "Yeah, you look better with it short and shaven," said Mai as she smirked at her husband, while Jin nodded in agreement. "And look at it this way, Zuko, there are plenty more benefits to being young again. Izumi always did want more siblings," Jin said with a smirk of her own, making Zuko blush in embarrassment. Kylie looked at her reflection solemnly, while she shared her friend's joy at being young again, she just wished it could have happened sooner. "I wouldn't have had to run away, I would have been able to stay and fight Neji, and maybe Hisashi would still be alive." Ty Lee thought sadly, only being able to take comfort that Hisashi and her daughter could be together again and not having to see what their son was becoming. "You're thinking about what you could have done, aren't you?" Naruto stated while walking up to the Kai blocker, with Ty Lee nodding. "Yeah. If I had been even just a few years younger, I could have been able to stop Neji and maybe Republic City wouldn't be falling apart," said Ty Lee before looking at Naruto when he put a hand on her shoulder. "Maybe, or maybe someone else would have simply taken his place, someone worse. Just like how Neji took Amon's place, someone else could have taken his place as well. We'll never know and worrying about it won't fix anything. Trust me when I say, you can't worry about what ifs, otherwise you'll always be trapped in them. Well, you should remember the past, don't let it control or consume you, and simple keep moving forward to be better than you were," Naruto said, knowing more than anyone when it came to thinking about what ifs and what he could change, but eventually learned to just accept things as they are, rather than how they could have been. Ty Lee looked at him in surprise before she smiled and nodded. "You know, you actually sounded like Zuko's uncle. He always had a way to make people feel better with just a few words," said Ty Lee, grateful for his words and knew he was right, she had to be better and she'll start by helping to defeat the erasers and her fallen grandson. "As long as I helped, that's what matters," Naruto replied, glad he could help her. Meanwhile, Bolin was gasping and looking at the restored Team Avatar with wide eyes, unable to contain his amazement and excitement. "I can't believe it. Team Avatar back in action, they're all and then so cool I can't," said Bolin before he began cheering and screaming loudly, getting everyone's attention, much to Mako's embarrassment and Asami's amusement. "Deja vu," Katara muttered at seeing Bolin start foaming at the mouth before falling to the ground. "Did that guy have to pee or something? And did he just die?" questioned Toph while raising a brow. "No, but he'll be unconscious for a while. Thank the spirits," answered Mako while muttering the last part to himself. Later. After returning to Toph's cave, Tenzin had contacted the Western Air Temple, with the crew and original Team Avatar all deciding to make the swamp their current base, with Tenzin wanting to bring Pima and the kids here as well. And Jinora, I wanted to tell you this when we arrived. But I didn't want to distract you. Before we left, Pima had gone into labor. Tenzin revealed, surprising the girl. Are they okay? Asked Jinora, worried for her mother and new sibling, with Katara crouching down and smiling at her. They're both fine. Pima and your new baby brother, Rohan. Katara replied, having been happy to be there when her newest grandson was born, with Jinora smiling at learning she had a new baby brother. Congratulations Tenzin, I'm happy to hear you have a new addition to your family. Said Hashirama, while smiling at his former mentor. It's good to know the Air Nation will continue to live on in your children and their children. Tobirama said as he bowed his head in respect. Thank you, both of you. Each of my children are a gift, whether they're airbenders or not. Replied Tenzin, knowing he'd love and be proud of all his children, whether they were benders or not. Congrats Jinora, now you'll have 3 siblings to look out for. Korra said, while smiling at the girl, which she returned. And 3 to drive you crazy. Added Naruto, while smirking, making Jinora lose her smile and sigh. Yeah, hopefully Rohan will be more like dad. Jinora said, hoping her new brother will be like their father. Haha. Congrats Sugar Queen, you got 4 ankle biters now. Now you just have to see if Bumi and Kaya will give you more. Said Toph, grinning while punching Katara's arm, making the waterbender flinch and rub her shoulder. Thanks Toph, and I don't think Kaya and Bumi are interested in having kids, and you know that Kaya's not interested in guys. And ow. I forgot how strong you are. Said Katara, forgetting how strong Toph was, while the blind girl cackled. I know. I can break so many rocks with my head again, it'll be great. Ooh, I can't wait to see the look on Lin and Sue's faces. Toph laughed, unable to contain her eagerness to see her daughter's expressions when they saw her young again. I feel like we just unleashed a monster. Muttered Naruto to Korra, who nodded in agreement as they looked at Toph. At least she's on our side. Korra replied, glad they had the original Team Avatar back on their side. Especially for when they return to Republic City and have to deal with the erasers. Especially with Azula and Hama now out there, Korra felt the erasers were only the beginning of their problems. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this episode. If yes, then make sure to drop 2 blue and a red hearts to show your love. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.